I'll let you in on a little secret. Look, I'll let you in on a little secret. Look, I'll let you in on a little secret.
Hello everybody and welcome to the games. We do have today the second game between ULIS and Sphinx. In the first one, oh my god, we did have Sphinx managing to get a domination victory against their opponents. Very strong gameplay over there from Lege, but it wasn't enough. 3 of the Sphinx team members managed to catch him in a pincer maneuver with so many nuclear bombs all over the place, tanks, helicopters. It was a mess of a show last week. Well, this week we do have a different lineup on ULIS team. We do have, as you can see over here, GodGamer, JackTheRipper, Lege, and SandroGames showing up on their side. We do have on the Sphinx boys, Pompi with Chuck, Damori, and dISTORIA playing today for them. Definitely strong lineup from both of them. As a map choice, it looks like in the top right part of the screen we can definitely see continents and islands. Oh my god, we're in for a treat over here. Good evening, by the way, everybody. Saint Max, hello there, sir. Good evening. Soon after, good evening, sir. Boa tarde. Justice, good abend my hair. And I did see Colophonius, good abend my hair. Welcome, welcome. We got 5-second energy, Arctic Uzi, Steve, John, hello there guys, hello there sirs. We got Besseman Bencher also picking up that first promotion, thank you very much sir, welcome. Let's KV also, greetings from Bucharest to Sofia, hello there sir and welcome. I do have to also make a comment over here for the active ban phase. We do have already 5 civilizations chosen. It looks like Basil II, Portugal, Mapuche, Coupe, and Norway got taken out, and of course you can imagine this is gonna be quite a naval map over here, and they will be incentivized to going towards going that naval towards the naval gameplay. I do expect something like Eleanor over here. Victoria would definitely be a choice, first choice over here, and GodGamer, as you can see, is gonna be the one who's gonna picking here. Pompi did this was the first choice. Victoria was the first of their choices, and they only had one choice, and now of course ULIS has 2 choices to go for, and they started up with Philip II over Victoria. Not bad at all. We do need to see what JackTheRipper is going to follow this up with. Maybe a naval, maybe a land. Yes, Eleanor of Aquitaine. Okay, it is. They're doing it. They are doing it. They want to go for the naval domination over here. Of course, since Sphinx did manage to win in the first game, this is a best of 3 series. This is a single elimination round, so whoever wins this best of 3 series goes into the semi-finals. They need to win this. They need to do it, and of course you can imagine this is going to be quite a lot of pressure on both sides to win this game. Definitely Sphinx doesn't want to take this to a third one. They want to finish it right here, right now, and then ULIS has to retain their chances for the next for the semi-final. So they need this win desperately. We're gonna need to see, of course, what they're gonna do here. It looks like Indonesia got picked up in the first phase by Chuck. That's gonna be following up with Victoria. Not bad actually. We've seen yesterday those jongs are extremely powerful, and I do believe dISTORIA did get quite a bit of an experience with them, going against Australia, going against Phoenicia at the same time. Very good from him. I did want to put on, let me actually take a look over here. I do need to change something on the map choices. Whoa, Harem Charm, thank you very much for your prime, sir. Much appreciated. Let's see, continents and islands needs to read over here. There we go. And we're gonna see, of course, when we get into the game, what we choose for the teams and everything, the left team, the right team, and so on and so forth, those little details over there. Okay, so in the second ban phase, we do have Vietnam taken out. Of course, 3 more choices to go, and we're gonna see what they end up on. We're gonna need to take a look over here, slowly but surely. Yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you, with much pleasure. And of course, I can't wait to see some more of this, some more of these games. Oh my God, definitely, bro. So many good games over here. And the scene is starting to be lit on fire, and this is amazing to be part of. Thank you, sir. We do I do have to point out that I've seen on continents and islands map choices like Mali, like Canada, and land civilizations like Zulu, for example. So I wouldn't be surprised if we're gonna see something like that. There is a big chance that we're gonna have two big continents with little small islands between them, and of course that actually means you will get the opportunity in the land armies. We're gonna need to see if that's gonna happen. Of course, they do have remap tokens available, one for each team. Turn 8 we will be opposing the game, and we're gonna need to see what they're gonna choose. Redeem the drink vodka power. You didn't drink water since my last time? Oh, okay. Sorry. Hello, Lege Elementals. Good evening, sir, and welcome. And indeed, yeah, there we go. I got a water right here, bro. Kublai Khan, China looks to be the ninth ban, and I still don't see, of course, Zulu being banned over here, Australia being banned, and Genghis Mongolia, even on the seas, it's actually quite a force to reckon with. If it does manage to actually get that extra diplomatic visibility into your units, ooh, that's gonna be bad. No water 2K? Oh no. Kick W. Okay. We do have Zulu actually taken out as the 10th choice. So okay, they didn't want to take that risk of leaving it alone. We still have the Tundra civilizations. We have the internal trade route civilizations. Of course, Cree and Persia both are available for the players. Australia is also a choice, and I do know Chuck does prefer it a lot. We will need to see exactly what they're gonna end up on. We do have Lege going for Gorgo, and last time he did go for the goals over there. Arctic Uzi, actually the biggest fan of the goals, missed the game. Oh my god, it was so painful. Lege over there did an amazing game last time. It wasn't enough, but he did amazing well. Michael, healthy lifestyle. I'm trying, bro. I'm trying. You know, I'm running. I'm doing jogging every day. I'm actually trying as much as possible to, well, I can't really eat at good hours because of my schedule. But I'm trying. I'm trying to get as much as I can, and a lot of water. Commander Keen also calling out Jack for playing Gorgo. Okay, we're gonna need to see if that's gonna be the choice. Damori is gonna go for Rome, and dISTORIA is gonna be the last one to pick on Sphinx's side. Of course, Rome, I do have to point out, it's actually very good. Oh, there we go. Australia. Bam, bing, bada, boom. Actually, in the first 3 games that we've seen with Australia on the seas, he did manage to get those caravels around the turn 41 to 45. So that's definitely going to be quite a strong performance over here if he does manage to overwhelm his opponents. There I go. Painter Q, thank you, sir. Getting that water in me over here. I'm gonna have to excuse myself at some point and go really quickly to the bathroom. Rafifi, bonsoir and bienvenue. I'm pretty interested to see how it is continents, how is the continents and islands map. Yeah, that's definitely gonna be a choice. I do like what's happening here with SandroGames picking up Peter. This is one of those victory condition civilizations, and we're gonna need to see if he is gonna try to go for some kind of culture shenanigans. Of course, on the continents and islands map, it is kind of a casino style pick because you don't actually get a lot of Tundra to play in. But honestly, I've seen Peter thrive in the grassland, so I wouldn't be that surprised that he's gonna be doing quite well outside of the Tundra as well as a little bit in the Tundra. We're gonna need to check it out, and of course the spawns will make its mark. We do have actually Lege switching the civilization on Peter. And looking from the top to the bottom, we do have Damori on Victoria. A carrier is going to be on Philip II. Or, in these days, actually, carrier is called GodGamer, or GG for short. We got SandroGames on Eleanor of Aquitaine, England. Of course, Pompi on Gitarja. We got Lege on Peter. Chuck is going to be on double curtain. They're closing the curtains. Anyway, Chuck is gonna be on John Curtin. We got dISTORIA on Rome, and then JackTheRipper on Gorgo. Okay, so And there's definitely quite a bit of an interesting affair over here on the seas. We do have these coastal naval civilizations, I would say, Victoria, West Kitarja, and Australia. All three of them will do amazingly well on the water. Even Rome, I would say, he can do very well on the water because he does have the early monuments culture. He can go for mercenaries much faster than his opponents. So very good from them. Gatti Anthony, who's casting FY versus. So let me actually see. Everything should be up on the CWC website. If you are wondering who is casting who, the easiest way is to go on the civ6worldcup.com website. As far as I know, it was Su with Kacheka. Sue didn't give me his link, unfortunately. Oh well. Yeah, it started quite a while ago. Okay, so let's go into the game. I'm not sure if you noticed, but I do have a new hat on. This is my summer hat on, coming up over here because it's much lighter than the other ones, and it doesn't cause a lot of heat. My brain was getting on fire. It's getting juicy right now. Oh, okay. Okay, so let's take a look on the top left part of the screen over here. We do have SandroGames with an island of his own, as you can see, same continent as Indonesia, but oh well, it doesn't matter that much. I do see England has a choice to go for the 2-2 sheep tiles on the east side, but I think he's actually just gonna stay in place by the looks of it. He does have, an interesting array of tiles to use, especially this +3 campus over here to the west side. Quite a few coastal cities to settle with fresh water as well as sea resources. I see some reef fish on the east, some fish over here to the south. I don't see whales. I don't see or see the extra production coming up on these tiles, but it's fine. We're gonna need to see what kind of pantheon he's gonna get. In the meantime, the Royal Navy dockyards, the economy, the galleys will be important. Coming up on his northeast, we do have Indonesia, and he is actually quite close to him. They do have a canal of 2 one-tile chokes between them that they should actually fight over. Actually curious what Indonesia is gonna do over here. Of course, Indonesia can actually settle the horses to the west side, get closer to that +5 harbor, and at the same time, but he's gonna lose that river housing. Technical on Australia. Kek W. 1 sec. They're talking about, so England can settle 2 other cities. Spain can settle 2 other cities. What did Australia end up on? Oh my god, this is a technical, yes. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is a technical. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1 city, that's it. He cannot settle 2 cities. This is technical. 1, 2. Give me a second. I'm just gonna tap this. Need to send the image. 1 second. Oh man, I would really prefer if I don't actually do this. There's no staff available. Oh my god, really? Is there like a celebration or something everywhere? Oh, right. Took me a while to remember who this. Okay, give me a minute. But yeah, that is a technical. Okay, we got a referee here. Oh yes. Okay. Michael has one technical. Doesn't matter, the rules apply to the tile you spawned on. To the tile you spawned. Yes, it does apply to the tile you spawned on. And I believe anyway, he did settle on this, so this is turn 1, he settled on it, and that's where he spawned. Do technicals count for the remap prediction? No, technicals do not count to the remap prediction. If you put 100 points there, it's still there. So anyway, we're waiting over here for Xana to take a look at this. And yeah, there we go. He just confirmed we got a technical. What was Russia spawn? Actually, Russia spawn was not bad. River, far away from everybody else. He did have, I guess, Rome to fight, but not that impressive over here. Okay, so we got a new remap. It's sad because Australian spawn was good with good campus. Yeah, but not. He didn't have cities though. Yeah, good campus, but didn't have cities, right? That's quite a bad juju. And I think actually there were quite a few in problems. For example, Spain had a problem over here. We had to the south also England having a problem, but I guess he could have developed his empire a little bit. Having so few tiles to actually work. Oh no, that would have been quite nasty. I'm actually surprised we did see Damori move. Did he? Oh, I think he actually wanted to move on the T tile, and he moved across the. He wanted to move across the screen. Give me a second. Give me a second, we might have someone joining us. I need to see here. There we go. I'm here. I guess I need to do this as well. Okay, so new map, new things. What's going on? This time, actually, Russia doesn't have a lot of tundra to play with, but I still like his territory. A lot of territory to develop in. And he's not going to have a quote-unquote natural enemy. This is going to be quite nice for him. We do have him with, of course, Lege going for some deer tiles next to him. He can go for the Temple of Artemis if he wants to. Does look like the mountain range is gonna offer him either good holy sites or campuses. Again, good to have. Hello there, Justice.
Hello, good sir.
How are you today?
Oh, I'm here. I'm very relaxed. That's Friday before a long weekend. I got a glass of wine and a good game to watch, so I'm feeling great. How about you?
Nice. I'm fine. I'm fine. I'm actually a bit overexcited over here because we did have an awesome game last time between ULIS and Sphinx, and this time I'm feeling like both teams really want to either to win so hard. In the first game it's okay, sure, we can maybe mess that up, but second game is so important in the best of 3 series.
Oh yeah, definitely. Like for the most part, I watched the Highlands game, and like my first reaction was just like, why did I play Highlands? Because I feel like ULIS is a very good mid-game team, like
Yeah.
playing around timings and stuff like this. But
Yeah.
they are not necessarily the best at simming. So I was just wondering why they played Islands at all. I think Continents and Islands, where it's a lot about carol pushes and ironclad timings and stuff like this, is a lot better suited for them as a team.
I do have to agree. I did have a question over here about England's technical remap, but I think he can settle the series, right? He can go for 2 series over here, one here, if he wants to. I don't think that's that big of an issue. Let me actually check the rules. I know there was something with moving, but I'm not sure if it was on our rules or CVFR rules. Give me a second. On Indonesia, I do see he's gonna pick up that flag to actually go against Russia to the north, which is gonna be a long way to go. What do you think of Russia's spawn over here on the top left?
I mean, he got 2 deers. I mean, to be honest, that's pretty meh. But on the other hand, like picking Russia on continents and islands is, I'm not like, I don't have enough experience to say that the spawn is bad. But I feel like on other maps the spawn would be considered pretty bad. But maybe on continents and islands it's okay. I don't know.
I think actually Russia can thrive in this south as well as in the cities he has to the west and to the east. I'm not so sure he's gonna do well if he goes on the sea over here, especially with Indo on the same seas. That's gonna be a rough one. He might put a city just to trade with England over here, and I did double check over here. It shouldn't be a technical remap for England because he can settle to other cities before shipbuilding. 1 2 3 4 1 2 3 4 5 over here, 2 cities, and by the looks of it he how to say, that's the only argument. So
yeah, it's just 2 cities within 5 tiles, right?
Yeah.
Regardless of if you can walk over it faster or stuff like this.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Alright, so let's see Indonesia. Indonesia did get, oh my god, look at it, it's geothermal. See, he ended up on a continent split. He did, and he does have fish tiles, geothermals in the capital. Quite added addition to his campuses over here. He's probably gonna pick up that God of the Sea, isn't he?
Yeah, sure. I mean, as Indo, you spawn with the wee fish, you pretty much always go build it first and just pick up God of the Sea and have the snowball going. And of course, it's even though if you don't spawn with God of the Sea, like usually you just pick it for deny purposes, right? Because there's always one guy getting the 10 faith that feeling lucky.
I know, right? You don't know what's gonna happen on your allies over there, or your opponents, I guess. Opponents. Yeah. Well, he did go builder first.
Yeah, God of the Sea is usually the most contested pantheon on any naval map, right?
Yep. Well, I do see he's moving to improve that fish time, and I do think he did well going for it. He's gonna get quite an increased tempo over here, especially with the 1-3 forest that he's gonna get to work. Quite good. On Gorgo, let's see. Sparta is also gonna have a lot of land to settle. Again, probably gonna wanna stay away from the coast. We do have Damori on the other side of that coast of his, and I don't think he wants to fight England on the seas with Gorgo. Is this gonna be one of those? Oh, I'm gonna seem to culture victory here because he doesn't have a target. Jack
It's
doesn't
Jack.
have a target. Well, yeah,
I
but
mean, from the position in Gorgo, sure, he could go for it, but I don't think that Jack will ever sim for culture victory.
what is he gonna do? Sim to tanks that die in the water?
No, he is just gonna settle coastal and try to kill someone, as Jack always does. I mean,
Well,
don't
let's
get
see.
me wrong, he's pretty good at it, but I kind of feel like Jack kind of sometimes misses an opportunity for just simming and win on the long term. But this guy really likes to fight. Let's put it this way.
Yeah, he is confrontational. Let's say that. Well, we do have, of course, him with a few possibilities to go for the coast with a good series. I do want to say that there are better series going inland, so I'm actually curious what he's gonna choose here. Maybe his team is actually gonna tell him, no, Jack, just stay over there. Don't do it, Jack. Don't do it. Okay, let's see continent split on Spain. He does have one. I see GodGamer is gonna get this whole southern continent to settle on, and we got a remap. Okay, so maybe they're gonna try to remap until Jack gets a target.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe Jack would have proved me completely wrong and went for culture victory turn 60 on this. I kind of doubt it. I mean, I can only reinforce. I don't mean this in any negative sense or stuff like this. Like, I mean,
No,
it's
it's all good. It's all good. We know Jack.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
we
mean,
know Jack. Everybody knows Jack.
I know that he's capable of stuff. He just doesn't like to do it, right? Like, they have profiles.
Yeah. Yeah. It's all good, man. It's all good. Okay, so we're gonna need to wait for the remap over here. I do believe we're gonna have a lot of coastal fights. Whatever happens, whatever map comes into view over here in the next few seconds, we're still gonna have some sort of naval fight. With continents and islands, it's extremely hard to avoid this.
Yeah, definitely. Like, and I would actually argue that continents and islands is a lot more seaflood heavy than seven seas, for example.
Yeah.
Because it's usually a one connected ocean, and you're pretty much never safe, like unless you spawn like this and the continents stretch top to bottom. So yes, it's isolated sea, but either way, like they will always clash sooner or later.
I do see this western continent is very big. I'm trying to figure out if we're gonna have other island spawns, but first I want to see, just jump around the map over here to see the locations. In the middle we do have Spain. This time he doesn't have a continent split, and let's see, he has an ally. He has England over here to the northwest, which honestly it's not the biggest matchup of them all. Spain can fight quite well against England, especially after he gets mercenaries.
Actually, Spain has really good cities.
Yeah.
It's not a lot, but it's huge. Like.
And he has Eleanor to trade with on another continent. Look at that. They just need to discover this area. They're gonna get that. Very nice, very nice. Okay, so that's the... Oh my god, Island Russia. We got Island Russia with some sort of, what's this, Pantanal? I think it's Pantanal underneath over there. Yeah, Pantanal. Island Russia. I think he's forced to actually go coastal right now. He can't stay away from the coast, which might mean England might die. Damori is gonna be so pressured over here.
England will be busy with Spain, that's for sure.
Yeah, exactly. This is gonna be problematic for them. Okay, what do we have on the other coast? Is there anything? We got Kumasi, we got Indo, okay, Pompi.
You meant England might die. I thought you said Russia might die. So.
No, England. But I mean, it's a 2 versus 1 here. I don't think. I mean, as much as I love England, I don't think it's capable of fighting against Spain and Russia at the same time.
From what we know by now, it's even 3-1 with the other England on the same coast.
Yeah.
Australia, the other sea.
Oh, and Greece to the south. Oh my, they need to remap this.
Okay. Yeah, Damori is in trouble. Who we mapped the last map?
Who what? Who what?
Who we mapped on the last one?
I don't know who we met.
We
Oh.
mapped.
Oh,
the
remap.
remap.
Who remapped? Okay.
Sorry.
It was ULIS.
It was ULIS, okay.
Yeah. That's why I was laughing. They remapping until Jack gets a target.
Yeah. Oh.
I don't know. Oh, I do like Indonesia spawn, but I don't like it as much as to keep it, honestly. I guess he does have a 2-2 base, good harbor and so on. I still don't like his chances of taking on everybody else.
To be honest, you don't want to work pearls ever. And you don't have a refish, like... I mean, I guess he has a +4 campus second wing, that's okay, but like... Nah.
Yeah.
Like, other than the 3-2 banana, he only has one hill, like... Oh, honestly, this capital is not very good.
So we might actually see a remap here quite quickly, okay? Well, we do have Australia on the east.
Also no pages and floodplains for Australia, and floodplains are minus, you know,
Appeal,
the
yeah.
appeal, yeah. And so the only spot he has breathtaking right now is rainforest. Like that's a pretty horrible Australia spawn as well, to be honest.
He should have this stone tile should actually be breathtaking. Why is it not appearing as breathtaking? This is so weird. A bug? You see the other one?
Yeah, but like I think this is BBS island. Like BBS does this all the time, and these tiles don't have a continent. Like check continent lands. I bet it doesn't have a continent.
Yeah, it doesn't.
Yeah, this is just a BBS island, which spawns for Norway, I guess. I don't know why BBS does that, but it does. It spawns these islands, and then they have no appeal. Like the game doesn't register it properly. That's the same with terraform floodplains and stuff like this. It kind of does weird stuff.
I gotta make a quick comment over here. First of all, thank you very much, Trapsakanajem, for the resub. Thank you, sir. And Assemble the Kingdom was curious about the brackets. We do have at the moment a 1-0 in this best of 3 series. We're in the quarterfinals. Sphinx did manage to get a win in the first game. This is the second game, and if ULIS wins, we're gonna take this to a third one. If Sphinx wins, they're going forward towards the semifinals. Alright, so I guess we're gonna need to wait and see if they want to remap. By bouncing around the map over here, I do believe they should remap this. Even if they don't see, they're not gonna see England spawn. Who's gonna be next to him?
Let's look at Rome. Like, I mean, England spawn by itself is also, I guess, kinda meh. Like, his 6 spawns are not that good. I mean, he has the citrus expand, I guess.
Yeah, this is gonna be good. No, he has good ones. He has good ones. I'm more worried about his positioning between all of the enemy civilizations. This is gonna be an extremely hard one to keep.
He will not meet Gorgo, I think.
Yeah, he doesn't know.
Maybe Rome will meet Gorgo and will tell his ally.
Yeah. They should. Rome is over here to the west of Gorgo. Well, I guess Rome can definitely pressure Gorgo. Yeah, there we go. They just met each other. They saw each other. The meetup of the year over here. Bam. dISTORIA scout. They know. Right. Olive Settle +8 campus. Where's... Oh, this one? Oh, yeah. Right. Oh, Olive Settle +8 campus.
Yeah, sure, but it's a +8 campus on a stone. Like, I mean, you don't want to wait for Masonry to place a campus in your first expand. Like.
Well, you gotta do what you gotta do, bro. You know?
Yeah, of course, but I mean, everything is possible. But
yes.
like, you have to take tempo into consideration when you wait a spawn. And like in my books, this Australia spawn is pretty bad.
Yeah. I do agree. I do agree. It's not that great. What he does have great for him is he's gonna have a lot of cities to settle, and I do like the fact that he does have the extra production coming up from the sheep tiles. Three of these pastures will get improved here, but other than that, I can't say this is amazing. And of course, so much rainforest next to
Circles Australia. Maybe. not chopping the stone. I don't know. As being said, I don't like the Australians.
Yeah, stone circles. Yeah, stone circles. Kick. We'll see. We're just a few seconds away from seeing the truth over here. We turn 8, and like I said, if they do have this time the courage to actually take on this map, we might see this. We might see a third game tomorrow. So we'll see what happens. I also want to point out Lege did go on the coast over here. He went non-fresh water, but he does have a +3 harbor. Interesting that he didn't go actually for the other one over here on the east side for a +4, but sure. Whatever happens. So they're gonna think about it. They didn't see that much. They didn't declare war to each other. You can see actually on the minimap how much they see of the land over here. They really don't see anything, and they can't trade coastally. This actually might be a thing. This might be a problem. They cannot trade coastally at all. Yeah, there we go. Yes, have it.
That's another problem added to the list. Yeah, good. Definitely a good remap from Sphinx. This map was not very favorable for them.
It's I think Jacob is right, by the way. It's a +7. I didn't do the math, but it should be +3 from the breathtaking appeal extra and the +4. So
yeah, it's +7, right?
Yeah.
Like someone just said +8. Like, whatever. It's a good campus.
Yeah, it's a good campus. Oh man.
So both remix taken, so we gotta see the map we gotta play, unless it's another technical, right?
Yes, exactly. This is gonna be the map.
Colo enjoying the remap simulator? Let's go.
Give me a second. I have to send a message here. See if Joe versus BTS is starting, and they were asking questions. Give me a second.
I mean, I would love to be a filler, but unfortunately I don't have too much to talk about since we are remapping right now, so...
yeah, it's all good, What can I say? It's the waiting that kills us. You know? It's fine. We do have the third map on the continents and islands. I do want to see if this time we're actually going to get a much more packed situation over here. They were kind of spread apart last time, so I want to see if this is going to be... ideally, we would want to see something like... 2 versus 2 or 4 versus 4, 2 versus 2 versus 2 versus 2, I guess, and a 4 versus 4. Three situations with 3 versus 1 are not ideal for anybody. It's gonna be, the one that manages to keep on his land, he's gonna be the one winning.
Well, is this... No, it's not technical.
No,
okay.
No technical, but this time Australia has much better land.
Australia and Vicky, they're on the same team.
Yes.
Yeah, so they can sim and make a lot of gold.
Yeah. No, I guess. Yeah. Australia doesn't have horses from what I can see. Let's open up the map here. Oh, he does. Never mind. He does have 2 cattle tile and a horse tile to the west side. That's good. And this time definitely a lot better appeal over here on his side. Good city to the south. Unfortunately, he's gonna need to make a choice over here. Probably gonna go for the 1-2 to settle that campus. I wouldn't actually go for the coast here. I would just put the harbor outside and that's it. Or maybe, put it next to the other ones. Oh well. I wanna see ULIS. Oh my god, SandroGames. He dropped from a... Oh no. from a bucket into a, oh no, from a lake into a well.
Wait, is there someone on the left side?
No, or maybe Russia. Yeah, he does have Russia. I guess they will get to trade at some point.
Kabul is coastal?
Granada and
Oh
Gaza.
no, they are both one tile long. Like I would have said, like he has sweep, pretty good cities on the island, to be honest. Like if you have some coastal resources and Plains Hills, it's gonna be a good city.
Yeah.
If he could have killed a CS on the other island, he would have been fine. This way he will be kind of slow, but I think he can be okay. Like going 3 cities and was shipbuilding.
Yeah, it looks like also Spain is gonna have a rough one, but it doesn't look like it's gonna be a technical. He
Wait,
can
why
settle.
not? It's 5 tiles, right? Like he can
No,
only
it's not 5 tiles. It's 2 cities before shipbuilding. That's only the CPL rule, 5 tiles.
Oh, okay, I confused that. My bad.
Then also,
So-
even with the 5 tiles, he can still settle 2 cities. One over here on the horse tile and one over here. It doesn't mention you the speed that you get.
How is it? Wait, actually, the other expand on the 2-2 is pretty godlike, like double banana and sub hills.
Yeah. Well, we're gonna see. He doesn't. Oh, well, I guess shipbuilding he's gonna have.
It's Gorgo above him, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So does he have someone to trade? No, he
Zero
does
miss is
not.
100% bully. What was this? I don't get. Whatever. One of those no, brain quotes over her, I guess. Okay, Indonesia refish again. Dies.
And
Oh my
dies,
god, 2
just to be
dice
sure.
times. Oh,
Just to be sure he gets first blood, yeah.
yeah. Well, this is gonna be weird. Oh well, it's fine. He's still gonna go for God of the Sea anyway. But this time at
So
least he's gonna guarantee it.
no. Well, actually,
Good
they
land,
are-
good land.
So wait, this is Lege and England on the left continent, right?
Yes.
Then there's Gorgo in Spain. So, this actually
Where is Rome?
looks rough
Here.
for ULIS from map positioning.
Yeah. Well, I gotta say this is gonna be good with Russia having his own little island, big island. This is an extremely big island. Unfortunately, it's full of desert. Like a quarter of it is like desert. Not really ideal land to settle in, even with Russia. I guess feed the world is gonna be a must here. Otherwise, he's gonna end up with no food.
Actually, he's pretty flat tundra, right? Maybe he even goes Dance of Aurora here.
He could.
I only
Definitely
see
could.
2 camps.
But what would you pick here? Dance of the Aurora or Desert Folklore?
Like I think he like on the hill under the sheep he has +5 and can make an easy Gov Plaza setup around it. Like there's so much flat tundra to the right there. Like he can just place 3 or 4 cities around the Gov Plaza with like +5 or even +6 holy sets there. I think Dance of Aurora is pretty good here.
Oh, definitely. With so much flat tundra around, it's definitely good. But I'm just making that joke to how much desert there is. You can still get the faith from the tundra, right? But you can't get the faith from the desert at all, like anything.
Oh, I see. Fin is pointing out that we don't even need to bother. Leash knows what to do here.
Oh, definitely.
Okay.
Yeah, we know. But anyway, we're just trying to get the ideas out. You know, we see the different options. I'm pretty sure he's also probably gonna kill city state at some point. Not sure if it's gonna be Hattusa and Gazargama or Granada, but he's still gonna do it. London here, SandroGames. I think he just found out he's gonna be on his own little island. He does have a good second settle on the diamond tile, and he's gonna have another city over here somewhere.
Oh, I really hope that he sims this out correctly, because it looks like right now he's working 2 1-3s.
Yeah.
Which can cause a lot of trouble.
I think he just wants to get that settled as soon as possible, but I agree. He's gonna lose a population and then need to regrow. Oh well. Hello, Big Z. Good evening, sir. Also, Finarfin. Guten Abend. Is Finarfin gonna join us at the land? What do you think, Justice? Is he gonna show up there?
I mean, I don't know. Like, unfortunately, I can't even tell if I'm there. Like, I would really like to, but you know, work.
Yeah, yeah.
I can pretty much just a couple of days before decide if I can go.
Oh, that close? Oh my god, that's okay. That's gonna be a close one. Yeah,
Wait, what?
Sandro's Spawn is the worst without being a technical remap. Yeah, I know. It happens. It's I gotta say, this is the risk you take by going on a continents and islands map. The same can be said about, for example, Primordial or Tilted Axis or other maps like this. It's just so high of a chance of ending up on one of these little islands.
Yeah, like I just took a closer look. Like he needed like 2 or 3 fish more, and that would have been fine. Like as being said, plain hills with some fish is pretty much just makes a good city, but
Yep.
he kind of lacks a bit of food, I guess, on the right places.
Well, I gotta say, let's actually talk a bit about every spawn, and then we're gonna put up that prediction. On St. Petersburg, we do have an iron tile to the east side. Of course, no horses, but in the capital, but he does have one in the south over here. We're gonna need to see what he's gonna pick as a pantheon. He did go for the West Lavra, and this would be only a +3 extra from the Dance of the Aurora. I'm not sure if he wants to go Dance of the Aurora. Let's see. He can, but I'm not sure he will. In the Australian land, we already got him with God of Open Sky. He got a free relic earlier, and he's already generating some extra culture with the extra production from the pastures. Oh my god, this is amazing start for Australia, by the way. First city is just booming. He is gonna also have a lot of land to settle north and east. Does have access to horses, iron tile, quite close to his capital. He's gonna be fine here. We got Rome with an iron tile 3 tiles away, kind of far away. We got a horse tile also to the south. He's gonna be quite inland, and it looks like he just stole a builder from Preslav. That's a 2-charge builder. He's gonna get it back safely into his land and improve some of his tiles. He's on the Spice Continent, and this is actually gonna be amazing for him, by the way. So much food and production coming up on these tiles. Geothermals on a continent split.
These noob city states never learn, right? They like every game they get their builder and stuff stolen and pillaged, and still they don't protect.
I know, right? Unbelievable. Yeah. On London, we do have him going, of course, for the diamond settle over here to the south. He does have iron tile, but I don't see horses anywhere. I guess it's fine. They're gonna prioritize getting those galleys out rather than classical units anyways, and we're gonna need to see what and how fast they're gonna get those. Indonesia has already God of the Sea. He did spawn with 2 dice tiles next to his city center. Does have fresh water, and I do see an iron tile over here to the southwest. Horses are kind of far away, 4 tiles out, but he can definitely settle for them. Now going for the south settle, I'm actually curious, where is he gonna settle on? The T tile, or maybe more to the south? I'm not sure. I don't think the corner over here would be a good choice for him. That actually feels like it's gonna be a good choice for campus. Anyway, Gorgo. We do have him with horses to the east side, 2-3 deer tiles. I do see he has an iron tile northeast and a lot of land to settle to the west in the mountains. Actually, this is going to be quite dangerous for Pompi Indonesia. He's going to have an issue defending against Gorgo later on in the game. Not now, but later on in the game, this is going to be an issue. We might need to see Rome try to get the cities up there and get some defensive units against Greece over here. Take away that attention from him. We do have also GodGamer getting his city here. He did find out, of course, that he's gonna get to see he's gonna get to settle the cities here, and is starting to scout his choices. We do have him. Yeah, sorry.
I'm just wondering that he's going for the citrus. Like that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Like, I mean, yeah, it's questionable, but like I think I would have liked to settle better and then follow up with the cattle settle on the left. But yeah, we will see.
Yep.
I'm just yeah, I'm just looking at the decisions these player make and just
Yep.
wondering.
For sure. That's our job. We
Yeah,
don't
yeah,
have,
sure. And I just realized that I was like more wumbling to myself. I would have decided differently, you know. Then and then it popped into me. Oh, okay, I'm on stream. Maybe I should not be like that.
Yeah, for sure. I do want to point out, did you see this? I didn't see this. This is a geothermal underneath him. Yes, it is a geothermal fissure. So he has a
Yeah,
plus
LV
6
push.
campus. He just needs to chop that stone.
Yeah, of course. Like, I mean, Madrid is definitely big, and the hustle worth going for the citrus is maybe worth. We will have to see. But like the biggest issue right here is that Spain doesn't have a transcontinental trade route, right?
Yeah.
Like
I
he
guess
cannot
he.
trade to Gorgo.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Auckland actually.
Yeah, he might get some. I mean, he just needs shipbuilding, and he might get some another city over here on the cattle tile. It's definitely not gonna be ideal from the beginning, but we'll see.
By the way, as we talk about Auckland, let's take a look at the city states.
Yep. Namadol, Vilnius coming up for the culture. We got Tengazargamu, Preslav, Granada, Akkad, Valletta, and Lahore for the military.
6 cities.
Man,
Wow, these guys want to fight.
the game knows. The game knows.
Nanmadol and Auckland, and then 6 military city states. This is insanity, honestly. Wow, that's just wow. Where's
Yeah, it is.
Nanmadol? Oh, Nanmadol is actually on
So
the island
here-
with Mickey and Australia. Oh no, never mind. Oh, it's
No,
inland
it's
as
here.
well.
Yeah, it's inland over here next to Ostia.
That's actually very interesting. That the two godlike city-states for navals are actually both inland. So it's pretty much only gonna be like Auckland is as safe as it can be, right? While Nanmadol can be under threat of Rome, just to be killed if the other team wins the control of it.
Yeah, for sure.
That's very interesting.
I'm actually quite sure Spain will probably settle this island at some point. Auckland Island. He has quite a few coastal cities here, and that's a good expand for him. One city that we didn't talk about, one settle that we didn't talk about, is England. This is Victoria, and I do see him benefiting from a +3 harbor. No amazing campus here. I guess he does have a +2, but that's it. And by the looks of it, he's gonna have good tiles to work. The 2-2s, the 3-2 fur tiles. He has ivory here, trying to get another settle. It's probably gonna be on the banana to the north. And by the looks of it, he's gonna struggle to get a lot of cities out, just like Spain will struggle. So I guess each team will have a bit of a problem civilization to work with.
Well, I mean, as Boris is pointing out, it's not like the Spain spawn is bad or something by any means. Like, he has a really big cap and he has a citrus expand. Like, it's a bit slow and he doesn't have a split to trade to, but like,
Yeah, it
everything
works.
that means is, okay, Spain is not giga busted, but like, he has to trade as everyone else, right?
Yeah. Oh wow! Actually, even its normal trades are much better than the everyone else's. Oh no! What am I gonna do with extra production and extra gold? You know.
Yeah. Like, I mean, like,
We don't.
the extra phase won't help him too much in this, and it's like, nice to have, but nothing game breaking.
There is a big question over here. Why did Madrid put the campus over here to the east side instead of going for the stone? I'm thinking it's all about the tempo here. He just didn't want to wait until masonry to either chop the stone or put it on the stone. If you do have some of these resources that require you technologies to harvest them, you can't put them. You can't put the districts down on them. Also, we got a call over here for a prediction.
Yeah, definitely. Like as I pointed out in the last game with the Australia campuses, like if you want to open up with a campus and just I'm actually a bit surprised about Spain because I kind of expected him to open up with a harbor, but then again he doesn't have good harbors. It's only +2 each.
Yeah.
So yeah. Oh, but if you want to open up with a campus, you simply cannot wait for masonry.
Okay, so for anybody that's joining us in the past 10 minutes, I do want to say that we do have ULIS going against Sphinx. This is the second game in the quarterfinals of the CWC Season 6. We do have Sphinx leading the way in this best of 3 series with 1 point. They did manage to win the first game with an awesome play on the Highlands. We're going to need to see what's going to happen, of course, today on the continents and islands. We do have an interesting situation here with Russia getting so much land to settle, and I'm actually surprised. Okay, it's fine actually, he can go a few settles over there to the north. Dance of the Aurora as a Pantheon, you called it, he did it, and there we go, we got Lege over here getting it.
Oh really? Like
Yeah, he did
I'm
it.
wondering about the holy set placement then, but
He must have something in his mind, how he's gonna
sure,
play that
like
afterwards, maybe.
yeah, what I would have thought is that he opens up with holy set from cap on the 1-1 hill below the sheep, then from the second city just above, and then have another one maybe on the island tile, and they would have been all like it's +5, +5, +6, and they are all 3 adjacent to each other for Gav
Yeah.
setup. But
We got a
yeah.
big question for you, Justice.
For
Do you
me?
have, yes, for you, specifically for you, do you
Okay.
have your hat on?
What do I have my hat on? Oh, I see, yeah, cause yours. Mm, yeah. I'm not wearing too many hats. I'm sorry that I have to disappoint. But
A cap, maybe?
I'm not.
Beret? No?
No, I'm not a big hat wearer. Sorry.
Okay. It happens. Nothing on the head, even if it's snowing?
I mean, I kind of like to. Like if it's cold, I'm just putting out the beanies, you know.
Oh, beanies. Okay, yeah. That works.
Yeah,
Maybe
sure.
a ushanka, with the flappy ears.
No,
No?
just stock standard beanies. No flappy ear. No. Like I don't know how to call it in English. Like when you have like an extra stuff on top of it. Like you know how's it called?
A tinfoil hat. Let's go. Tinfoil hat.
It's a bobble hat, says the translator. Do you know what this is?
No.
Yeah.
Oh, I see it. Yeah. With
Yeah,
the,
like
I know
when
what-
there's a bubble on top of it, and no, I don't take stuff like this. Just a plain beanie to make sure my head is warm. But other than that, I don't wear hats.
Bommelmütze, that's how it's called, Bommelmütze.
Yeah, in German it's Bobbelmütze or Pudelmütze.
Okay, that's cool. No, well, let's see what players went for over here. It looks like Greece is getting menacingly close to Mahapahit with quite a few units. We do have defensive slingers. Campus coming out from Mahapahit, Surabaya. I'm still a bit curious why he went for Surabaya here on the corner, but sure, I mean, if it works, it works. Getting his campus on a +1, he's gonna get a harbor. I'm pretty sure he's gonna want to get actually, wait a second, I'm not so sure he wants to get his government plaza here. There are a few oh well, I guess this, yeah, he I'm not sure. I'm actually curious, where do you think he's gonna want to put his government plaza? It's here, or he wants to put it over here somewhere, or where do you think he wants to put it?
I think where I first put it, because like usually people not caring about too much about like perfect adjacency in these kind of games, so they just put it to give some adjacency to the districts they open up with.
Well, he didn't really open up with harbors, and by the looks of it, he just got the campuses next to the.
With the campus, like I just think he wants to slap it down close to.
To anything. Okay, doesn't matter.
Yeah, well, I mean, maybe he will just put it on the 2 and like they have a harbor and the campus or stuff like this. I wouldn't be surprised, to be honest.
Yeah. Well, we do have another pantheon here. England, Eleanor went for God of War and Plunder. He's definitely gonna try to contest those admirals, and we're gonna need to see how many he's gonna get. At the moment, he doesn't have any harbor out, so he's not generating the points, but it shouldn't be that far away. There we go. Celestial Navigation coming up next turn. We do have 2 nations going for horseback riding. Jack and Lege are both going horseback riding. Do you think Lege actually really wants to kill Hattusa early? Why is he rushing horseback riding? Doesn't really make sense here.
Yeah, but like on faces, it's not too uncommon to just click on horseback after you take the astrology, just because you like if you're not that decided yet what you kind of need to go for, you just don't want to unlock and districts to have the discounts. So it's pretty common to just click on horseback after astrology just to avoid unlocking districts.
Yeah, that might be true. It's gonna take a while until he's gonna go through that tech anyway.
I mean, sorry, but I do know Leash is definitely a district discount enjoyer. So.
Oh, I can't believe it! GodGamer actually got a builder from England. What is this? The builder he had roaming around? No, I think he got it from England. Look at this builder. Wow. Okay.
Oh, that's unfortunate, I guess.
Yeah.
Probably wanted to improve the purse and stuff. Actually, England doesn't have like now it's a hustle for England to get Celestial. Like Australia will not boost it for him. Indo will probably boost it, right?
Yeah, Indo is going there. Astrology in 2, a state workforce.
Yeah, but it's still the problem with the timing. Like if you look at it, Damori is on Celestial right now. And
Yeah.
he doesn't have the boost, right?
Yeah, for sure. He's a lower. Oh, they just bought him a
There's
builder.
still a big delay. Yeah, okay. So now now the team is forced to buy it because it would be a too big delay to wait for another one. That's actually pretty big.
Yeah,
That's what I'm
for
trying
sure.
to say.
Yeah, he's getting. But you know, another thing that happened here, GodGamer just gave up his position. He did force 100+ gold buy from Birmingham over here, but at the same time, England is aware he's gonna need to defend against Spanish boats. We're gonna need to see how many he's gonna go for. There is another galley here going in the south, and looking at his pantheon, he went God of Craftsman. He's getting that he's gonna get the extra production from horses and iron tiles, or I guess he's oh my god, even the coal tiles. Look at these 2 coal tiles in the capital here. Very nice. Royal Navy Dockyards coming off from his cities. Like you said, really needed this. Really needed the boost over there. He instantly unlocked Celestial Navigation right after the crab.
Yep. This is why the builder steal was really big.
Yep. Well, we do have Australia putting down his own campuses. Let's see what he does. Oh my god, +5 here. He has another +3. Newcastle didn't put one down. Doesn't he have good ones? I guess the stone tile, but that's masonry, so a bit of a problem.
By the way, I just want to point out what
Yes.
just happened, because I think it's very interesting.
Yes.
As we were talking about the builder situation, we saw
Yes.
Pompi switching to astrology, and then they were discussing, and now he switched back to Bongsworking because he doesn't need to boost. Because Damori was saying, I need to boost. Indonesia, can you do it? And he was like, I can do it in so much turns. And then they discussed, okay, that's too slow. What else we can do? We can buy a builder. Like I think this is just a very good example of team communication happening.
For sure, that's a good catch over there, and of course Indonesia here does have a pressure on him. JackTheRipper with Gorgo coming up quite close to him, and we're gonna need to see if Greece over here is gonna try to get horses and go at him. We do have horseback riding coming up next turn from Jack. He does have builders out, went for Magnus internals or Magnus in the capital. He does have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 chops if he wants, 6, 7, 8, 9 chops. 10 chops if he wants to. A lot of horses can be outputted. Did he improve his horses? Yes, he did. Okay, he does have horses on the east side. Usually when players do want to take it slow, I guess we do see them getting the settlers out and then going for encampments. So we're going to need to see if this is going to be a quick attack or is just going to try to overwhelm Indonesia later. Usually it's also kind of hard to actually overwhelm Indonesia because he gets the tech quite fast. Is 11 science, 9 culture, plugging in Moksha next turn in Mahapahit. This is going to be a good spawn, a relatively good spawn for Indonesia. He can keep on expanding to the south with no problems. He also doesn't know about England. They're not directly connected by shallow water, so they don't know what's happening here.
Yes. So, like, what I would kind of expect is Australia is just figuring he can sim away and go for a lot of cities and have big stats, while they assume Vicky is gonna fight against Spain.
Yeah.
And England and England, like the Eleanor England, Sandro is probably telling Jack, okay, you well this guy, and then I can kill him on caravels or something like this.
Wait, somebody just snatched Temple of Artemis from Russia. It was dISTORIA with Rome managing to snatch that wonder from Russia.
It's actually a pretty good one.
Yeah.
I saw at least 6.
Yeah, we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, 6,
Yes,
7.
the kettle, 2 kettles on the right. No, it's only one.
Only
kettle.
Only one. Yeah, 7.
Okay, 7. Yeah, I mean 7.
Oh, and 9 with the coffee. If you take that into account, it's a plantation, right? It works.
Yeah, yeah, sure. Yeah, okay. So it's a 7. 7 Artemis is pretty good.
Yeah, very nice, very nice.
And like, I mean, I think like, was Lege even building it? Yeah, I only saw 2D on him.
Well, now he's tutoring a settler because of that rollover production. I do see he did go for the deer tiles over here to upgrade. He did get a religion, by the way. Let's see. It's feed the world with lay ministry. Automatic need for the feed the world over there. Extra food all over the place.
Yeah, I mean, you got tundra and desert. Of course, you need to go feed here.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, I mean, you usually always go for feed on Russia anyway, but like on this one especially, not going feed would have been like.
Can you imagine blizzard in the desert? How does this work, bro? Significant blizzard in the desert. Oh my god, can you imagine if Russia gets hit by blizzard, then Habub comes and does some damage as well? What is this gonna be like?
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know, like, to be honest, I don't really want to find out, but like, as humanity is doing right now, we may find out. But
yeah, we'll see what happens.
That's another topic.
Yeah, exact. Tundra Habub next. We do have Spain over here with more settlers. I'm actually curious if he went shipbuilding right afterwards. He is not. He's going archery. SandroGames is going to open up with shipbuilding because that's literally his only choice to get more cities here. So I guess he is going to try to settle a few cities on Russia's territory. Maybe get some in the south. He started discovering the land, and Pompi did find out about England. He knows approximately where he is. He found a galley over here, so he knows that on the west side he needs to be careful on the coast.
Actually, unfortunately, like, the coast left of Sandro is pretty horrible, to be honest. Like, I don't even know he wants to settle this.
One city just here, just one city. You get a +4 harbor, you get 1 to 4 tiles, an extra amenity, quite a few heals to work and so on. But I guess it's gonna take a while until you get everything done. Even at come on, you get a Temenanki. Who ever thought England is gonna get the Temenanki, right?
Yeah, it's gonna be hard for Sandro to
Yes.
keep up his stats in this game.
But didn't he say that he has the biggest brain of them all? We're gonna need to see SandroGames big brain this. Five brain this.
I don't know. Like, biggest brain is pretty popular on ULIS, I think, because like GodGamer is openly announcing that he is the biggest anyway. Like in pretty much in every concern, right? And like Jack is usually the biggest as well. Others say that Lege is the biggest, and yeah, Sandro tries to compete to be the biggest.
So there's a lot of competition over there for
they only have big brains on the team, right? if you ask them, at least.
Okay, well that's good. That means we're gonna have a lot of competition over here. Who's gonna be the biggest? And
Definitely.
I believe on Sphinx we do have a lot of very good players also. So there is a lot to take in from this game. We got Rome, Cedric more cities. We do have him, of course, starting the good old Roman way, just getting as many cities out as possible, benefiting from that extra culture from the free monuments and the roads.
Why would you wait? I guess that's
what
fine.
happened. Do it. What happened?
I was just wondering about the positioning of Ravenna, because I would have expected a honey settle to the north, but I guess it doesn't have that good tiles. Well, I mean, he has a 1-3 and a 2-2 to work on the honey, but he really wants to port his spices. But
I'm
I
actually
think the
curious
honey
why he
settle
didn't settle
would have
this
been better.
city. Like,
And yeah, I think the honey settle and the other one you just pointed out would have been way better. But, whatever.
I guess he has a plan. I'm pretty sure he has some sort of a plan over here. I'm curious if anybody's gonna rush Colosseum, if anybody's gonna rush, I would say, the entertainment complexes on this map. It's not gonna be that easy, and it is definitely gonna be a sacrifice, but a good sacrifice to get an increased tempo.
Rome does have Magnus cap.
He does.
Oh,
Yeah, he
maybe.
does. I was thinking maybe entertainment complex on the uranium tile. Then you get over here, you get the Colosseum. It works on all cities.
I think
One,
positionally, like
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
like Gorgo is kind of supposed to be, I guess, or maybe Russia. Like, does Russia have good jobs?
Let's see. Well, like I was saying, on Greece, we do have him like with 7, 8 chops over here. That's gonna be good for him. On Russia, no, I would say. I guess he does have some here, but it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 3 of them are 5, 6, 7 actually, but only 3 of them are actually heals, so you don't really want to mess up those other ones.
I would just be really surprised if any of the naval civs goes for Colosseum.
I know, right?
Actually, Australia could maybe.
Australia
Like,
might.
he has the setup for it, but no, he has too many hills. I don't think he can place a good Colosseum.
Well, I gotta say, we got Chuck, Games and Rec 1 turn. Then we got GodGamer, Games and Rec 3 turns. And it looks like nobody... well, I guess Damori is gonna go Games and Rec, but Damori on England, I'm pretty sure he's not gonna go Colosseum here. Yeah,
but
sure.
I mean, this means nothing. Like, you just take Games and Rec to get to defensive tactics and
yeah,
military training, right? So
yeah,
like,
yeah.
Chuck's just gonna boost it. I don't think this means anything.
Yep, I did hear the new one today. Not sure if you saw our how to say our screenshots channel in CPL.
The screenshots on CPL.
Yes,
What
I
happened?
want to see your opinion on it. Let me actually take a look over here. I'm gonna copy paste a message so you can start reading from that line over there, and then you can scroll down and tell me what do you think.
What the fuck is this river? Wait, what? You mean all the text?
Yeah, just what happened. Yeah, just what was said over there. The statements. What do you think of the statements? Hello, Monkey Wazaro, good evening, sir. We got Ox Daniel, good evening, good evening. Hello there, sir. Build more units. Big brains could be going. Yeah, they might. I don't know, man. There's a good chance they can big brain this. Definitely. We're going to need to check it out.
Okay, so I just went over it, and like what I read out of this is people are arguing if Civ is even suitable for teamers. Do I get this right?
Yes. Well, everybody's playing teamers. People are agreeing.
Yeah, well, I mean, I don't know. Do you really want me to comment on this?
I don't know. Do you?
Let's just put it this way: people will always have opinions, right? Like, some opinions tend to just ignore arguments, other just rate them differently, which is completely fine, right? But yeah, I mean, even like, let's say even if they are 100% right and Civ is like completely not suited for teamers, like if people having fun playing teamers, who cares?
I know. Right?
This is the point I don't understand. But, like, I mean, it's obvious, right? These guys enjoy playing teamers, and we guys enjoy watching them play teamers. So, what's the problem?
Yeah, that is a good point. I couldn't have said it better myself. Well, we do have Indonesia over here going for its audience chain, but I do like how Pompi played this. He was like, you know what? I know you're gonna come at me at some point, so I'm just gonna put a city in your face to get some positioning. And he got the city of Ternate over here to open up a defensive screen. He's getting an encampment from that city center, and he did get the 2 archers to help him defend.
That's actually a beautiful position. Yeah, I like it.
Yeah, I like it as well.
That's pretty much the perfect Victor city.
He did go for the Gavron Plaza. Okay, now we found out what he's doing. So he got the Gavron Plaza. Yes.
This is what I was saying earlier. Wouldn't be surprised if they just slapped it there. He will probably put the harbor from the top city.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah.
And then just be done with it.
Yeah, that's gonna be what 1, 2, 3.
All the perfect simmer will cry about this. Like I'm the kind of guy who likes to put 6 districts around the Gulf Plaza as well, but I think a lot of people don't realize how much these games are actually about the tempo and not really like the result. Like these people don't look at the districts turn 100 and say, "Oh, look at me, I'm big, I have stats," right? Like every turn counts. Like if your Gulf Plaza can give you 1 more science right now, they will do it, right?
Yeah, but I guess again situational. If they need that 1 science, they will do it. If they don't need that 1 science, they will go for the later on advantages. So
yeah, this is what I'm talking about, because I feel like I'm talking to a lot of guys just saying, "Oh, this is a bad setup. Why would he do this?" But there's a good reasoning behind it. Is what I'm trying to say.
Situationally, you do get different approaches to your simming because of just how the game pushes you, your opponents, your allies, and so on and so forth. Sometimes you might be forced to go commercials when you wanted to open up with campuses because your team needs gold. Sometimes you're gonna want to go harbors because you need to contest admirals, or sometimes we've seen people go a lot of projects for encampments while they had no opponent next to them, just so they can contest those generals and take them away from their opponents, giving their allies a chance to take over their opponents' empires. Situationally, it's actually a lot of strategy going around the map. It's always fun to see this. Oh, he is chopping, but he's chopping not for Colosseum. Wait, what? He doesn't have Magnus though, so I guess I don't think any Colosseum will come over here. Let's see. Okay, there we go. We called it. Colosseum, Rome, 5 turns arena. He has the chops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 chops.
Oh, look, he can actually do it on the Nighthawk. With Artemis, he has 3 plus 4 theaters. That's actually pretty
Yeah.
good.
That's what I was saying. I guess you're watching another one or something.
What, another one?
As in, when I was pointing out, I think you're watching another stream or something. Anyway.
Oh no! I was just more thinking about if Gorgo or Washer would contest it. Like what you said felt kind of obvious to me, so I was like, yeah, sure. And,
Oh my god!
talked about other thing.
Big Brain, Oracle, Ostia City, getting 2 tons Pingala over there. These theater squares over here are going to be booming. I think he's aware that he needs to overwhelm Gorgo with his own culture, or at least keep up, and not to mention defend a possible culture victory from Russia. So
Even chopping the sheep like under the gun would be proud.
What is under the gun, by the way? How is he doing?
I think he has some internet trouble.
Oh.
Like at least the last time I catched up with him, he comes to Civ Germany a couple of times and we're talking a bit, and he just said that he has very bad internet right now, and also a lot of real-life stuff, so he doesn't really play. But by the way, he is coming to Arcadia as well.
Oh, nice! That's gonna be awesome. I do see horses coming up from both sides. Indonesia, I see Greece getting those horses up and about towards his opponent over here. No general from either of them, but Greece did put the card on for a few turns. Indonesia now getting the card on. He didn't get to finish that encampment though. That might be an issue. And of course, yeah.
Jack, like I'm just amazed that Jack just put the 4-3 turns the card, and otherwise is simming properly. First look.
Well, we do have him on 2, 4, 5 cities right now, a 6-1 soon enough, and by the looks of it, he's gonna get a 7th one from the South City. Can put
Yeah,
one,
looks like he wants to prove all the doubters like me on his simming abilities wrong.
Of Gorgo? Oh, yeah,
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I doubted that, like, at least I kind of teased if he is able to sim properly, and by the looks, he is showing off.
Well, I think he has some, I don't know how to call them, some black spots, I guess, when it comes to some civilizations that he rarely plays. He really likes to play those military ones over the simming ones. So when you put him on a simming one, for example, last time when he was on Mali, he starts to, how to say, not know exactly what to do and what the problems are of that particular civilization. How to handle them. For example, the food shortage on Mali. Yeah, maybe,
yeah, definitely. But
maybe it was just something, he really wanted to take choral music away from Falcon. That could be a thing also. I'm not sure if that's happening, but
I mean, I obviously don't know about this, but why I'm pointing out is like he has the possibility to just horses into Indo here. Like, I wouldn't think that's pretty good. Like, I wouldn't think that this is the optimal play, and he obviously realizes and takes it slowly, right?
Yeah, well, he knows he's gonna need to get a lot of cities out, and I do like how he did open up with these Acropolises and 7 cities before he got an army out. I'm not even sure he's gonna go on the offense over here. It's gonna be quite costly, but we'll see. We shall see.
Yeah, like, I don't think so. Like,
whoa.
Like from my point of view, it would be just very good if they were like that when Jack could hard build knights and they upgrade caravels for Sandro, they can just double team Indonesia, right?
Yeah.
Like,
exactly.
Indonesia can't really answer both, and dISTORIA is busy simming away. And like, I think this would be the best timing to take down Indonesia.
If he doesn't go now, it's gonna be a problem with Rome later. Definitely a problem with Rome later.
Yeah, this is why I'm saying they should go on cavalls and knights, which is roughly the same timing, right?
I don't think they know about this though. We know about this, but nothing in the stats right now from dISTORIA says, "Oh my God, big brain." But this is like in a few turns when Oracle is gonna finish, Colosseum is gonna finish. He's gonna start putting down those theater squares. He's gonna get those settlers west. That's gonna be an issue. They don't see anything from this.
Yeah, of course, but like for just from loyalty, they will know that he's there.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, they already know the scouts and
Yeah,
so.
and they see the one is popping, right? So they can just assume, okay, the story is simming away. We should kill Indonesia here. Like I mean,
Yeah.
from ULIS point of view, right?
Yeah. Oh, he's going. He's going, and I think he just lost. Jack just lost an archer by the looks of it. He had an archer coming out from Ternate, and there was another archer here that died. He should be able to take down one of the horses. An archer for a horse. I'm not so sure that's the best strategy, but oh well. We'll see.
He's just checking. He will probably just pull back. I think trading for horses for archers would be a mistake here. Like he just sees what's up. He will realize, okay, Indo's defended properly, and will just pull back and wait for later timing.
There's a bit of an issue over here with Indonesia getting the positioning on the city of Ternate. If Jack does manage to take these tiles in the forest, it's gonna be quite hard to push him out. But yeah, it's hard to push in also. You
Jack
can't.
doesn't have a general, so I cannot imagine that he really thinks that he can do serious damage there.
Yeah, he is forcing Indonesia to get units out, and that's important. He's messing up with the tempo, and that only gives SandroGames the time he needs to get cities out, to get bigger over here on the coast, and maybe smash him at caravels.
Yeah, as being said, like I think the strategy is like just caravels and knights in Indo, and then hope that they can win 4v3. Because Rome and Australia will be big, right?
For sure. He's already quite big. Actually, that's something that we need to cover here right after we watch the first moves. Oh, another archer taken down. And of course, he did lose a horse. I want to quickly check out their golden age points. Everybody is in a golden age, so let's see. Jack is pen, brush, and voice. We got Lege in monumentality golden age with 54 faith a turn. That's a very good result here, but only 10 science and 16 culture. SandroGames is free inquiry golden age 26 and 18, actually doing quite well on three cities, but now he's gonna expand. He should, I think he did already get shipbuilding. Yeah, he did. He's going buttress 5 turns. He's rushing these caravels, and this is gonna be a problem for Indonesia. We got GodGamer on pen, brush, and voice golden age, 4 cities, and yeah, there we go. He's already starting to get the cities out next to the city of Auckland. I don't see him actually acquiring Auckland yet as a city-state SUS, when he's starting to acquire some admirals. He did go, there we go. Oh, we got quite a few of them passing the admirals. England, there we go. They're passing. We got dISTORIA, pen, brush, and voice golden age, and at the moment he's 20 on 47. I think he just finished Colosseum. There we go. And he's putting down, oh my god, look at the theater squares, bro. This is unbelievable. We got a +5 here. We got a +6 over here. We got another +6 over here. Turned into a +7 next turn. Like, really, bro? Oh my god. Okay, that's happening. It's gonna be like 80 culture soon enough. We do have a check with pen, brush, and voice golden age on John Curtin. He's the one leading the way in the science and the culture. He needs to find some way, some form to actually help out England be relevant over here, and maybe take out Spain before Spain manages to get his caravel fleets. That's gonna be a good timing over here for Australia. Unfortunately, I'm not so sure he's gonna be able to. With GodGamer being on 30 and 35, that's a good result from him. Pompi is 31 and 30. science and the culture. He's defending quite well against Greece, but him being forced to go defend against Greece is going to take away from his ability to get to caravels. Shipbuilding 1 turn, you can see there's a massive difference between him and SandroGames. We got Damori, Free Inquiry Golden Age on 22 and 19. He's actually fighting right now Spain with a few galleys on the water, getting some more settlers, and he also has an incentive to go on the Auckland land over here towards the west side. I'm not so sure the land to the north is going to be good for him. He has only cliffs. Oh my god, this is actually quite problematic over here for Damori.
Who has Auckland in a model, by the way?
Auckland is SandroGames. Okay, that's one of the reasons he's getting the whales with so much production. And Naval is Chucks. That's Australia.
Wait, this guy has 2 harbors and that's it, right?
1, 2.
Okay,
yeah. But campuses, yeah. 3 harbors.
4.
3 harbors.
Yeah, okay. I guess that's fine.
No, it's good. I mean, whoever takes it away from their opponents is still good, right? You don't want to leave that.
Yeah, I mean, he has decent culture. Penbush and Namadol will do the trick for him.
For 59 science, 51 culture. That's amazing on Australia here. The tempo though usually does cause a few issues because you do need as much as possible to get the gold to upgrade those caravels, and sometimes you end up with not that much gold on your whole team. Well, this time we do have actually 29, 53, 4 and 49 gold coming up from Sphinx, doing much better than ULIS. I guess the stopper on ULIS is the fact that we got Gorgo and Peter. Peter definitely not known to getting the gold, and he opened up with holy sites instead of harbors or commercials, while Jack will never make gold here, like properly. He has...
he will. He is about to settle a coastal city and put Reina in there and then say, look, I make gold with all the Spain traders.
Well, I'm not so sure, honestly. I'm not so sure. I think actually Spain is going to trade to Auckland. Like, look how much better it is to trade to Auckland through Cordoba than to trade with your ally here, with Greece.
That's actually right. So Jake will be very sad.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, his whole team will be sad. That's the problem, right? He's only making 8 points a turn, and my point here was that it's gonna take a while until he's gonna get his commercials up, and you see he's not prioritizing them at all. And the bigger pressure coming up from Indonesia, the less incentive Greece will have to actually get that economy up.
Yeah, sure. But Washer settled the coastal for Sandro, so we can expect Sandro to get some gold soon enough.
Yeah,
I
we'll
guess
see.
he can fund caravel upgrades himself.
Can
And
he? I don't know.
even
Can
like even though they're kind of close, like you can probably make an argument that Indo is forced to go bottom 3 a bit to defend from Jack. So like Sandro is probably not rushing too hard, so he will just upgrade with mercs and try to, like, this is, like, in my opinion, this will be more of a pressure war than of an all-in like we saw yesterday from Twinder on Inland Sea, right?
Yeah, exactly. Like, you gotta be careful with that. Even yesterday, Trinda said that that wasn't all in. He wanted to do that, but the goal was just a bit of a problem there. It was a 2 versus 3 situation in that game also, so they had a lot of pressure to put up a fight over there. We'll see. I have a big question over here coming up from MadGhost15, who's asking us why Indonesia doesn't build holy sites if they benefit from being able to purchase naval units with faith. The idea, yes, you do get good benefits from getting the holy site or the faith generation going, but you have to remember the tempo to actually apply those, as in get those bows to caravels, get those bows to with mercenaries, and get the military engineering, engineering as well for the niter, for your jongs. You're gonna need a lot of science, and at the same time culture. So what Indonesia is usually doing, he's trying to go for pen, brush and voice, and as much as possible spam out those campuses for the science. So basically he's getting the science from the campuses, he's getting the culture from pen, brush and voices on each district, and he's getting some gold as well. If he would have gone for holy sites, yes, I guess choral music could have been a thing, but going for everything else and getting the gold at the same time was just impossible to get there, unless you're free sim and you have like the luxury of settling a lot of cities and using the faith pattern into monumentality. It doesn't really make sense on any civilization to start up with holy sites without going into monumentality. You have to couple those together, otherwise you're gonna spend your a district slot into a district that you don't get enough benefits from on the long term. Just leveling up his archer, he's not getting pillaged. Oh, you're talking about Indonesia over here? Yeah, he's leveling up the archer on Greece. Mr. Samo Tosman, thank you very much. Same Tosman, thank you very much for the follow, sir. Wait, you're talking about the Toz, the famous Toz? Is that the Toz from World of Tanks, the big tank? Oh my god, the big tank. Nice, that's a good one, bro. Where is... Oh, wait. I just got confused. I think that's the Tog. The Toz is actually the weapon, right? The very bad weapon. From the one, the teeny tiny weapon that shoots all over the place from my god, what is it called? Escape from Tarkov. What's with by Valletta? What's by Valletta? Oh, this one. Yeah, he's doing some defense here. Do we have some extra comments, by the way, of what I said on Indonesia? Justice?
I don't think so. Obviously there are no extra comments from the chat, but other than that, yeah, I also think it's a misconception about Indonesia. Like, even though it gets some faith from settling coastal, which is nice to have, but other than that, it doesn't really have any benefits towards holy sites. So I do understand that some people think, oh, I got some faith anyway, so I will put more faith. But as you pointed out, tempo-wise multiplayer, it's just not doable. And even on FFA, I would think playing holy sites in Indonesia is usually just suboptimal.
Yeah. Imagine if city-states focused on pillaging players. Oh my. Being bullied by city-states here. Oh no.
A couple of days ago we see GigaChat Zanzibar raising a Spanish city, right?
Yeah.
The biggest city-states. Honestly, the fun thing about city-states is it feels like 8 out of 10 times city-states just die or build walls to annoy you, right?
Yeah.
But sometimes they go just like a GigaChat move and pillage everything and waste your cities and spam units. No one can really say why they do it or what triggers them to do it, but it's just the fun part to have this kind of randomness, right?
Yeah. Hey, morning Gnocchi, thank you very much for the follow, say. Oh my god, you guys put me over 4,600 again. Yay! Let's go. Well, I'm a bit worried about Indonesia though. I have to say, I'm very worried about Indonesia, especially at the caravel timing. England, the only problem with England is the gold generation. He's probably not gonna have a lot of caravels to upgrade here with the gold he has. But other than that, if they do manage to get that gold for him, I'm pretty sure they could take out Indonesia. In the tech side, it's just gonna take so long for Pompi to go back top 3. Or is he? Does he even care? Oh, he's going. Oh, okay. So he's going full jonks here, military science, feudalism. So he's going mercenaries and niter.
Yep. Not too
Okay.
surprising.
Yeah. So do you think he's gonna try to defend with the jonks in the city centers and that's it? Totally ignoring getting caravels out? He does have a few pre-builds, but
Sure. Like, I mean, to be honest, Indonesia is kind of the best to be in a situation like this because, like, what he has here is pretty much every naval civ's nightmare, right? Like, he has one strong guy pressuring from the land,
yeah.
and another naval guy trying to pressure him from the seas. And usually the naval guy just dies because he simply can't do both at once. Even
Yeah.
if he gets all the team gold, it's not possible, just tech-wise.
For sure.
And Indonesia can just get the junks with the culture and check bottom tree anyway. So yeah, I think Indonesia is actually one of the best civs to be in the spot.
Well, we'll see if he actually manages to get what he needs. Even getting an admiral here it does look like it might be impossible. We're already at the medieval Renaissance admirals, and we got Victoria, we got Australia, we got Eleanor, we got Spain rushing with those, and it looks like they're getting a lot of projects out.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised that he went for harvest at all.
Yeah. We already had, for example, Leif Erikson and Rajendra Kola picked up, one by Spain, one by England.
Oh, England actually got Rajendra. If he can
Yeah.
get another, this will be pretty big.
Yeah. Plus, he has Gaius Duilius.
Wait, Julius is the fleet guy, right?
Yes, the fleet guy. Yes.
Yeah, so he has the fleet guy, he has the Carol guy, and the Artemisia is the experience one, I think.
Yeah. This is a problem. This is a big problem. And I do have to point out that the problem is there's too much distance between his allies that can help him to be effective in helping them. The only thing that maybe Indonesia can do over here is try to get a safety settler and put it very far south of Rome. Because honestly, let's be real about this. Rome is going to be a powerhouse in the next 50 turns. So I'm not so sure even Greece over here is going to be able to keep up with what Rome is looking at doing here.
Yeah, definitely. Like Indonesia is in a very rough spot here.
Well, we do have Rome getting his amphitheaters going, Ostia getting audience chamber. Looks like in the Great People Scream, Rome is already doing 10.3 great writer points a turn. We do have him getting some great artists and some great musicians. He needs to get these merchants though. He's the only one getting some merchant points. And of course, Ostia does this his 10th pop, I believe, to get the merchants. Or is this from... No, this is Ostia. Oh yeah, that is from Ostia. So he's going for it. He doesn't have campuses here. That's the one he's missing.
He's also just getting his audience right now. This is usually the price you pay for building the wonders. He probably just stuck an autocracy to build all these wonders and builds a late audience.
That's a good one. Let's see. He's in Classical Republic.
Yeah, sure. No, I mean the turns before he probably just stuck an autocracy and for building Colosseum, Oracle, and Temple. I think this is beautiful simming what Disto does here.
40 production city on Ostia, by the way. This should be what, +6 happiness. He's getting all of those big boosts from the extra happiness, starting to get the writers in, and trying to get as much culture as possible. Already 68 culture return, 23 science only though. This is gonna be an issue, and I do believe now that he got audience chamber, he's gonna grow a little bit faster in the cities. Definitely needed that extra food and extra housing.
Honestly, like given that Australia has the biggest science in the lobby and is probably boosting the guys who need to be boosted, I think it's good that dISTORIA has low science. Like,
Yeah, could be.
I mean,
For sure.
he doesn't need it at all, right? So he will probably just expand another round, go on 12 cities or stuff like this, and have like 200, 300 stats on like 1080.
Yep. I
And
see we have an issue though. Houston, we got a problem. GodGamer 4 turns cartography, civil service 3. He's not going mercenaries, and they just don't have the gold. 236, 230. We got Legion 108, and then Jack is just 42. This is a problem. Like these guys, GodGamer and SandroGames just can't get the gold for themselves. Compared to their opponents, we got dISTORIA 31, Chaco is 67, Pompi 17, and Damori is 66.
Oh, I actually love this. Like, Australia sent over all the galleys because he has the science, and Australia will just upgrade caravels and do the job for England. So
Yes. While England is gonna get him the gold.
yeah. I just love this.
Yeah, and look at the synchronization on this. They're both gonna open up their civics. Mercenaries 1 turn, civil service 1 turn, so they can shake hands in alliance and upgrade at the same time. Chuck, I believe, should get probably next turn. He should get the cartography as well. He probably turned it off, switched off from it. He does have a lot of pre-builds anyway. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 actually. 16, no, 15 because I already counted that. He moved it. Yeah, there we go. Look at the synchronization on these guys. Unbelievable. And 1, 1, 1.
Indo doesn't even
check
have
above.
shit.
What is above? Senja Max is telling me to check above, but I don't know what is above. Oh, wait. Stan Gavy asked a question regarding Damori, saying he is a good naval player, backed up by the fact that Ulysses says he's good. So why? That's why I'm asking. Damori is a good naval player. There's no doubt about it. Yes, Damori is a very good naval player. I'm not sure if he's the best naval player, but he's a very good one. I've seen him play focus on naval powers more than any other civilization in the game. Type of civilization in the game, I guess.
Like just to give a more general answer, like I think in a CWC semi-final you won't find a player that is not at least good at something which he plays. Like some people obviously have their specialties and excellence in some stuff, but these guys can do everything on a very high level.
Yeah, I think that at this point everybody's extremely adaptable. They can do whatever they need to do to get the win. The big question is, how do they mix their best strategies to actually get the win? Okay, so now is the big moment we've all been waiting for. Mercenaries counted on Chuck. We do have him with cartography. He does have the gold necessary. Oh my god, look at the gold. They have more than 1,000 gold on their side. They can even get the gold for Pompi to just hard upgrade whatever he needs if he needs to. Even though honestly Pompi is just going walls here. He knows he's gonna get attacked. He's just gonna delay this.
What is Pompi not on Mercs yet?
He's too far away. It's 3 turns military science, 2 turns mercenaries.
Pompi. Yeah,
Pompi.
wait, I looked at the stream, not your stream. Yeah, but that's fine. Like, yeah, just because you talked about hard upgrading, like, there's no need to, right? But he actually doesn't even have quadrillions. What? Why?
That's a good question. I'm not sure. But he's making 18 faith a turn, so I guess he can buy. There we go. He can buy a few if he needs to. 2 of them to be exact.
Yeah, like he's already building the walls. Like,
Yeah.
I think building 1 round of quadrillions and then building walls would have been smarter, but yeah, whatever, I guess.
I'm pretty sure they're extremely worried about this, even though I think he's worried for nothing. Again, the gold making the decision here. They only have maybe 700 gold between them, and SandroGames is not going to get mercenaries anytime soon. That means he's going to need to spend 180 for each of these galleys to turn into caravels. Not really the best choice that you can make. The thing is, he does have a few free ones and the core one, the fleet one. That's the big thing here. He does have Gaius Tullius, Hanno.
He also has Hanno for free carol. That's not too bad. Oh, I had the cheeky Indo galley sneaking in.
Yeah.
That's so dirty, I love it.
Okay, did they upgrade? Yeah, they upgraded.
Yeah, like by now they surely have realized that Pompi is just caught between rock and a hard place.
Yeah.
And,
I'm surprised we don't see a safety settle here. He should have gotten out of there like 10 turns ago. I don't know where he is. He needs to get out of there.
yeah, definitely. Like a safety settler, no quadrium peoples is. I'm wondering about. Like I cannot imagine that Pompi is just saying, "I'm fine, don't worry, guys." Like he should have realized by now that he's the target, right?
Yeah. Oh, chat is pointing out that Jack has no production cities, and looking at his cities, his capital is 13 production, and other cities also.
But then
11,
again,
13.
I see tons of unimproved
11.
hills. Like honestly, this is like he's just not having enough builders. He's building amphitheaters. He should build builders.
Oh well. Well, there is a sacrifice that you make when you're going wide as Jack did with 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 cities. Instead of tempoing yourself, getting 6 and then or 7, then putting another 2 more or 3 more after 10 turns, 15 turns.
Oh, sure, if you put out the settlers, but building amphitheaters instead of builders, and when you have such low production is just plain not a mistake, if you ask me.
Yeah, and Chad is asking us if 4 or 5 caravels would actually end up on Indo fast enough. They won't. They're like, I think 7 to 10 turns away from getting here to Indonesia, and Indonesia is already gonna get a caravel fleet on him. This one single caravel fleet is gonna do so much damage here.
Yeah, this is the usual Hendo fleet, and Indo's harbors will get pillaged. This is why I was wondering why he built harbors at all. Because, like, if you're saying, okay, I'm the target.
He didn't.
Right?
He stopped. It's fine.
Oh, he didn't build? Oh, okay.
No, he
so
didn't finish them.
Yeah,
Yeah,
didn't build. Yeah, okay.
He realized. I don't know why Pan and Bang is building one, but yeah, he realized probably at some point that those are just gonna be free pillages for his opponent. We do have a massive war here on Spain. By the looks of it, Spain is on cartography already. He doesn't have mercenaries. I don't think so. Let's see. Oh, he does. Okay, he does have mercenaries.
He has to have.
Yeah, so he's also gonna upgrade with how to say. I mean, this might be too big of a problem for too big of a fish for Australia to go against. Where is Australia going?
Spain?
Yeah, Spain. I mean, fleet caravels.
Yeah, I mean, this guy has 2 caravels right now, and they have no gold left. So, like, if he puts 1 fleet, he has 1 ship, and Australia has what, like 10 caravels?
Yeah.
Like, honestly, I would even say it would be a mistake if Spain fleets up here.
Where is
So
Australia going?
He has so little gold.
Where is he going though? Does he not know where Spain is?
Probably
He
not.
does.
He does? Okay. Like, I just remember that Spain took the builder from England, so they should have had a rough idea, but... I mean, he only sees the border. Maybe he assumes that there are more Spain cities on the coast. I mean, he's not that far off, right? Like, this is the nature of the hex tiles. If you move to the left or if you move to the left up, it doesn't even matter, right?
Well, I don't know. Maybe he's gonna bamboozle Spain here. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe he's just trying to be sneaky as well. Like,
Oh, there we go.
maybe
He just got a caravel outside the box here.
I think that's the dead goal.
Yeah, that's so one caravel, one galley. That's what happened here. Okay. And it's not like Spain actually has a lot of them.
Yeah, like I think it's a good thing that he tries to scout, but like just suicide the galley instead of a caravel, which he just paid for.
Bam, bam, bam. Let's see. Oh my God! Look at Chuck just taking it
Why-
out, easy peasy.
Oh, Chuck didn't move the admiral.
No.
Why would he do this?
Is this? Oh, it is Zenki. So at least he does get the Renaissance bonus. Oh! More gold spent over here, and that was all the gold they had. All the gold they had. They're not making any. Well, actually, they're losing a bit of gold on Lege. Jack is 20 gold. Can you imagine 20 gold per turn? Turn 50. We do have him trying to get commercials, but this is gonna be like tomorrow's game finishing. Pergamon 6 turns, Capital City 5 turns. Hunt is what this is not even getting it. More Acropolis from the north. Okay. Well. On the coast, though, we do have Jongs coming up from Indo, and by the looks of it, Tuban is probably gonna die next turn. Yeah, it's that city looks dead, pretty dead.
Oh, it just slams through the walls? Not bad.
Yeah, I mean it's a core, it's a fleet.
Yeah, it must have been last turn before he upgraded the junk, so the city Sphinx was on like 26.
Yeah,
I think that is when he slept 2 times.
and Palembang doesn't have walls. That city's gonna die.
Did it finish the harbor though? Is there something to pillage?
No. Well, again, oh my God, I would have loved to see. I would have loved to see a settler. I guess he knows that he might get to finish the settler in Ternate. He does have builders over here available to chop. He's gonna use that to send it to the south. They probably wanted to see who are they gonna upgrade on, and it looks like they got a bit greedy over here, choosing Indonesia over defending Spain. So Spain over here is just gonna have bigger and bigger issues. I guess he's gonna get to upgrade one caravel a turn. Yes.
This remains to be seen.
Oh, look at this one caravel fleet with the emblem promotion. This is like a Terminator here. 88 defense.
Yeah.
Where is Chuck on frigates though? He's not getting them. He's not getting frigates. He's 5 turns away from getting square digging. 2 turns exploration. That means he's gonna get the press gangs card. I guess. Do you think he's gonna try to hard build frigates?
I don't actually know. Like, yeah, we have to see. Like, we can obviously see just how much gold they have and say like, oh, it would be better like this and this. But in game, it's often enough very hard to capture to judge when you actually need to hard build stuff.
Yep. Do you know
Especially around these medieval timings, like hard building knights and stuff is very unpopular, but I think this is sometimes the game decider when someone decides, okay, I can hard build like 5 knights because my team simply has no money because the other guy needs it to defend on another front, right?
Yeah.
And and oftentimes you just see the guy then stuck there with the heavy chariots and say like, I can push if I can get if I do not get my gold. Yeah, but that's another story for another day, I guess.
I do want to ask you if there is any change in the visual aspect of a unit, if it does fleet or core up. As far as I know, it's not, but is there anything other than the stars, of course, the obvious stars?
Oh, I have no idea, to be honest. I only play in strategic mode, my computer sucks.
Oh, really? In strategic mode? Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, at least when I'm in warfare, I think like on warfare, the strategic mode is a lot more.
You
Is a
really
lot
need a
more
new
pleasing.
computer, bro. Not a laptop. Well,
Well,
what? I
no,
guess you're
I just think that it's more like how do you say it in English? Let me. You just have more oversight. Yeah, it's just more clear. It's the word I guess I'm searching for.
but it's stuff on the right instead of the left, and you get like really
What?
weird icons over there. I don't know, bro. No 3D. I don't know what the.
Yeah, this is exactly the thing. You just have your 2D map, and like in warfare, especially in naval warfare, often enough it's really a snap decisions. Like you have to make them as quick as possible and move like 20 units a second. And I think in strategic mode this is a lot more easy.
Okay.
Like honestly, for all the viewers who never played a multiplayer game. On like a higher level, naval warfare is stress. Like it's
Yes.
not even funny, honestly.
First
Like
moves, last moves. You need to
yeah,
always be careful to switch units. It's a problem. I do have to agree with that. And if somebody actually last moves you and first moves you out, oh my god, that's the worst thing that can happen to you, like ever in the game. Well, I do see those junks are definitely keeping the English caravels away from the main cities, from the capital and the Surabaya city. And even if Jack is trying to push Indonesia here, he's not really having a lot of success. That settler will come out of the city of Ternate and will go to the south somewhere. I guess it's gonna need to take a while until he gets south of Rome. I really want to see the follow-up of Australia here. Needs to follow up somehow. We just got a second wave of English boats, and he's gonna be on mercenaries in 2 turns, cartography next turn. We just entered the new era. Looks like we got golden, dark, golden, dark. Okay. I mean, that's also gonna be a problem. They lost a lot of gold because of this. Pompi minus 17. I guess Damori is still on 85. Whoa, Dark Age and 85 gold a turn. That's good. That is good. Chuck did lose quite a bit. But he has 84 science, 48 culture. dISTORIA is on 46 science and 114 culture. And by the looks of it, he's doing the goal for himself also with 37. Do you think Lege over here with his, like, what, 20 cities sim is actually going to get the win? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 cities?
I don't know. Like honestly, this looks like a pretty long game. To be honest, like even though I think Pompi should have made the safety settler for sure, and it's questionable if he will be able to. But yeah, like just assuming that Pompi can escape somehow and keep the military alive, I don't think there's too much swapping going on other than Indonesia. And then it's like leash simming versus Disto, and in the end Australia will be big and maybe can liberate on Ironclad, so even destroyers or stuff like this. It's very hard to tell, to be honest.
It is. It is hard to tell. We do have a big question over here, a big ask. What are golden ages and what are dark ages, and how do you get them? Oh, a big question, Star Spanky, big question over there, but I'm gonna try do my best over here to answer it. So the idea is the game is split into what are they, 20 or something, 20-ish turns, segments, and whenever this segment ends, you're gonna, and it is also dependent on the stats of the game, but let's not go into that. Whenever a segment ends, that is gonna be the era you just passed into the another era. during the segment you accumulate points depending on what you do. So for example, if you do get very good districts, if you do get wonders, if you did get some unique units or discover stuff like that, anything that could actually make your empire be further ahead than everybody else, you do get era score. Era score accumulates, and if you do manage to pass some thresholds that you can find out if you I guess if you look at the game over there, it's gonna tell you. For example, a threshold to avoid the Dark Age, going to a normal one, will be 81 from now. Threshold to go into a Golden Age will be 92, and you need to actually get enough points so you can get those ages that you want to be in. Some people want to go Dark Age, some people want to go Golden. Nobody wants to be in a normal age. I think that's the that's something that everybody agrees on. Nobody wants a normal age. The Golden Ages, the Dark Ages, the Normal Ages do come with their own respective bonuses, and that's one thing that we always follow. It does matter a lot on the stats that your empire can output, or what kind of options you're gonna get throughout that segment, that era of the game, the 20 turns that you're gonna play. Yeah, I guess you do get the heroic. Yes, what's good about Dark Age? Yes, the heroic age after, exactly. Also, there are a few other points about Dark Age. You do get a few cards, very good cards to work. The +5 card, for example, for melee attack units. You do get the monasticism card that sometimes can do miracles. You've seen, for example, Brazil gameplay with monasticism and holy sites. Sacred Path. It was quite unbelievable to see how many stats he did manage to get, as in the science. It's amazing. On the Golden Ages, you do get the 3 big options that always the players want to go for. Free Inquiry for extra science from commercials and harbors. You do get the pen, brush and voice for extra culture from the districts and the gold. You do get the yes, normal age is the worst. Yes, in the game, normal age is the worst. You get the least amount of benefits from it and return in other in the game.
Yeah, and another thing to add is that the Golden Age picks differ from era to era. So, for example, you can only pick Free Inquiry and Pembosh in the first 2 ages. And this is actually a bit of a problem with the game design, I guess, because usually you get a max of 4 ages we see in play. On very, very long games where there's nuclear wasteland, sometimes it's more, but most games are decided within 4 ages. So most of the time people go golden, dark into heroic, because on the 3rd age you only the only viable option, quote unquote, to pick is usually Reform the Coinage, which is very common in Teams and FFA not so much. But yeah, this is what you will usually see as a target for FFA players or for simming players, for example. You got Pembosh into dark, and then have heroic with 2 arms and stuff like this.
Yeah. I do notice we got quite a few junks coming out of Indonesia. I think they're actually keeping the gold to upgrade these boats of England over here next. There we go. He's just getting them right now. I'm not so sure what he's gonna do with them. Do you think he's actually gonna go all the way towards Eleanor? He could. He could get all of that, because at the moment Australia is doing everything well over here to keep Spain in check. It's gonna take a while until Spain actually gets out of here, and I'm pretty sure Australia. There we go. He started getting his quadrims. The second he's gonna get the frigates, it's gonna be good.
I think upgrading the carols for Damori is just a mistake here. He will accomplish nothing with that. And I think this is just the case of Damori was I have pre-built, so I need to upgrade, without really deciding beforehand what he wants to do with it.
Well, let's see.
Maybe he proved me wrong, you'll see.
How many turns from the one to the south, this one in the middle, does he take? It's 12 turns to get to the closest city of England. I don't think it's enough time for England to get ironclads here. And I don't think he's gonna go crazy with boats either. If he's not gonna be prepared for a counterattack, he might lose a lot of positioning here. Not to mention give a lot of gold in villages.
Yeah, but I mean, there's also an ironclad admiral.
Yeah, that's true. Let's see. What is it? What is it? We got.
Play, like,
Ooh, so
even,
expensive. 300 points for an admiral, bro.
I mean, I don't know. Maybe it's possible. Like, just from an in-game perspective, like usually you don't want to go to a target which is like 10 turns plus away. Like everyone knows that you usually can't accomplish much with caravans there.
Yes, I do.
So-
Or any unit for that matter.
Yeah, like
Yeah.
this is why I would just assume that he won't do much with those caravans. Maybe it works out, but
Wait, did the Jonks die? There were like 5 Jonks here. There are only 3 remaining.
yeah, I mean that's
He died. He died. Oh well. I guess no. I was meaning to say, by the way, I was expecting him to escort those junks to get some extra +5. I don't know why he's not even coupling the horses in the city.
no escorts, no admiral, no nothing, no safety settler.
Oh, he does. He does. Safety settler. Look at that. He's
Oh,
moving.
he's going now. Okay.
Yeah, it's fine. It's fine. He has a road built going towards the city of Antium. Yeah, he's fine. He's fine.
Okay, maybe.
Whoa, wait, there's a big thing over here, a lot of text in the chat. Equinox, so I understand, but then Australia or Russia are the same, but in competitive games Spain is usually getting it's because they were asking us why is Spain so big, as in why is it so picked over here. That's the first one, and then the sky turns gravy is responding. Okay, I didn't take that into account. That might be an explanation. However, Spain makes up the slow silence because if it's flipped caravels, yes, that's definitely a plus. But I do have to say, Spain is sometimes very big and sometimes quite small. You do have to pay attention how you're gonna. Indonesia might kill the caravel if they do manage to get this. This is gonna be such a problem for SandroGames. And they might. If he loses the caravel fleet, that's almost everything for him. Oh no.
Yes.
Never mind. It was a trap, boys.
Yeah.
Well, that happened.
Wait, he just promoted, no? How did
No.
he promote?
The fish.
Oh, he pillaged the fish. I
Yeah,
see.
he got the fish. So if Pompi had enough time in the moves to hit with the Jong inside of the city and the walls, he could have taken that down. But because SandroGames last moved, Pompi only had time to react with 2 units instead of 4.
Watched it. Regarding Spain, like I personally think Spain is still one, if not the most overloaded civ in the game. This is why you regularly see it first pick on a lot of maps.
Yeah. I'm a bit worried about this though. It looks like Greece is gonna win the city of Ternate before the settler is gonna go down somewhere in the south. Oh, thank you, Slaus, for the follow. Thank you, sir. Welcome.
Yeah, and just to add one more thing is that like even if Spain was like with no discussion the best civ in the game, of course it would lose games as well, right? Like
Yeah.
Like I mean, you always see bad performances from depending on the player who pilots it, depending on the spawn, depending on the map positioning, etc., etc. Right?
Yeah, that's why we couldn't ever get a good civilization statistic going on. There was just too much conflicting data for it to matter. And when we started making decisions on how to, BBG started making decisions on how to change civs according to that, it ended up being extremely chaotic. You remember that period? They were putting bonuses in and taking them out 1 week later.
Yeah, but like lately, I kind of feel like there's too much power creep going on in BBG.
What is power creep? What do you understand of power creep?
Like that you like the game gets just faster and faster.
Oh, I mean, I think that's the whole point. Everybody wants
Yeah.
to be, but at the same time, it needs to be balanced for everything, right? For everybody.
Yeah, this is what I mean. Like people just say, "Oh, okay, look at this strong Civ. In this situation, it is not compatible," and then the other civs get balanced around like a certain power situations, and the result is that like everything just gets like then there you have some more production, like there you have some more tempo, etc., etc. And as the civs get stronger, then the other civs who are not that strong yet say like, "Oh, let's balance out this," and over the board, everyone just gets stronger and faster.
Yeah.
This is what I mean with power creep, and like, I don't necessarily agree with that kind of balance, but like, I mean, I do understand. Like, BBG is like it's a not really democratic, but it's like a suggestion-driven forum
Yep.
in a kind of way, right? And obviously, people just always want to have more. Right, and people
More.
like me who say like, let's balance around a bit less are definitely in the minority. So I do understand why it goes like this, but I don't necessarily like it.
Yeah, well, I mean, there are like what 3,000 members right now on BBG server, spinning ideas and saying their opinions over there, voting on stuff. There's actually quite a effervescent community. It's good. It's good. You know, where the thing that I'm happy about, we don't see changes every week. That's what I'm happy about. The too many changes too fast, I think, are bad. But if you do get them segmented well enough, like we are doing right now with the seasons, for example, the CWC, I think it does offer us a better chance of seeing exactly what we need to do and how the civilizations perform, rather than, like you said, getting like 3 games and directly saying, "Oh no, the civilizations is very bad. No, don't play it ever again. We need to change it." You know?
Like recently we have the best example with the Kublais, right? Like both Kublais have been untouched for like months, and now suddenly Kublai China is considered one of the, if not the best civs from a lot of top players, and suddenly it's banned first round, like without touching it, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Like this just clearly shows that, like in my opinion, this just clearly shows that the changes are still way too fast.
Well, we shall see. There is a new BBG beta going around over here, and I understand the Nubia is gonna get a massive boost. Actually, not a boost. It's an de-nerf. It was nerfed in its ranged units. Now it's gonna get de-nerfed. Anyway, we do have Australian frigates coming out from England. There was a question over here, where did England go? And it looks like he is going against the other England. We got Victoria going against Eleanor over here. We're gonna see a cat fight to the north of the middle of the area. We do need to see what's okay. Indonesia looks like he keeps on his borders here. You know what? I'm surprised. We don't see them buying another one of these quadrims in Surabaya. So he upgrades Jong here in the city of Surabaya. And again, escort, bro. You need to escort. I don't know why he's not escorting. The reason we're at least I'm a bit annoyed by this is because the Jongs do get an extra +5. That's like the easiest +5 ever. When being in a formation, that means you actually need to get a unit to couple with the Jong to get that extra +5. Usually you do need to use like something easy like scouts. In this case, he had sources right in the city, right, and he doesn't use them. I'm a bit surprised by this. Maybe he thinks he doesn't need them. Do you think that's the case? Oh man, Pompi on the counter attack here. Bam, one crossbow down. Is the second one gonna go down?
I don't know, like I can only assume that Pompi is just unhappy with his situation and a bit tilted, so he plays suboptimally.
You think? I'm not so sure actually. I've seen Pompi a lot of the times in situations like this, and he's doing his best to try to get out of there. So, or even stay alive and do what's necessary.
I don't know. I don't know this player very well. I just see him pop up here and there.
Yeah.
I think he definitely knows what he's doing, but I think he definitely did a couple of suboptimal decisions this game.
Yeah, maybe it was the pressure of the moment. The thing to understand here, and I'm not talking about you, Justice, I know you know, but I want to explain it to the viewers. The game is going extremely fast. Like we're just observing this from the perspective of like the overview. But when you're in the game, you have only a few seconds to decide on each move, and the timer runs out well before you actually get to do all of your moves. Sometimes it's quite a problem for the players, especially in the mid to late part of the game, not to mention trying to think how you're gonna get your districts, and exactly what Justice was pointing out. At some point it's just better to put down the campus than wait 2 turns to think about it and put down the campus. Just put it, bro, just do it. Yeah, because you get that district cost down, a better production, a better stats up, and so on and so forth. Faster stats up, I mean. 174. Yeah, this is Rome being big. Only 56 science though. I'm a bit worried about this, and I'm sure he's gonna start getting an army out soon enough. He needs to get a bigger economy, and the late game will be the most important thing for him. I do also notice ULIS started getting their economy. We do have Jack with Pembrashe voice. Peter, as in Lege, did go for monumentality, and we still don't have. I don't know what happened with soft style. Let me actually take a look here.
Oh, soft style cannot rejoin. That's
Yeah.
unfortunate. Like he's probably doing a French cast, right?
Yeah, he's doing the French cast.
And there will be a lot of unhappy French people. Oh, they're gonna be lobby for him. That's actually
Yep.
That's actually very nice. I kind of feel like that like around turn 60, like at least for me, around like turn 60 is or, like first Congress to around turn 60 is usually when I feel like okay, I need a break here. And because like as you already pointed out, that there's so much pressure in the game, you just cannot think, and it really adds up over the turns when you don't have a single second to just breathe. And yeah, well, usually I do need a break around this timing anyway.
Yeah,
So
I agree.
here could actually be like good for the players anyway.
This might be a problem, by the way, for the two Englands. Damori is getting closer to England, but not strong enough, not fast enough. And you do see that SandroGames went for Oligarchic Legacy. The extra +4 on his boats is showing over there, while we don't have an extra +4 on Damori.
Damori did not on Force
Yes.
City. It didn't go.
I don't know. Let me take a look here.
Did he not have the card in?
Oh, he does. He does have.
Yeah, he has it.
Okay.
He just didn't put it. Yeah.
Yeah. So he has Twilight Valor and Oligarchic Legacy. So he's gonna go big here. He's gonna be a bit stronger.
When he was.
Yeah.
He has an Admiral Caval's, right? Yeah, he has.
Yes, he does. Himerius. It's just usually, actually, the Admirals are actually quite a pain because the Carnivals move 6 and the Admiral only moves 5. It's annoying.
That's definitely a pain. Like, actually, I had a game where I thought I was smart and I was like sending the Admiral in advance.
Yeah.
And then and then the other guy just put my admiral back into the city, and I was like really sad. Like, you know, when you send the admiral in advance and feel smart, and then the admiral gets caught.
Yes.
Like randomly in the middle of the ocean, the guy had the guy had the galley there, and was really upset.
I would imagine so.
So what do we have on the chat here?
Usually a really bad sign. Your capital is usually your best city, and losing it means you clearly cannot defend against your opponent. If every player loses their capital, then the other team wins the domination victory. Yeah, I do agree.
Yeah, regarding the saving Indonesia was the push. Like, to be honest, it doesn't really matter. Like, Indonesia is just Naval at this point, and he will get the safety settled down anyway. So, like, if he actually has these two cities up there where he spawned or not, doesn't really matter to the outcome of the game.
Yep.
And everyone knows this. Like, Pompi knows it, his team knows it, and the other team knows it as well. So this is why you can see no one is really pushing hard to get these cities.
I'm a bit surprised about Pompi's safety settler coming out of his city so late over there. I guess he's gonna be close enough to Rome that he will get defended, but I just fear he's gonna get caught losing his capital city in the middle of the Roman Empire, so he can't settle. He needs to be careful where he's gonna keep that settler all the time, so he does have the option to settle if he needs to.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like, I was criticizing the lack of safety settler earlier, because I felt like it should have started like 8 to 10 turns before he sent this one.
Yep.
And I'm pretty sure he had information at this point to realize it. But yeah, again, I already wrote it in the chat. This is obviously a critique on a very, very high level. That I'm saying he should have done this first, or should he, or maybe switched order or something like this. Yeah. Oh, you're very welcome, Mr. Build More Units. I like your name, by the way.
Yep, you always need to build more units. I agree with that.
Unless he has the one.
One of the reasons why Kabachok died yesterday, making Pikachu face when he was killed by 40 science opponent.
Yeah, I saw that. It's very painful.
Yep. But I mean, he did well expanding his empire. And don't get me wrong, I did really like his literally only mistake was not building more units. I don't know what's happening with the lobby here. There were people joining and then not joining.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, the thing with Kabachok is, like, if there's a greedy decision to make, he will just always go for the greedy decision. And I think this is very exploitable, and people around him start to realize it. So it remains to be seen if Kabachok can actually play for timing. Because, by the way, I think this is what really, what really is the difference between a good and a really great player. Like, just realizing that you are yourself getting exploited, and then being able to change up your playstyle and do the other thing on a similarly high level. Because I think we can all agree that Kabachok is a really, really good simmer, right?
Yep. And player
he's-
overall, he just likes the surgical attacks instead of irreling himself into somebody.
Yeah, sure, but I still think that he just always makes the maximum greed decision, which is not always the best play, right?
Yep. Oh, I gotta say, give me a minute here because I need to go to the bathroom. Stream chat made me drink a lot of water earlier.
Oh, I have a glass of wine. I prefer that. No, you guys want to talk about Cabot Shock as well. Hmm. Oh, cider? I didn't know. Bixie, are you German? Because I am. I actually don't know any other country where there's cider produced. English? Really? I didn't even know that they do cider in England. Um. Yeah, just to avoid a misunderstanding on my side, like cider is apple wine, like kind of, right? Or does it mean anything else in English? English? Yeah. Oh yeah. I didn't even know. I guess good taste, yes sir. A woman's drink. Mm, I mean, you make wine out of grapes. Like, what is the difference? Like, why are grapes more manly than apples?
What are you talking about, man?
I'm talking to the stream set about cider.
No, cider, okay. Yeah. Or how to say? There's I think also a Spanish drink, very cool, a very good Spanish drink. I forgot, sangria, I believe.
Yeah, I mean, sangria is just some special kind of wine, right?
No, it's just wine with a fruit or something like that in it, like made with a lot of fruit.
Every wine has fruit in it. Come on, it's the special
know.
kind of wine. Like, I mean, there's also port wine, which is also just a special kind of wine.
Yeah.
But it's all made out of grapes, right? So
Well, I guess people have been trying for like thousands of years to perfect the method of not being a human or something. Forgetting. Give me a second. Why do you think people drink alcohol? We gotta ask the big questions here.
oh, that's a really big question. Like, I mean, I can tell you why I drink alcohol, like, but I can tell you why people drink alcohol. Like, because obviously, and I have to say this at this point, there's obviously always the cases of people who can't handle any drug very well, and then it's obviously always not good to drink alcohol or take any other drugs if you can't handle it very well, right?
Yep.
But like from my point of view, like for example, like I'm just sitting here like having a glass of wine because I just think it tastes good. Like and I know there are like I mean I'm in my late 30s, so like I'm not the kind of guy anymore who goes out and party all night, right? So I just sit
Whoa.
here.
You don't party?
I mean, I do party, but definitely not as often as I did when I was like 20, you know?
Wait, people don't party? Okay. New info over here. Newsflash.
And I mean, yeah, I just think it tastes good, you know? Like, so I just sit here, I have a glass of wine, I enjoy a good game of Civ, and it's just relaxing. It tastes good, it's relaxing, so why would I not do it?
Yep. Well, takes a while for me to connect to players. Not sure what happened over here. What do you think? Should I cancel out and make my own game or just wait?
I give it usually around 5 seconds. Like if it doesn't, if nothing happens, like after 5 seconds, usually things will never happen.
Yeah, well, I've seen at some point things happening, but I guess you're right. Let's put a cancel. Let's make a game really quickly, so we clear the files.
Anyway, what about you, Michael? If like if you're talking about big stuff, like I just saw your post a lot of memes about meters of beer, but do you actually drink at all?
Probably just beer. I don't really like the hard alcohol. Even wine just is a bit too much. And I literally shed tears if I drink tequila. So.
Oh, I'm definitely with you on that. Like the times when I drank hard alcohol is long behind me. Like,
Yeah.
actually, that's not really true, I guess, because like, you know, from time to time. But yeah, I definitely don't like it.
Yeah. Well, what I
Don't
do
like
understand
nothing.
is I find the idea. I mean, I find the socialization aspect of it, as in just sharing a beer with somebody on in a club, in a bar, is a good thing from my perspective. It does help to lessen the mood a little bit, but too much is bad. So I guess you always need to strike a balance. You don't want to go on your four limbs going home. So
Definitely, but then again, this counts for everything, right? Like,
yeah,
I mean,
agree.
if you eat too much every day, you will just get way too fat, right? Like,
Yeah.
and or if you smoke too much, you will just get lung cancer and stuff like this, right? So,
Yeah. Well, I think actually all of England's fleet is gonna die right here. And Eleanor is gonna survive. You know, we were calling out SandroGames for having a very big brain. I think he just proved it to both of us and to the stream chat. He has a very big brain. Is Brainiac times 2 or something. Surabaya taken down. Mahapahit has a jong in it. Oh, come on, bro. Like, he's getting a horse out, but really? Still no. How to say? Oh, what the? This is a 100+ caravel. What the? What the F, bro? Yeah. Well, we do have him being caught out of position over here. As you can see, he's trying to get to the wheat tile to the southwest of Mediolanum. And that actually means he is gambling. The city of Mahapahit is not going to fall before he's going to get there. Let's actually count the tiles. We have one. Oh, nice. Yeah. I think that might be 2 actually. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I think he needs to actually go here, but sure. So 8 or 9 turns to settle, while we have the city of Mahapahit with full strength 61. Looks like it's gonna take a while even for the Caravel fleet to attack into it. The frigates are 4 turns out from starting to shoot that city down, and there are 3 tiles that he can shoot from onto that city center. There is a possibility that SandroGames can take that city before. Not very big one though.
you need to restart Discord stream. You want to talk to me in real time.
Sorry. There we go. He can go where Roman builders are. Roman builders here? What do you mean? Oh, he can go through here. So it's 1 and a 2 and a 3 and a 4 and a 5, 6. Yeah, he can. You are correct, but dISTORIA needs to GTFO from here. did the turtle player ever got a no king comeback? Not really, Pizza Lord, but what he can do is try to get as much gold as possible for his team. So that could be considered as being successful over there. At least get some Diplo quarter up and do something. Oh no. Man, England is... Victoria, Damori doesn't look like he can even kill one single fleet here. Is at least Spain gonna go down? Yes. We do have Chuck leading the charge against Spain. GodGamer is gonna lose his borders here. And this is, I gotta say, this is massive if they do manage to take out England. Spain. What are they gonna do afterwards though? Because they need to get the gold, they need to get culture defense, and they need to follow up an attack against Greece afterwards. Do you think they have what it takes? Are we gonna see diggers in the game?
I mean, they would need to swim over, right? And like,
Yeah.
do you think Australia will build diggers, swim then over to Greece, just to have a party there? Like, I don't feel like
I
it.
don't know. I don't think so too, but it would be funny to see diggers in the game for a change.
Well, there will maybe be one random digger pillaging some stuff while the Dystoria's tanks are fighting with Greece, but other than that, I don't think so.
Yep. Well, Dystoria is putting up a very good defense when it comes to the culture defense. Russia is 166 culture. Let me take a look at his tourism. He's on 56 tourism, and then we do have Rome over here with 195 culture per turn. He's pushing up those tourists higher and higher. He's actually on, let's see, so Russia, no, JackTheRipper is 38, and then we got Dystoria on 48. Definitely pushing those higher. I do see him building some units here. I see trebuchets coming up from Rome while he's getting the universities from his other cities. Jack does have a bit of a lack of production, and let's actually check it out. He finally got 33 over there, has 25 here, and this is 20. We got Knossos on 18, Pergamon is 17. And by the looks of it,
I'm
got some
honestly so
forces.
triggered that Jack still haven't improved his heals.
What, these two?
These two, actually he did improve the one below, but like, wait, actually the Skipper only has 5 pop. What the?
No, he's fine. So at the moment he's fine, at least. He's better than he was last time.
Yeah, but why is it so low pop?
On
Yeah,
8,
whatever.
you mean?
Wait,
He's on
is
8
it
pop.
8?
Yeah, it's 8.
It's a bit, Discord is a bit blurry right now. Maybe, yeah. Yeah, okay, 8 is fine, I guess.
Yeah.
I
that's
thought it's 5.
fine. If you want, we can move on CPL so I can stream 1080. I don't have Discord Nitro.
I mean, it's sometimes a bit blurry, but it's not too bad. So, like, I don't want to cause unnecessary.
Okay.
You know what I mean.
Yeah,
It's fine.
Okay. So Indonesia did go down. Oh my God, is Dystoria gonna settle in his? No, he's not. Okay, he's moving here. Oh, he's going statue. He's gonna try to take away statue from Lege. That's good actually, because Lege did manage to get. No, actually, Dystoria did get the Diplo points. Okay. City center cannot create walls, and Islam plus 10 strength. This fleet is dying without taking out a single ship from England. From Eleanor.
With England versus England, yeah.
Yeah, this is a
England is winning.
disaster.
Way. Yeah, I mean, as being said, I don't think actually you see right here why I kind of said this usually just doesn't work, and you'll see it here what happens if you are a disbeliever.
Yeah. Lassie Serpel is calling me out. What is so funny about diggers? Diggers are one of the units that we rarely see in the game, and I find it funny that we don't actually see them more because they're actually quite good, especially when you're fighting coastal on. Oh my God, he actually lost a caravel on maps like this, like continents and islands and so on. The problem with them is the placement on the tech tree is so skewed, so nobody wants to go for them. I believe they come out at replaceable parts, if I'm not mistaken. Let me take a look here. It's replaceable parts. It was a tactical sacrifice. Yes, SandroGames sacrificed one of his caravels, so he takes out the 3 of England's caravels. Very nice, very good. Wait, what is Chuck doing here? Is he retreating? What's happening? Or did he retreat also to fight Spain on the open seas? I'm pretty sure.
Honestly, Chuck only has like 3 carols left.
Yeah.
This frigates, right?
But 2, 4, 5 frigates. I think he can take out the caravel fleets. It's a problem though. He needs a lot of shots to take them out.
I'm just saying that I think if Chuck or Damori don't reinforce, carrier can probably defend us.
Yep. Oh, there was a sneaky frigate in Toledo. Oh, I think actually Chuck might have lost this battle here. Let's see. It's all in the moves here. We'll see. As in, if GodGamer is gonna go for Cordoba or keep on banging on the Australian fleet. There are quite a few possibilities here.
Oh yeah, for those who are not aware, in the chat, the guy called GodGamer playing Spain is formerly known as Carrier.
Yeah.
And I kind of refuse to call him GodGamer. So.
You refuse to call him what? GodGamer?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's Carrier. Yeah, you're right. It's Carrier. Wait.
Yeah, we are talking about the biggest, as always.
Oh no, they started trading. Not good.
Let's just say he's a personality.
Yes. Well, we do have England that needs to rebuild that fleet. He's getting more cities out in the meantime, and of course, the other England doesn't look like is gonna be interested in pushing that. What he is interested in is taking out Mahapahit, and Pompi's capital is going down. Ternate still is alive though. We do have Indonesia with Corsairs now and trying to defend himself against Knights. Doesn't look to be working here. Greece managed to get to nationalism, so he has Corps. And of course he can deal significant damage to the Indonesian units. We do have Pompi's settler just 2 turns away from settling, and it looks like it's gonna be on time. Ooh, dISTORIA got Imhotep and Isodor.
dISTORIA could just settle a place to troll Indonesia.
I know, right? And we do need to see what Rome is going to follow up this on. He needs to put down encampments all over the place and get his production up for the next part of the game. Looking at the yields tab here, he definitely has 120 more production, 130 actually more production than JackTheRipper, with more science and more culture. He is at the moment starting to get to his maximum city count, and by the looks of it he's trying to get more science out of these cities also. We also need to see what's going to happen here with the Spanish versus Australian fleet. Wait, did that guy just die over there? I think he died into the caravel kick. Oh well, it happened. But it's very hard. But it's very hard to say who's the best. But can you say who's the biggest?
Is this Ibrahim?
Ibrahim? What?
Like the healing guy? Oh no,
Abu.
it's Abu.
Yeah. Yeah, it's the healing guy, but it's Abu.
What did I think Ibrahim? Ibrahim is the Ottoman governor, right? Yeah.
Yep. We do have the Prometheus over here asking us who is the best player in this game in your opinion. In this particular game, that's a hard one. That is a very hard one. There are very good players all around with different histories, and I'm not sure we can actually judge that. I don't know if you can say that, if one is better than the other at this point.
I don't know. I would have an answer, but I'm not sure if I should say it.
Okay. I don't know.
I think it's. I think like all around, Chuck is the best player in the game.
Chuck. I was thinking of Chuck, but at the same time, I do know Lege is very good. I do know dISTORIA is amazingly good. So I mean, I don't know. You know what I mean? It's like so hard to judge because we've seen them in so many games. Damori is also very, very good. Like we just saw Damori turn out a 3 versus 1, 1 versus 3. I mean, in the last few games. It's
oh yeah, definitely. Like this is definitely just a personal opinion and just like made from what I've seen from people. Like dISTORIA is definitely on the upwards trend. Like especially dISTORIA, I think I kind of struggled to have the right team environment to really show his potential. But looks like he is finally on the way there, right?
Yeah.
And I mean in every aspect that there's probably like people who are just very, very good, because again, like this is a CWC semi-final, everyone will be at least good at something. We are talking about margins and personal opinions here.
Yeah, I mean honestly, we're talking about players that spent 4 months and a half to qualify for these last few games over here. This is the long road of the qualifier seasons from each of the communities, going into the group stages of the CWC and ending up in the quarterfinals right now. This is the cream of the crop, right? With the teams that ended up in the quarterfinals.
Yeah, definitely, and this is why I'm taking it out for myself to, for example, criticize Pompi on extremely high levels, which is obviously arguable decisions as well, like because he obviously got the safe settler out and stuff like this, right? But yeah, like I think this is meant to be the highest level of play, so
it happened. He was
yeah,
between two good opponents that both came at him at the same time. It's the worst thing to see, needing to defend on land and on the seas at the same time.
Hi, all smart.
Oh yeah, definitely. I was just referring to my earlier critique on a couple of decisions on Pompi, where I think he could have done a bit better.
Yeah. Oh,
but
thank you very much, 101 spoon.
Even if he played optimally, he would have probably still died sooner or later.
Yeah, maybe delay his the full takeover of his empire for a few turns. That's why I'm curious. What's this gonna be follow up from? It looks like Rome is rushing tanks here, by the looks of it. I see a lot of campuses. I see he's starting to put down a few encampments, but not fully down there. And I'm a bit worried that we're probably gonna see Greece try to switch gears and go towards the south, taking out Preslav on the road towards Rome. Rome has gotten a lot of time now, and so can Greece get a lot of time. I think actually if this goes on the same turn with Greece, between Greece and Rome over here, Greece will have the advantage of getting to fascism at the same time. And fascism army, how to say, Greek units are not something you want to fight on a best day. Yeah, they get that extra +5 from the fascism, from the military exploits. In the meantime, Australia is getting bigger. They are trying to get the era score points for the Renaissance era. We do see him actually. Let's see in the era score. We got Lege going another golden, 108 out of 111. Sandro is 2 points away from getting his golden. We got actually his heroic. Yeah, his heroic. He's in a dark age now. GodGamer also 2 points away from getting his heroic. dISTORIA is 9 points away from getting something, probably his third golden each by the looks of it. Chuck is already getting his heroic. Pompi 8 points away from heroic, but I mean, not sure if it matters right now. And Damori is also 1 point away from getting his heroic. So like Justice was pointing out over here, we do have the players trying to go for a heroic right after the Dark Ages. In the second era, they couldn't get their Golden Ages properly, so now it's gonna be their time. I do like how Chuck played Carrier. This is unbelievable. He managed to keep alive all of those boats and smash back all of the boats of Spain.
Yeah, best player.
How did this happen? Like I said, it's all about the moves here, but oh my god, like I don't know if he could have gotten better than this, a better result than this. He's gonna get another city also in Toledo.
But by the way, I just want to point out, as you referred to what I said earlier, the way that this guy did it is not really what you want to do. Like, because this guy now will get heroic and third age was just not very valuable.
Yeah, well, I guess some of them will get some use out of monumentality faster builders or something.
Oh yeah, sure. I'm sure this guy's adaptable enough to make some use out of it, but like if you can just freeze him, you would definitely always prefer a golden into dark into heroic.
Yeah.
And these guys went golden into dark and now have a heroic.
I don't think they could have. I honestly, I don't think they could have gotten the golden age. To get the golden age, you need at least 1 or 2 wonders. You need a lot of specialty districts with the splendid bonus on them. You need somehow, to get those points. Unique districts, you need units. It just wasn't there. They had to pre-build a lot. They had to keep the gold. Their focus was not there.
Definitely, I'm not criticizing them for this in the slightest, because circumstances and wars going on all the time. I'm not criticizing at all. I'm just saying the freesome fantasy is not what they did.
Yeah.
And because they simply couldn't, as you pointed out.
Yeah.
But if you can choose, you always want to go for golden.
Oh, for sure. Plus on that. Yeah. As much as you can. You want to do that. I do have a question over here from Matt Ghost. Also, he was asking us why did Rome just stay away from helping out Indonesia. I do want to point out it's a long way to the top, and at the same time Rome was trying to go for the long-term simming over here and trying to nail those early wonders that he gets bonuses out of in the mid to late part of the game. And because of that, you can't go both ways. You can't go army and these wonders. You need to choose one over the other. So basically what they did as a team, they sacrificed Pompi so Rome can get big over here. Is this going to pay off? I'm not so sure anymore, honestly. Because Lege is getting bigger. JackTheRipper is gonna erel himself. He's gonna war Rome, so he's gonna keep Rome from being relevant here. Australia is trying to get bigger as well, but at the moment he's barely touching 100 science with 65 culture, and his Dark Age, just as Eleanor is. They have similar stats. We definitely were expecting a better result here from Australia in the same situation with Eleanor. Who would have thought Eleanor, the 3 cities opening, would be so big? Like SandroGames did.
I actually said it's kind of fine what he has now.
Yeah.
Like, it's unfortunate that the left coast is so bad. Like, if he had like 1 or 2 more cities on the left coast, on that Lege island, you would have been perfectly fine. this way it's okay-ish. And I mean, he still killed Indo. And like, if you look at it long term, it will probably be like just Australia against Spain and England, which he will probably outstat a bit. But like, and like I don't know, like Vicky. Like it's kind of a 2v2 on the sea, and I feel like Australia will be kind of the deciding factor in this game. Like
Yep.
if like in continents and islands, if it's get late, it's just all about naval control and nukes, right?
Yes.
And this is why I'm feeling like it's gonna be decided on if Australia can overwhelm one of the guys together with Vicky. But like at this point, I feel like Vicky will get like on 4 cities more and more like of a non-factor, same as carrier, right?
Yeah.
So it's pretty much like maybe Australia can maybe overwhelm Sandro at some point and then nuke Lege, while Rome and Greece will like neutralize themselves. But this is obviously a very bold prediction at this point, but I kind of feel like it could go this way.
Yeah, well, I guess we do have one player from each team relatively irrelevant here. GodGamer is just a few turns away from losing his capital city. He did get a safety settle to the north over there, so it's basically a 3 versus 3 situation. But like you said, we do need to see what Australia and England can do over here to keep Eleanor in check and manage to put the power struggle back on Russia. If Russia tries to go for culture victory over here, it's gonna be only nukes stopping him, so I'm not so sure they can actually put that so fast. Lege is 136 science, 246 culture, getting more tourism. Well, I guess it's only 68, but he's gonna get more.
By the way, a funny spectator bug. It looks like that Team Sphinx have denounced you.
Is that down? What? Oh
They
yeah,
denounced you.
yeah. Sphinx is very very unhappy with me. I don't know what I
They are
did to
not
them.
happy with your casting.
Yeah.
Well, I guess you need to step up. Oh, actually, Jack killing Preslov is interesting. I'm not sure if this is a fight he wants at this point.
Yep. Wait, what did you say about Lege?
What, about Lege?
Yeah.
I said nothing about Lege. I was just saying that I think that the game will be decided by naval control on nukes.
Oh, for sure. I do believe so myself. I'm a bit worried about the naval control, though. Eleanor seems to be on point with this, and SandroGames at this point didn't make a single mistake. One single mistake here. So I don't believe he's gonna start making mistakes. He is getting sea dogs. He's probably gonna go for subs. By the looks of it, of course, he's good in science, good in well, not good in culture, but he's not bad either. 130 is 64. Now he's getting some of these theater squares to get some bonuses out of them, 2 of them. So he knows he's gonna need to get more culture.
Yeah, like from turn 1 I kind of felt like Australia's gonna freeze him and just outstart these guys, but Sandro's playing very well, and maybe he can manage to contain Chuck. Or like if you look at it from the whole picture, like maybe it takes more resources to take down Carrier than it takes down England to take down Indonesia, right?
Yeah.
So, I mean, this is obviously a team game after all.
Yeah.
But
Do you
yeah,
think
like, yeah.
Do you think if England would have tried to push alongside Australia over here, Spain a little bit faster to take him down, it would have been different rather than suiciding his fleet into SandroGames?
Yes,
Yes, okay.
Because, like, obviously, like in hindsight, we can obviously just say the offense did nothing, right? Which I kind of predicted, but that's not my point. I just genuinely think when you have that much naval civs, usually people only have one admiral, and if you can just like have Australia pressure in the bottom city and England pressure with a few cables in the top city, like carrier can't really respond and will always lose the city. Like it's impossible for carrier to hold on when two different people attack.
Yeah. Not to mention
Um,
the double moves that you're gonna end up fighting against. Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, Australia has Venetian. Wait, he actually. Oh my god, he actually built Venetian. Bam! I mean, that's gonna be massive over here. He actually built Venetian arsenal in Sydney. We didn't catch this. Nice catch, Lassie Serpel. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And he has also great lighthouse, so faster boats. And still, it's not a lot of production though in Canberra. 2 turning caravels. Ew. It's just a little bit not enough.
Yeah, and by the way, just
Oh, I see why. -6 of happiness. That's why. They don't have the amenities.
did you
Yeah.
lose that much units?
Yeah, he did. He traded a lot with Spain over here. He still is trading with Spain over here.
Oh, look at look! Did you just see these moves? Like this was beautiful by Jack. Like he didn't just slam on with the carol. No.
Man,
He waited
somebody
for
needs to
another
clip
3
that.
Yeah, this was beautiful.
Oh my god, yes. That was unbelievable. He took out 2 of those core caravels from Spain. Unbelievable.
Yeah, like noobs like me would have just slammed with the carol and be happy to take them off lead. But no. Jack takes it all.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Oh, we got a question also. What is Ulysses' win condition? I think they have actually 2 win conditions. One would be culture on Lege, while Gorgo attacks into Rome. Lege with Russia can just try to get as much tourism as possible. And on the other side, I guess they could try to go for a Statue of Liberty. I'm not sure if they could build it full. No. I think at this point it's a bit of more of an advantage on Rome than it is on the other side. Oh, he didn't get to place the city. He never placed the city on the coffee tile, by the way.
What?
What is he doing? Oh, he's going south somewhere. You see this this settler? I think he realized they lost naval control over here, so he doesn't want to put a free city into his opponent's eyes. He needs a coast, right, to build it, so he needs to go very far south.
He kills a card.
Yeah.
Maybe he will just take a card and put it there.
You mean on the fish, I guess? Yeah, I guess you can.
And I mean, you can just place a +3 harbor and then have the stage on the bottom left. Third wing. But whatever. I mean, it doesn't really matter. If you go for stuff like Statue of Liberty, you don't really care about the city, right? You just want to have the wonder and don't care about the city.
Yeah, let me take a look at the...
He didn't just slam on with Carol, no.
Man, somebody needs to clip that. You mean,
He didn't just slam. Is Australia just waiting to kill Spain's cities?
Okay, there we go. I got the clip. Let's. What do we have here? Oh, I just.
What, Chuck Vamos?
Faith Recon. Me. Okay, Faith.
Yeah.
Recon. Me.
You can
sorry.
actually send it to me. I want to watch myself being in ecstasy.
Okay. Let me see. There you go. Oh, thank you, Big Z. I didn't see that. Is Australia just waiting to kill Spain cities before he activates the Prophet? I'm not sure exactly why he's not activating the Prophet, honestly. Maybe he is... no, I don't think Spain gets the +5, or could have gotten the +5 against him, honestly. Spain didn't have a religion at all, like not even his allies' religion here. So I don't think the extra +5 would have mattered here. On Australia, I'm not sure why he's not activating religion. Stupa's defender, so he could go for the amenity one. Is he waiting for something else? Maybe a holy site somewhere? I don't know. We'll see. Yeah, Big Z, I'm sorry. It's I don't allow how to say, I don't allow any kind of link in the chat. I'm sorry. If you want, you can give it to me on my Discord, and I can take it from there. Did he forget about it? I don't think they forgot about it. I think he just doesn't want to do it right now. Again, I'm not so sure why. Maybe that's a question for the after game, the post game chat. We'll see. Yeah, we do have well, SandroGames going bottom 3 right now, machinery, and the enlightenment as well. A big Petra did finish in Tver, and I do see Lege benefiting from Uluru with Petra tiles. Amazing, by the way, so many good tiles over here. We got factories coming up from St. Petersburg, campus from Astrakhan, and it looks like Lege is not actually going faster for Statue of Liberty. Or does he? Let's see. He can definitely try to build it somewhere in these cities in the north. He should be on the technology. They should have gotten quite close to civil engineering. I guess they are close. We'll see. Colonialism, for example, Lege, and we do have dISTORIA on mobilization. Looks like, what was it, Preslav got taken out completely by Jack here, by Greece. And in the meantime, Greece is trying to get more stats up. I do see him on 91 science, 179 culture, but he does have half the science of dISTORIA, and he has been like this for some time in the game here. There's a 631 point difference between dISTORIA and JackTheRipper. We do need to see how fast dISTORIA can actually make his units and of course get to the next population level, so he puts down those encampments. Definitely needs one from Rome, Mediolandum, and so on and so forth.
Oh, good thing I'm talking when I'm muted.
Oh, right. I was wondering where did you go?
Yeah. Did I see it right? That Chuck is only on 130 production? That's actually concerning.
Yeah, you did see it correctly. Chuck is well. That's the problem with Australia. You might not get the production that you need. He's trying to get his shipyards, and one thing is he did get Venetian, so that actually counts as double, right?
When does he get the outback stations again?
That's a good question. I'm not so sure. Let's see. I'm not exactly sure. He's getting them at guilds, so he should be at guilds.
Yeah, he definitely has skills, so I'm wondering why we don't see any of them.
Well, I guess it was a problem with the builders. I'm not sure. But yeah, he does have, there we go. We see the recommended improvement, outback stations. It's gonna start putting them everywhere.
Yeah, like, oh yeah, so much unapproved hills as well.
There we go. We were talking about them, and he just built 2 of them.
No, he's not spamming them. Okay, so now we're gonna see his stuff going up, I think.
Yep.
I mean, once again, I totally do understand that this guy had other things to do, like killing Spain, for examples.
Yep.
And yeah, and I think this kind of shows you that, like, I myself, for example, I can barely keep up with the timer on full freezer. Like, I don't know, like, I can't even make decisions regarding my sim within the timer. And if these guys go like full war, maybe on like more than one person at once,
Yep.
it's just insane.
Lukang is also saying gives +5 to Spain. Spain didn't have a religion at all. He never got one, so he wouldn't have gotten a +5. Also, to answer the spy war, I'm not sure about which spy war, but I do see Australia having a +6 intel on opponent's movement on Spain, and by the looks of it, on Rome versus Greece. Let me take a look. It's basically equal right now. I'm not sure if neither of them actually have spies or both have spies. Let me see. I think neither actually have spies in each other's land, by the looks of it. Oh, we do have actually Greece with a spy in Kume awaiting assignment. He never started.
It's level 2. It's level 2.
No, it's not.
Wait, there are 2 stars above it.
He has a unit, a core unit underneath. It's a trap. It's a.
Oh.
Yes, I know.
It's a trap.
Yeah, it's a trap. I don't know why it happens like this, but yeah. You can see it. You see the stars are not fully above, like over the spy. They're behind the spy.
Never realized.
So, for example, here they're above the icon.
I got trapped.
Yeah, it's a trap.
Oh, Rome has armies already. So he has mobilization. Actually, quite a bit ahead, no? Yeah, he has mobilization already. Yeah.
Yeah, Rome. Does have mobilization. Night armies. Well, Greece at the moment is at a disadvantage with his science, but he does have the city count to actually start putting down more. Oh, wait, I say that and then I see. Wait a second, he doesn't have the district count. He only has the city count, not the district count. This is a problem with his population over here.
Yeah, but I mean, he's full grassland. Like, I don't really understand why he doesn't have the pop. Like, I mean, I do understand why he can have a bit low population, but
yeah.
I mean, a bit low production, but like, it's one way or the other, right? Like, either you have too low production or you have too low food. But like both at once, just points at not proper play, to be honest.
Well, he did have to take out Indonesia, so sacrificed a lot. I see Isaac Newton got picked up by Eleanor, and at the beginning of the game, Spain was the one that got Hypatia. He did open up with those campuses. Well, there we go. He did get it first. And now he's not actually going to make good use of it because his cities are going down. He's still going to have Cadiz, though, to the north. And I did notice, by the way, England started putting cities just for the sake of cities on other continents. For example, this one on Newcastle upon Tyne, Nottingham also. And does he have a third one? I don't see one. This will give him that extra trader. It's amazing, by the way.
Yeah, that's definitely amazing. Like, people usually look at the free unit, but no, it's the free trade route.
Yeah, it's 200. He's 211 gold per turn now in heroic age with reform the coinage, Hixun Dracones, monumentality. He's trying to settle everywhere.
Oh, the Hixun Dracones for the settles on the other continent. Hooray!
Yay! Yeah. Well, you gotta do what you gotta do, bro. What can I say?
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm just.
Yeah, I know. Let's keep an eye on Australia over here, using his look, he's actually benefiting from that monumentality golden age. And he got his religion, Krabix.
Come on,
Zermentation, sacred places.
He could do this just with logistics card as well.
Yeah, I guess. But now he does have 4 movement builders with 4 builds on them, so he's just gonna spam out those say outbanks everywhere. Is we saw him on what 130 production. He just upped to 165.
Yeah, and this will get better. Like actually on Highlands, I saw Australia production explode late game just with the outback stations and stuff.
Yeah.
Does he have an industrial somewhere other than in Sydney? Hit all the cities?
Don't think so. No, one single. I think he needs one in Geelong, for example, in the middle. So he gives it to all cities, like at least one, you know.
Yeah, this again, like actually, if you're not very familiar, like industrial, so like factories and power plants are AOE as well. So you can kind of like just put them like a coliseum with a 6 tile radius, and every city will have the extra production.
Yeah, I agree. Especially if you don't want to you don't want to maximize your production, and you just need a little bit of a boost. That one industrial is gonna make so much of a difference in your empire.
Yeah, it's definitely the difference is very noticeable if you have a proper industrial setup. Like usually, like 2 is enough for your whole empire.
Well, Barcelona's going down here next turn, and GodGamer is gonna lose a lot of gold per turn. I'm actually quite curious how much is he gonna lose here. Bam, bam, boom. Went from 50 to 16. 34 gold per turn from that one city. I guess he does have a lot of traders out, but he can only use 2 of them, right? I think only 2 of them, right? He has, I guess, I don't know if he did pop one of the admirals. I don't think so, because then he was on Australia. So, oh well. He's trying to be relevant over here, trying to get more economy in the north. Cockroaching, here we go!
The good old cockroach. So yeah, so each team basically lost a player, and yeah. Like I think it's pretty safe to assume that Greece and Rome will neutralize each other.
So then it's gonna be all up to Australia and
actually,
England with
that
Russia.
being said, the story has almost double the science of Jack. So.
But no more economy though.
Yeah, but this team has more economy. Actually,
well,
no,
I guess
that's
he
not true.
does have.
No, that's not true. Forget about it.
Yeah.
Sandro's doing all the goods.
Well, Sandro is also in heroic, and he was trading coastally with his ally over there. I guess Damori is also trading coastally with Australia. Now he's getting the cities out, which he should have done for a long time. Wait. Oh, you see this? Is he gonna try to redcoat Spain? Oh my god, that's gonna be so funny. No, he's gonna try to get a connection city, I guess.
Yeah, but there's still snow.
I mean,
no,
it's
actually,
fine.
yeah, Cadiz is then the connection city itself to the other cockroach.
So I guess it's all about the timing. If GodGamer gets a... Oh, okay. So, wait, why is he... Well, I guess he does want to be safer here.
He goes inland there, yeah. So, I guess he will not die.
Yeah, was that...
But the red coat would still be cool.
Oh man, yes. Just for the sake of the stream over here, do it!
Is he close to military science or is he going full top 3? He's going full top 3.
Yeah, I don't think he has the science to go both here. He's on 100 science, 54 culture.
Yeah, so no red coats for him. Unfortunate.
Oh well, it happens. We do need to see also Czech getting a bigger economy, while of course dISTORIA is going to focus on getting his production up. He has so much, 417 production, and still going higher. I think Jack lost a card or something, or how did he lose like 20 science? Going for Alhambra, getting his encampment down. I'm pretty sure he lost 20 science from somewhere, but I don't know where. Oh well, it happens. Wait.
I mean, to be fair, like Jack
why is
has like
this-
no temperature adjacency at all, right?
Is this what is this bug over here? Chloe, why does it say it has 2 stars? Because it moved out of
Still
the...
has 2 stars.
Yeah, and I'm pretty sure nothing moved from the city of Kume. I don't know. It's so weird. I'm pretty sure that's not the core.
Oh yeah, Sloana is pointing it out. I guess they had he has research LA with Spain and Barcelona got raised. That's probably true.
Oh, he was trading with Spain. Okay. Yep. Spy core. Spy core.
Yeah, I mean it makes sense, right? Like because like Sandro probably like Sandro trades with Russia, and they have probably like he and Sandro probably has military with each other. So this is why he doesn't want to trade to Sandro.
Yep.
I kind of like how no one is really moving up. Yeah, but like honestly, like this though has like double his production, double his science. I'm not so sure anymore if they will just neutralize.
Oh. He moved. GodGamer actually went on that one tip of a peninsula to the north. And we're just a few turns away from seeing Damori put that down. He only has a frigate though. A frigate and a caravel. Oh, I guess, okay, more are coming. And ironclad. Okay, this is gonna turn badly. If they manage to take out Spain here, it's gonna have such a big impact on their team. There are 2 things that a cockroach player needs to do. First, keep his cities alive, so he keeps the military alliance alive, and second, get the Diplo favor, so he votes in the World Congress. Playing with 3 players, it's such a big disadvantage when it comes to the Diplo victory. You get because of how Diplo favor works into getting the votes, you get a lot. You need to put a lot more points to get the same result overall as the opponents that put 4 points. How does he know Spain is up there? I think they scouted. Let me see. And there's like no other way. Yeah.
Yeah, like okay, they see the borders. Like
Yeah.
one thing would have been like Indo just scouted there, like in the ancient era. The other is like the on the left was Indo, right? And you can just assume Spain has to go somewhere. So if you don't see him on the left, he must have been going to the north, even though if they didn't see his borders.
Yeah,
He
and
must
it was
have
way
really-
too far away to go for Russia, right?
Yeah.
To Eleanor. So. This is okay of the game actually. It's very close, I gotta say. It's still very close. Lege is getting a lot of stats up right now, 174, 292. I still believe he's gonna try to go for a culture victory here, but at the moment he's also building up a fleet and he has 500 production, by the way. 500 production. That's massive.
Man, he's doing these things. I'm not too sure how much impact he can have on the game, though. It looks
Yeah,
good,
we'll see.
but it remains to be proven if he can actually influence the game in one direction or the other.
Well, he does have 249 faith at 10 right now, and by the looks of it, it's gonna take a while until he's gonna get to rock pants, but not that far away. He needs to get to what, Cold War. Another blizzard to the north of St. Petersburg. Okay. And we do have a few Australian boats on the west of Peskov, trying to figure out what's going on here. Nothing much. England is building up, is just stabilizing his fleet over here, trying to get the seaports going. This will, of course, allow him to get one coal per turn, or is it two? I think it's 2 coal per turn from each of the seaports, getting himself much better results to improve battleships, to improve ironclads. He didn't have that much coal to start with, to begin with. The military alliance, and this is something that we don't know yet. We don't know Spain's military alliance, with whom he did a military alliance. Did he do it with Eleanor, or did he do it with Russia? Both actually have a big impact on different sides.
I'm 99% certain that his military is with Russia.
With Russia. Okay, so Russia will be kept in his borders because he doesn't have a military alliance. He can't get out of there.
If Spain dies, yeah.
Yeah. Rome soon overtaken on civics by Greece. Rome by Greece. Wait, what? Are you sure?
Like even like Lege is boosting Gorgo while dISTORIA
is boosting himself. Yeah.
I mean, you obviously can get some boosts without too much effort, but they are definitely some boosts you can't get without really big investment or with like delaying.
Yeah. Oh, it's 34 to 32 right now.
Yeah, so it's definitely an advantage to have a teammate boosting you through something.
Venetian arsenal is built here in Australia's land, and Australia is just getting the builders to, oh my god, to improve all of his land. Did he go over 200? Yeah, look at that, 224 production. Yes, he's getting the shipyards, but he's getting so many amazing towns to work from these outback stations.
Yeah, sure, they are pretty good. This is why I was asking.
Yeah, he's getting there.
And just spend them all over the place and have big stats.
Yeah. Well, just a few more moments, boys. But I guess Cadiz is gonna get another one of those settlers out.
Wow, 2 turning settler.
Yep.
In the cockroach city. What happened?
I'm actually no. He's just started building it. Yeah. Wait, did Jack just improve a wheat tile that he's not working? Okay. Statue of Liberty started to be built by dISTORIA. We got him with Isodor of Miletus and Imhotep. Can he get a third one, actually? And the engineers, maybe. He's probably going to pass this Mimar Sinan. I'm not sure if he's going to get a chance of recruiting another one, though. I don't see one here recruited. So, do you think if that's going to be enough? He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 chops with Magnus established in 4 turns. I think it might be enough, actually.
Yeah, he doesn't need it at all. Like, I can say with Magnus, the stage is usually 6 jobs.
Yeah.
So, like, even like with the engineering boost, he probably just needs like 3 or 4 jobs.
He switched away from getting a settler. He bought a settler. They bought him a settler in Valencia. Whoa. Okay. I mean, he needs to stay alive, right? How fast do you think this will happen? Because there is an ironclad armada.
It can slam this turn. I think it's that. No?
It should be. Yeah, let's see. Oh no, it's not. Next turn.
Wow.
Yeah, exactly. Wow.
Ironclad armada is so weak. What happened?
94. Well, he lost an admiral, I guess.
Only 94?
Yeah.
Honestly, this feels really weak for Ironclad Armada. Oh, actually, Kerry has an Ironclad for himself, so this boosted the city strength.
Yep, 97.
Where did he get this from?
I think
Did
he
I
got to the tech. Yeah, he
There's
just
no
got to the
way.
tech.
What?
He got to the tech. He never teched anything else other than. And look at that. It's just now he finished Steam Power.
Oh, I see. Not unexpected for me,
Yeah.
but what do I know?
I mean, it's fine. The city is still gonna fall next turn. I don't think he's actually gonna manage to take over the second setter here. And it does look like Greece is gonna be forced to spend some more gold in the north to defend this. They do have gold though.
I don't even know if he can, to be honest. Like, go and will just fall, no?
Sorry?
Like, what? Like, there's no way that Jax gets good enough bombards up there to stop England. Also, Cohen will just die.
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Maybe he can get to steel walls. I don't. Doesn't look like it, but
Yeah, well,
military science one turn.
I mean, then again, like, England has to keep the city to advance, right? But then again, he pretty much gives over 100 Diplo favors sooner or later. I don't know if they really want that. Because God, it's a Spain city, right? Like, if England keeps it and then loses it.
Yep.
Ah. Not that easy, actually. Carry building walls.
I mean, he needs
Like,
to, right? This will save his settler from not settling. Because he needs 1, 2, 3, 4 more turns to get here. And
yeah.
it doesn't. Oh, there we go.
No, he first move.
There we go. The city is alive. Cadiz is alive.
Wait. Okay, he has 96 because of the ironclad.
Yeah.
But why do ancient walls hold that much at this point? Like, are they
Because
not
they're
supposed
90
to be
strength.
one-shot?
No, because they also depend on the total strength of the city. Like the garrison defense strength is 90. If it would have been 50, they would have been one shot. But no, they're not. Not even then actually. If they were 30, they would have been one shot.
Yeah, the interactions are sometimes weird.
Yeah.
And it kind of feels like that ancient walls should be one shot, but yeah, whatever, I guess.
It's fine. Looks like it's still gonna get that safety settle over here. Well, I guess all of this territory, if England does settle, he's gonna get how to say free units, and we might see some units come from England. No, we don't actually. Oh well, we'll see. They need to follow up on that attack because it's clear they're not gonna kill Spain. If Spain wouldn't have settled Valencia, at some point Cadiz would have been dead. But he did settle Valencia. They bought him a new settler from that city, and he's just gonna settle one inland over here between the mountains. Spain saw it coming when he moved his admiral and saw Russia about to plant. Oh, okay.
By the way, what are the boats of Australia doing? Like, here's Venetian, right? Like, at some point he has to fight England, I guess. What are
Yeah.
the boats doing?
Probably. What England
They're
is
all
big.
just chilling.
Yeah.
Like, English and Australia are both just chilling.
They do have similar military strength, so I guess they don't want to end up irreling themselves. Australia did move most of his boats on the east side now. Over here in Ballarat is the new focal point, and from what I can see, he's still working on getting his production, his science up, and everything. He has been catching up in the science screen. I do see him 212, 107 culture. Not to mention got his production up, but it's still half than SandroGames is outputting. And the economy is just not there.
Did this actually go for industrialization, or does he go straight for tanks? Yes.
I do see industrialization, so yeah.
It's industrialization already.
Yep.
Oh.
You look at the production, 521 versus Jack's 231. He might actually kill Jack here.
Yeah, I mean, I pointed it out a couple of turns ago that he has double
Yeah.
the production and double the science of Jack.
Yep.
So it's at least worrying.
Oh, Jack going top 3. He's going cartography. So this English push is forcing Jack with his little science to go another way than he wanted to go, putting more distance between him and dISTORIA. They are relatively on the same path, ideology, so 4 or 5 turns is not that big of an issue. They're gonna end up fighting fascism against fascism, but Jack is not gonna have tanks. Jack is gonna fight with cuirassiers?
Yeah, it looks like. But to really have game deciding impact is to, yeah, like he doesn't have any engineers or stuff like this. I don't think he has railroad.
Yeah.
So like for his tanks to get there, you can assume it's at least then like 5 extra turns, which Jack has to defend. We will see if it can actually have a real impact.
Well, he's getting his military academies, and I'm pretty sure he's gonna get the engineers soon enough. He did manage to get a lot more of these encampments, and this was something that we were expecting to happen. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 encampments, so 12 oil per turn, easy peasy.
Yeah, what is the general situation? Like, are we at industrials?
Yes, we are at industrials, but no moderns. So we have Gustavus Adolphus. Rome is gonna get the next one, but I think, oh my God, he needs to get it. He needs to get this. This is.
I'm always getting this wrong because when I say industrial, I'm always referring to industrial modern because they are industrial ever and give bonuses to industrial modern, right? This is why I think they should be called industrials. But everyone else calls it the other way.
Yeah, well, we call it like we see it, bro. What can I say?
Yeah, I mean, it literally says industrial era, and you guys talk about modern generals. I don't understand. Or like
Wait,
the Renaissance Renaissance era, and this gives bonuses to Renaissance and industrial era, right?
Yes. Sure.
Yeah.
Okay.
So why is everyone referring to the Renaissance generals as industrial generals? I don't understand.
Because it gives 2 industrial era land units as well.
Yeah, but it literally says Renaissance era.
We don't look at this. I don't think anybody except you looks at this.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. Everybody does it wrong except me.
Oh no, I don't know, bro. Anyway. So Carrier lost his ironclad, giving England a chance to kill the city. Oh wait, how did he lose his ironclad? Was it? Wait, what? How did he lose an ironclad here? Did he attack into a frigate, took it out, and then got slammed by English forces? Oh, that feels so bad.
I don't know, maybe Carrier tried to be cheeky and do some last move on a frigate and got baited or something like that. I can totally imagine stuff like this happen.
Do you remember the one-tile choke above Carrier? Not in this game, but in the previous CWC seasons. That one-tile choke.
There was a couple of them. I don't know what you're referring to.
There was, I believe, Archetype north of. How do you call it? Archetype with Rome north of Carrier, and there was a one-tile choke with a massive mountain range between them. So like you only needed to plug that one-tile choke. That was it. He never did it. Out of that one-tile choke came 4 legions.
I've been in so many games where people are like, Oh, he can't push me. I have a one-tile choke, and they just never plugged it.
Yeah, exactly.
So many games. Ah, that's easy, right? Yeah, it is easy, but you still have to do it.
It happens. It happens. Yeah, it's one of the things that definitely the players at some point say, "I have time. I have time. I have time." You know, and then it ends up on, oh, they're here. They're here. They're here. You know?
Buy me unit, buy me unit. Oh, you had to buy me unit before. When there are 10 seconds left on the turn, you guys didn't buy me unit. It's all your fault.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah. Stuff like this happens all the
Tales
time.
from the Civ multiplayer scene.
Yeah. Or you just play against Poland and have stupid USRs pushing you out of the one-tile choke. That's also an option.
Oh, right. We've seen yesterday. No, 2 days ago, or yesterday. I need to remember. 2 days ago, we saw a massive game with Poland. Finally, we got some wing hussars taking out the opponents. Quite amazing, satisfying to watch.
By the way, regarding balance discussions, I think, by the way, Poland is a pretty good example for this as well. Because, like, Poland, like, a couple of months ago, Poland was, like, the Civ to pick, right? And, it remained unchanged, but it just kind of fell out of favor, because I don't know why, probably people just got bored of it. And now we have some dedicated people playing Poland properly, but it's not that mainstream anymore. But it's still very strong if you play it properly, right?
Yeah.
But it still remains unchanged. But only the taste, I would call it, from the teams around changed it. So, like, this also obviously makes a very big factor in, like, what is proposed right now on BBG and what gets changed and stuff like this. Because, like, people going on the BBG server and writing there are, like, what I feel like 90% of people who just got pushed from something, and this is why they are calling it OP, because they lost to it.
I
And not
can't disagree with that,
necessarily.
but I'm not sure because I haven't been following BBG server for some time now. I just watched, as in the discussions, I had just watched the beta changes and stuff like that. I just don't have time to look at that at the same time as doing everything else. Well, Cadiz has fallen, and it looks like GodGamer is gonna try to plug that choke with an ironclad that will get one shot. Greece is getting galley armadas over here. He's gonna try to up his. Wait, is he gonna try to get this going with caravel armadas? Wait, really? I mean, that's not gonna work against ironclad armadas.
Pizzalot's asking how the culture victory is going. I think it's not really worth looking at this before.
I did while you're talking about something else. I was pointing it out on the screen.
I see.
I did it. 10 out of 113 and 144 now on Russia tourism. It's not big. It's actually not big. We do have Forbidden City on St. Petersburg, and I guess this is an amazing city. I do see Smolensk getting Potala Palace. Was statue ever built? It was.
Wow, building
It was 12 out of 20 for dISTORIA. So they definitely need to put him with the minus on the next World Congress.
Did he actually chopped almost everything?
Yeah, even the spy style. Everything, even the spy style.
Well, I guess
one for
so much. Because he had, like, what, at least 6 jobs and 2 engineers?
Yeah. I mean, he got it. He did get it. That's what's important, right?
This was far. So I think he just didn't wait for Magnus to establish and just moved it back.
Could be. I do see right now Chuck is starting to explode in science. 297 science, 131 culture. he does have a bit of a problem with his production, especially compared to SandroGames, 274 versus 524. But he's definitely getting some more. And now, at least he got with Venetian Arsenal, he has the advantage of doubling his production towards boats. And you can see how much that matters. He's one turning frigates.
He's building musket as golden close.
Golden close? What?
Yeah, I was just wondering why he built a musket. It's probably just for
Yeah,
points. Right?
it's four turns. 4 turns
Yeah,
to
yeah.
golden. But wait, you already got a Niter unit, the frigate.
2. Maybe he didn't realize. And
Yeah,
that's actually
maybe.
cavalry. I'm just blind.
Yeah, it's a
Never
cav.
mind.
Yeah. I don't know why he's getting calves. This is a good question. Why is he getting calves? But oh well, we'll see.
Calves are calves digger pre-builds? Like, are diggers even light or heavy cavalry? I don't even know.
They're infantry.
They're infantry.
Yeah, they're melee units. Modern era.
Okay,
military
I'm
replaces
I'm
infantry.
so confused about diggers. Okay, okay.
Yeah, they're slow infantry units. He did have Wonder Engineers, yes, Isodor and Emotep, if I'm not mistaken, on Achillea. He used all 3 charges on Statue of Liberty. Sandro has Auckland. Yes, Sandro does have Auckland. I don't think they can actually kill. Well, I guess they should kill Auckland, right, with Cordoba, but that's an 82 defense strength city with 150 fortification health. That's not
Push
good.
on Auckland.
Yeah, that's
Is
a problem.
it gonna happen? Diggers on Auckland. Let's go.
Yes. Diggers are not that good on land, right? They're next to the coast. But anyway. Oh, look at that. Oh, what a surprise. Caravel Armada has died. Well, I guess he tried to do what he tried to do. And GodGamer here is trying to get another settler. A carrier is trying to get another settler towards the north. Is this gonna be taken out? Is he gonna try to shift enter? I guess he's gonna try to shift enter, but 7 movement settler, by the way.
What? How did this happen?
It's
Heroic?
say Hiksuk Dracones, right? The 2 extra movement.
Oh, yeah, from bugged unit. So he
Yeah.
has 4, 2 from Hippoconis. Oh wait, he has steam power as well. Yeah, so okay, so 7 is normal. Like 5 is normal, and then 7, yeah. Wow, okay, this is a fast settler.
Yep. That is a fast settler. Well, I guess JackTheRipper is gonna get caught in the north, while he's not gonna get a defense in the south. That is a problem for him. What is he gonna do? What do you think he's gonna do? Top or bottom? He has steel in 5, while we do have dISTORIA going for steam power, and both of them are actually quite close to fascism. Oh, dISTORIA didn't finish steel. Kick. Oh, this might be a problem, going steam power before... why do you think he's going steam power?
He wants to have railroads,
But,
obviously.
I mean, sure, but why? You don't need... He's not that far away. He's not like 20 tiles away from him. You just can use the normal roads. Or the modern roads, actually, not the normal one. Whatever. I guess mid-maxing is better. I don't know. Well, bigger fleet coming up from Australia. We do have Great Bath in Canberra. Everybody's going for those points, trying to get Golden Age. We do have, let's see, Jack 4 points out. Lege is 2 points out. SandroGames is very far away. GodGamer is very far away. 11 points actually. dISTORIA is he didn't manage to get it. 145, 145. Chuck is 6 points out, and of course that's why he's getting a great bath. He's getting some marines now. Trying to get more ironclads. We do have Pompi on 61 out of 64, and Damori is Dark Age. Okay. I think. Do you think Damori actually wants to stay in the Dark Age? Does look like he's at the moment he kind of lost his focus. His full focus is actually on Greece's city. This is gonna be actually quite impactful on Greece, taking out the Corinth. No more trade routes from Spain to him.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, I
That's,
guess Bilbao will be the next one up. It's trying to get Muscat to. That's not gonna work though. That's a ironclad core city strength.
I mean, if England can hold Cadiz, he can just upgrade to battleships and kill Bilbao, probably.
Oh, if Chef is asking about how many points in Auckland, it's 29 points with Amani in there. Okay, so that's one city down. Wait, is he keeping these cities? I hope not. Oh, can you imagine if he keeps? No, okay. I wanted to say, can you imagine if he like keeps these cities and starts to open up another front for Greece, like a massive one? Oh boy! But I think it would have been a big, massive problem with the loyalty.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, actually, I think it's more about loyalty. Like, if the city would keep it.
Oh, big problem. We got England's ironclad fleet moving to the south towards Australia, and we got ironclads over here moving to the upgrade in the city of Ballarat. I don't think he has enough of them. I don't think he has enough coal either. While again, SandroGames showing up and doing exactly what he needed to do to get this fleet up and running. Got his seaports everywhere, and got the production for the coal going.
Oh, look at these battleships! Like, how many are there?
I
10?
don't know. Something just failed. I think everybody got a fire access crash, including me.
Yeah.
Kick.
I was just starting because, like, for some reason, it was full screen, like the error.
Yeah.
Looked very interesting. Like, honestly, I'm pretty impressed with Sandro in this game. Like, like, generally I think Sandro is very, what I would call a moody player. Like, sometimes he really shows up and has brilliant games like this, but then there are games where he acts like, you know, completely random and throws games, stuff like this. I don't know, maybe he just doesn't care about some games and other he does. But I just want to point out that I think he's having a very good performance today.
Oh, I think half the lobby got a fire exit crash, or half didn't. They want us to rejoin so we can get the next turn. So they don't need to redo all of the moves. Oh well. I guess that fleet was too massive for us to watch it. And the game said, no, error. Don't watch this.
Yeah, probably. This
You
this, this
got-
was like the CIA cutting the connection.
Yeah,
You're seeing stuff you're not supposed to see. Get out of here.
Yes. Oh, Seb was asking us earlier why Spain is so weak. He just arrived. Spain's supposed to be OP. Spain. Why did Jack disconnect, by the way? Spain got tackled down by Australia, and he didn't get the best out response, but it was workable. He just couldn't get what he needed over here.
What workable? I mean, honestly, this guy has double V-fish on a geothermal settle and the citrus expander. I think that's better than workable. I mean, it looks a bit weird and it's like maybe 1 or 2 times slower than you would like dream of, but honestly, this is above average space spawn.
Yep, not a lot of cities to settle though. Greece did stop him from settling to the northwest, and he did try to settle on the southeast, but couldn't get a lot of cities out before Australia was upon him with boats.
Yeah, but like this doesn't really matter in my opinion when you play Naval. Like you go 4 to maximum 6 cities if you need to have a carol timing, right?
Yep.
So yeah, so I don't think that lack of space is really an argument here.
Yeah, that campus is even better on Australia's Madrid. Yeah, that's a 10 science campus with 2 culture coming up from Namadol. Oh, I see now. Auckland was doubled, by the way, with Amani. That's why it's there were like 29 points there.
Wait, 29 is impossible with double Amani.
Well, he moved Amani out, and it looks like Auckland is 13. So I don't know. I know what you're saying, but I know what I saw. You can't really take envoys out of. Maybe he put some in the computer. I
Wait,
don't know.
no, never mind. The way you look at it, it probably says you'll need 29 to Zeus, right? So it's 28 envoys.
Oh, right.
in.
Yes, it's 28. Yes, you're
Yeah,
correct.
so it's 14 doubled by Amani. Yeah.
But he has, he has 12 now in there. I don't know, man.
Yeah, of course. 12, 2 Amani base, 14, doubled, 28.
Yep.
Makes sense,
Oh, right. You're right.
And then you need 29 to Zeus to take over the Zeus. I at least think this is how it works, right? Like, if you go for tier 3 Amani where it doubles, like, it still gives the 2 base,
It should.
which is
For
also
sure.
double. I actually never counted, because, like, if you get to double Amani, it's just like, okay, this is mine now.
Yep.
So you don't need to count anymore, right?
But it's a big sacrifice, anyway. To get that
It
extra.
is. But like, yeah, like Auckland is just a game-defining city-state, so it's definitely worth always.
Yep. SandroGames wants relobby right now instead of relobbing next turn, so I don't know. We'll see. 7 out of 8 players are still in.
Oh, there's the fleet. Now you're gonna crash again.
Man, these tiles, look at the 2, 6, 3 tile. 3, 5, 6. Amazing tiles to work.
Yeah, this is why I'm saying Auckland is just game-defining.
Yep. For sure.
And these are, and I mean these 2-3-3 tiles are the unimproved ones, right? Like yeah,
Yes.
if you look at the
Exactly.
whales, it's like insane. These two, like
Yep.
imagine having 2-3-3 tiles all over the place without any improvement.
Yeah.
This is what Auckland does for a game.
Well, Habub strikes again, by the way.
Oh, but not in the tundra.
Yeah, not in the
Boring.
tundra. I don't know, because you see these mines over here, it might have started in the tundra. Oh, look at so many districts. Got taken out, mines and so on. Can you see the culture victory? Yes, like Tahoe is 15 out of 118, way far away from getting one. Lege is 160 tourism a turn, and he's being defended by dISTORIA at the moment, by Rome.
Yeah, like you can have a look when Lege is hitting like environmentalism and computers, because this is when the tourism starts to really kick in. But before that, it's kind of negligible, I guess.
Yeah.
What happens in the tourism department?
Ooh, I see Ruhr Valley in Austria, 2 turns away from finishing. That's 123 production city.
Yeah, looks like a pretty wondrous city. Like the city is terracotta as well. Like
Well, looks like we're lobbying. Gotta love the lobby simulator. Yeah.
yeah, well, I mean, it happens. What can you do?
Yep.
Can, at this point, you can. Like, I mean, it's obviously CWC, so people are like disciplined enough. But like on your regular multiplayer game, sometimes people will unfortunately start to cry a lot when the disconnect or two happens.
Hey, Psycho Mike, hello there. I can watch the rest of the game interruption free. Tough to watch while at work. Yeah. Welcome, sir.
Wait, while at work? In which part of the world are you living? Wait, it's midnight, so if someone is at work, it has to be a lot earlier, right? So it must be somewhere in Asia, I guess?
USA, man. USA. Michigan, USA. There we go.
Wait, Michigan? Like 13 p.m. Okay, so you're working late, I guess. Still, my brain just still can't wrap around the fact that we're kind of like talking to people all around the world.
Yeah,
I
it
think
is amazing. That's
human brains are
amazing.
just not made for understanding this. Watching that work in UK. It's actually interesting how many people watch streams from work.
Cool. Yeah. I mean, I'm just glad I can get entertainment value for them, because I'm pretty sure that's why they're watching. You know, I'm trying to be as entertaining as possible over here, getting the games out, trying to be as informative as possible. It's amazing.
Yeah, definitely, and you're making a good job on this for sure.
Thank you, sir. I still believe I have a long way to go until I get to where I want to. One of the things that is still bugging me is I can't get the breathing right, which is kind of annoying, especially when I do want to get as much information out as possible with a good tempo. I don't know why. It's just at the beginning why my breathing is not where it is, and the brain forces me to gasp.
You're breathing, oh.
Yeah.
That's something I never would have thought of, but it obviously makes sense, like if you're talking a lot.
Yep.
You know, like a noob like me just tries to get a couple of thoughts over, like. But yeah, sure, if you're doing this all day, it's on a completely another level. What I was more referring to is just like the fact that you kind of seem to understand that you're actually delivering some entertainment value, and not just giving information out. Because I feel like, especially on like more niche games, which I would kind of still count in,
Yep.
like. There's always the danger of the scene pretty much just delivering to themselves, right? So like pretty much experts talking to wannabe experts, and then
Yeah,
never
it's an
realizing
endless
that it's
cycle of
not only about the game knowledge
yeah.
to have an enjoyable stream.
Yeah, I agree. I think a good mix between both of those is the way to go. Try to talk to the newcomers and explain what's going on, and also have a certain language for the professionals or veterans to understand also at the same time. I've been trying for a long time to get a bridge going between also the single player community and the multiplayer community. I hope we're gonna get there sometime. We'll see. It's been hard reaching to the RCIV guys, for example. There were a lot of things that happened in the days before I was in CPL that now we're gonna try to so now I'm trying actually to deal with.
Yeah, well, I mean, I can obviously, like, I'm not that deep into the scene, especially the caster scene as you are, obviously. But like, I only can say, like, just as a viewer.
Yeah.
I can definitely say that, like, I don't know, like people like Potato or like the game mechanic who is like who have been hosting you a couple of times, stuff like this. Like these are single player guys, and you guys connect up well, right?
Yep. It's amazing. I do
There
sometimes
must be
enjoy that.
something going right. That's what I'm trying to say.
I hope so. I mean, just like Psycho is saying over here, it's let's see. The Civ give helped a lot, and it also brought a lot of us together. But yeah, they're amazing guys. Both Potato and TGM are amazing. I've been trying to keep as much as possible in contact with them, telling like keeping them informing them about look, we got these tournaments, we got these as things happening, and so on and so forth. We're trying to do this and this and this. yeah, we'll see. I can't wait for the TwitchCon though in July. There's gonna be an event in Amsterdam, and I think I guess I'm gonna meet Potato over there. He bought tickets also.
Oh, I see. Potatoes actually, wait, he's an Irishman, right?
Yes, he's Irish. To host lost. The fuck? Wait, did he? Oh my god! Don't tell me we're ending up in a loop of stuff happening. Potato not coming to Hamburg. I do not know. I told him about Hamburg. Gave him all of the information. I don't know if he's actually coming or not. Okay, now I'm joining. I don't know what happened with the error connecting. Psycho Mike, can you give me a whisper? Let me actually see. Can I whisper you? Whisper. Hi. Can you give me the link over here?
Oh, propaganda is showing up.
Propaganda. Wait, oh yeah, the website. Yeah, definitely the Civ6 World Cup website. I do believe it. It helps. I'm sorry, because at the moment I'm on fence. If I can put up the same effort for the Civ Premier League, because that's double the amount of or more than double the amount of effort that I'm doing right now in the CWC, and I don't think I can do triple. Like the CWC at the same time as the CPL Premier League. That's way too much. But I do need to get something done for the Premier League at the same time. We need to see. We need more people working on stuff. Maybe I will find some volunteers. Maybe I can find somebody that can do stuff. We'll see. But yeah, the results of the Civ6 World Cup website are amazing. We've grown season to season. Initially, it was I opened it up like 2 seasons ago, and we almost doubled in views every season.
Would welcome if you restart Discord, by the way, again.
Oh right, sorry, I think I restarted the game like 3 times now.
Yeah,
there we go.
Totally understand.
Thank you for reminding me. Okay, so we got the fleet of England that needs to upgrade into something. Did he just delete whatever? I guess he called up. Oh, and now they're well, I guess England is gonna try to take this down. There was something on the woods that needed to. Oh, Corsair.
These guys.
Yeah, they're.
Like especially Pompi. Where was my cursor? Like, this will totally win you the game.
Yeah. Oh, I guess over here is pillaging tiles from England, from his former city. Just go, hey man, this guy just wants to take something from his former home, and they don't let him. It's unbelievable. The nerve.
Yeah, so mean.
Yeah. Well, we do have Greece over here that is probably gonna get field cannons, but he needs to upgrade them with a lot of gold. They do have the gold though, 468 gold per turn from Eleanor. Still in Reform the Coin Age, Golden Age, and next age in 2 turns. Actually, he's gonna go dark. That's gonna be an issue. And that's gonna be I'm actually curious how much gold is he gonna lose, because he's trading mostly coastally with Russia, and there are a lot of trade routes going through Bradford and Solikamsk. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 traders coming up from Russia. Very nice.
Yeah, I mean it will be at least 100, which loses, right? Maybe a bit more.
Yep. Australia though, what's Australia gonna do? The coal is just not there. He has 20 in the bank right now. I'm not sure if he's making or losing. I guess we need to keep watching this uh, screen so we can see if next time he's gonna lose some or
I mean,
gain
there's
some.
Wiki with seemingly endless coal. Like he has 105 right now, and it's Wiki, so he has at least 2 in the cap, right?
Oh yeah, he does have two in the cap.
And like, I don't think coal is the issue. And also, he can just spam out U-boats with Venetian. So I wouldn't be too worried about Chuck.
He's
Like
not
he can
spamming them out
definitely
though.
build this stuff.
He's not spamming them out. And I'm worried about England's massive fleet coming against him. And of course the coal situation.
I mean, see that he will, like England will upgrade battleships this turn, then he will pull, so it's at least 5 turns until he arrives.
Yeah.
The Chuck can do quite a bit of units and upgrades until then, so. And I think also Sandro will be very cautious because he knows that Australia has Venetian. So just trading for the sake of trading is definitely not favorable for Sandro here.
Yep. Saint Max calling me out that I'm too tired. I don't know about that. I'm trying to be careful with my words, you know. Valencia is gonna be taken down. Looks like England over here is gonna finish that city soon. We do have Bilbao also coming up next, and it does look like GodGamer did go through the mountains over there with the settler. I don't know. Oh, I see where he wants to go. What is this pathing by the computer? Does he not see these mountains? Oh, he doesn't see the two of them. Okay, that's why. The computer is having a mental breakdown over here. A short circuit.
Which is definitely necessary, by the way, because Bilbao is totally curable with battleships.
Yeah. I don't think. Wait, Damori does. Where is he on the yield step?
Some ballistics.
It's 200 science, 78 culture. Okay.
It will
It's
take a while.
ballistics. Yeah, it's taking a while.
Oh, you have to drink water.
What quarter? What?
You have to drink water.
Oh, I have to. Oh, yeah, right. Sure. Kick. More bathroom time. In the last 2 weeks, there's been a lot of work done around the house and outside the house, and there were like people with pick hammers. I don't know if you know the thing that breaks apart concrete and stuff like that. Yeah, and it's extremely loud. So in the mornings I didn't get that much sleep, but I don't think I'm that tired. How is Cultured Victory looking? Not really looking well, Pebbles. Also, Hakizi, England needs to not lose those ironclads though. Yeah, I think Eleanor needs to definitely keep his fleet alive. And also, if you're talking about England, Victoria, yes, he also needs to keep these alive. That's another thing. Damori didn't actually quite build a big fleet over here. Now he's getting some. But if he gets attacked, he might actually get punished badly over here by SandroGames fleet, but it's too far away. That's the problem. Oh my god, look at how fast these ironclads fleets move against Australia. Those are very tough ironclads, by the way, from Eleanor, with Rahendra Kola, with admirals, with everything. Support bonus emblem. That's quite tough. Michael, it looks like your screen in the background is going through a long trip through the Stargate. Yes, I put this. It's triggered by the music, by the way. Whenever the music changes, it's that one is switching also. Yes, very long trips through the Stargate.
Oh, there's the scientist scout. Like, honestly, I feel like this is such a stupid mechanic in Civ that they just have these unkillable great people.
That get stepped on by enemy units.
Yeah.
You go back. You go back. How does that happen, right? How did he get away every time? But I guess if it was the other way around, I believe literally the game would have changed so much. If you would have been able to kill, for example, great writers, musicians, admirals, or generals. I'm not saying in a bad way. It might have been in a good way too. As in, you needed to pay much more attention to how you use them. Oh, Lege big brain tactics coming out. 2, 4, 6, 8 of these Cossacks are gonna go and pillage the lands of Australia, and Australia has nothing in the north. Is he gonna see this? He's not gonna see this. Does he have? Do they have? No. Oh yeah, they do have. Enga Zargamu is Pompi's. Today's. I don't know if Pompi sees this. I don't think Pompi sees that.
No, Pompi is probably tapped out, to be honest.
Yeah,
this is the fate of a cockroach player. You can show up to the Congress, and other than that, you just play something else.
I guess. Oh, desync kicked up. Pizza Lord asking us how is Diplo victory going. We're 2 turns away from the World Congress, and we are 13 out of 20 points to get victory condition. Diplo victory, I mean. The problem is there's a lot more Diplo favor on ULIS team than it is on Sphinx, but it's still a very, very close game. One player from both sides is basically null over here. Just walking, talking... how do you call it?
Talking militarily alliance.
Military alliance, exactly. I just got distracted by the chat over here. They're waiting for a referee. Oh well. I guess we might actually wait a bit long over here because there's no referee. I was desync, so I don't even know what happened. Honestly. I'm gonna get something to drink. Oh, I see we got game that just finished. CWC versus BTS. Looks like CWC won. This was the second one or first one? Oh, second one. Okay. Yeah. Oh man. Are you still there, by the way, Justice?
What? Sorry, I was going to the bathroom.
Okay. Well, imagine trying to catch somebody do something weird and then admitting to you doing something weird because you wanted to catch somebody else. That is so weird.
You referring to the in-game chat?
Yes.
Well, I didn't really read it because, like, you know, whenever people start typing in pause, it's always drama, and 100% of the time. Like, it's honestly never worth the visit.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean, I do understand that people under a lot of stress in these games, but I still think some kind of cross the line for being what I would call mannered. But that's obviously just me. So, like, I mean, obviously everyone has their own lines, what they consider mannered and not mannered, right? Who am I to judge?
It's just demeaning. I usually call it, see it very demeaning to the player that does this. Anyway, coming back to this, we do have a red coat. One single red coat to rule them all. 70 strength unit, by the way. Well, we asked for red coats, we got red coats. There we go.
No, this one doesn't count. This is like when you're asking for like a horse wash turn 25 and you get it turn 70.
Well, yeah. What can I do? It happens. And Cadiz, look at Cadiz getting walls up. Oh my, it's gonna force Greece to put more effort into taking it down. He thought he's gonna have, it's fine guys, I'm gonna take it with a cuirassier army, and bam, walls go up. This is like the city-states, you know?
But I mean, even the QST army doesn't do too well against Cadiz. Like against ironclad cities. Ironclad armada cities. I'm actually not even sure if the QSC army can take it at all if it's left alone.
Yep. Drama for nothing.
So what's the point here? Are they now really waiting for a referee to
They're
judge
talking
if
with
they
the
have to relobby?
No, they're talking with the referee now. There's actually quite a heated argument on the chat over there. We're just waiting. I'm gonna get the new host. It's fine. Red Coat's making an appearance for the Queen's Jubilee. Yep. We're gonna need to see what they're gonna do to Spain over here. Man, they're trying to marry somebody from Spain. They're looking for a wife over there in the Spanish cities.
I'm not sure if I like where this goes.
It's like Catalans, you know.
Yeah, but you know, there's always a taste to it if you say some guys with guns looking for girls.
I mean, I don't know what you're thinking.
Yeah, I don't know either. Let's just say the history of humankind has not been very humanistic.
Okay. Well, there were. I guess you played Europa Universalis, or there were other games like this. I don't remember, from Paradox, I believe they did them, when
Yeah.
the human intrigue and also family tree and so on mattered so much.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
But
that's what I was referring to. Yeah, they were trying to get some ties.
yeah, of course. I mean, getting all the inverts and stuff like this is very fun in a computer game. Not so much in reality, though.
Yeah,
Is what I'm saying.
Yeah. Look. Oh yeah, there we go. Crusader Kings 3 wife shopping. Oh, Salty Capybara is calling it out. Yeah, you gotta look at the adjacent territory, see what's going on, see what we have.
I actually played a ton of CK2. Actually,
Really?
also
Oh.
played. Yeah, and I also played a ton of Europa Universalis 2.
Okay.
This was really back in the days. Conquered the world a couple of times.
I could only take a look at streams, like let's plays. I couldn't actually play the game myself. I didn't have the patience to look at it, and I guess the UI turned me off most of the time.
Yeah, but I mean, Paradox. Like, I'm definitely a big Paradox games player. Like, I definitely played a ton of Universalis, Crusader Kings, and
Yeah.
Stellaris.
Oh, Stellaris. That one I liked. That one I liked. The UI and everything I really liked. And the idea. No, but Stellaris just turns into first of all, you can't play it competitively, quote unquote, on multiplayer. It's just whoever gets to the biggest fleet of them all of frigates is just gonna stomp you from the beginning. And second of all, it's at the end of the game, unfortunately, you're forced to make big fleets, and it just ends up choke points, big fleets against big fleets.
Yeah, I mean, they're obviously mods. Like, kind of the same counts for Civ, right? Like,
Yeah,
Civ would not be half the game it is for multiplayer if there were not all the mods who were developed by the community.
true. I
So,
gotta say
like,
true.
this is a bit of an unfair comprehension, I guess. But, yeah, like, then again, most of the mods just focus on, like, just building bigger stuff, which is tons of fun in single player. But yeah, but in the end, this was like the problem for me as well, because like there's actually at least in Germany, there's a decent multiplayer scene for Stellaris, but a lot of it is really just like it's not really competitive, you know. And this is what in the end kind of brought me over to Civ.
Yeah. I
Um,
was in a group at some point that liked to play Stellaris on multiple weekends, for example, and keep on going, on the game, which was kind of fun.
Yeah, it's definitely quite a bit of fun, but long term, like at least for me as a person, I just need real competition, and yeah, I agree with Stellaris. Even modded, it's not really doable.
Yep. Still a fun
Also,
game,
like
very fun game. If you just want to spend some time, a few hours, it's definitely a fun game.
I have
You
like
build your
1,500 hours in it or something like that.
Okay. I don't even know how many hours I have in it. Let me see. Yeah, 500 for 99.3.
Let's see. I actually have 1,600.
1,000 hours. Oh my god. Okay.
And 1,600 hours of Stellaris, yeah.
Wow. Okay, that's.
Yeah, most
lot.
of this on the multiplayer scene. It was actually quite fun because there's a Discord and I joined it and I told the the admin guy and I told I want to play multiplayer because I want to lose for once because I was just bowing, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it never happened. I never lost the game until I was never. and, ironically, in the end, this is what kind of pushed me away from it. There was just no.
Oh man.
Yeah,
Third
you know
top
what I mean,
for
I guess.
yeah, I know what you mean. SandroGames just dropping right now. Check.
Yeah, but Paradox games are definitely I think Civ and Paradox games have a lot in common, just from the complexity. I mean, I would make an argument that Paradox games are sometimes unnecessarily complex, but most of the mechanics they have are really well thought through and make it
Yep.
and make a ton of fun.
I think they made a mistake with when they implemented the district part into the game. I don't know if you're aware with the district part of the game.
Yeah, sure. I actively played from. mm, I'm not too sure about the version numbers, but I think it was something about from 1.8 to 2.3 or something like this. I
Oh
mainly
man,
played.
I have no idea what you're talking about. I just know the major changes in the game. I don't know the little ones, so I have no idea. I just know at some point the planetary development was split, so it allows for a much better like you said, more details in for each planet, which was actually introduced with the district. It's not the district as you think over here. It's just and I guess you know it's not a district like here. It caused too many issues and increased exponentially the work that every player needed to do to get that optimized.
Oh, you referring to the times where you just had your tiles and you just place the building and be done with the planet?
Yes, basically. And then they
In the
implemented
early
something
days?
like a yes. That's where it started to go down.
I wouldn't agree on that. But yeah, well, I mean, I guess this is not a Stellaris stream, so not. Let's
I
not
mean,
get too
yeah.
deep onto that.
Finally, we get a game going right now.
Yeah, we got a
Yeah.
game going in, boys. So let's talk about Civ.
Yeah, just as a final point over there, it does have a more than decent amount of player base playing the game. It's going up and down, but it's there. Stellaris. Anyway, coming back on the game over here, we did have in the North England taking out 3 of the cities of Spain, and Spain keeps on settling some more towards the west side. He got Bilbao quite close to the coast, and I'm pretty sure England is going to try to get to battleships, while I do see GodGamer moving somewhere safe inland behind the mountains. That's definitely going to be something somewhere that he's going to be safe. I don't think actually Damori can get there, even with maybe some mountain tunnels. He doesn't have a military engineer with him over here, and it's going to take a long time to get there. We were watching also this happening, the attack of Russia going against Australia to the south, and I guess SandroGames is starting to get the positioning over here. These are steel walls. This attack is not meant to take out any kind of city from Australia, but it is meant to pillage every tile of Australia. So slowing him down even a few turns is going to give Eleanor an advantage, especially since they're going to fight on the seas on the east side.
Yeah, you can definitely tell as Lege is just having single units and not armies.
Yep.
What he sends down there, this is always the pillage force. Maybe we will see the diggers come out to defend.
Diggers, yes, diggers. Let's see the diggers. I
Oh,
see
he's
Chuck.
going for scientific theory. Like
Yeah, he's doing
he's
it.
actually going for labs, by the looks.
Yeah. Oh, rock bands started
So
to
he
come
will
out
get
of
diggers.
Russia. Yeah, there we go. He's starting to play them in England's land. We're gonna see how fast he's gonna try to get this going. Religious combustion, cultural heritage.
I actually don't know if I like this, because like Sandro doesn't have that many districts where walker bands can play on. So like maybe it would have been better to wait for environmentalism computers.
Yeah, I think they just want to get it as soon as possible because Rome is locked. Right, Rome is not going anywhere. It's gonna take some time until he takes out Greece. This is another thing, by the way. If they can take down Greece, they can also get the cities of England back to Indonesia. And I'm pretty sure Greece over here losing even half of its empire is gonna mean that Spain is also gonna go down.
Yeah.
Their only win condition right now is Lege. This is the second game that only win condition is Lege, by the way. Amazing gameplay from him. 233 tourism per turn.
But let's not forget that Gorgo still has quote unquote 3 plus 6. He built Alhambra, right?
Yeah, he did.
Yeah, so he kind of has plus 6 over the Storia.
Yeah, but no tanks.
Yeah, but I mean he's on steel and he's getting boosted, right?
Yeah, because dISTORIA got greedy, going instead of going combustion immediately. Well, I guess Jack. I don't know. Does he have oil? Yeah, he does. So he does have refining. So that means he's gonna have one steel also.
Yeah, I mean
combustion also.
really not. I'm just saying that I don't see Jack just rolling over here. Like, I don't think that too much will happen.
Production wise might be a problem, but then I see this. Okay, it's 401. Like dISTORIA is 728. Is getting very fast cuirassier armies.
Yeah, and
tank armies are gonna be different though. They don't have the card. Oh wait, dISTORIA does have the card for tank armies.
Both have the card, and
yeah.
like the gold is kind of even. So yes, dISTORIA has the upper hand, but I don't really see dISTORIA just like going through there. It will definitely be a hard-fought battle.
Oh my god, minus 50 production. Well, looking at what's going on over here, SandroGames is trying to block as much as possible any kind of fleet of interacting with Russia's Cossacks. This is very good, again, very good moves coming up from SandroGames, allowing Russia to disembark on the lands of Australia unimpeded. The same can be said about him going against England over here. I don't see an easy way for England to defend against this, especially in the city of Stoke-upon-Trent. Where is England on steel, though? England is 1 turn away from steel, so at least he's going to get his city's strength up. Finally, ironclads coming out from Australia cities, a lot of them moving to the east.
You definitely, like as I said before the pause, Sandro is playing this smart and cautiously. Like he's definitely having a very good game.
Yep. Lukang 319. To answer your question, Lege is going for a culture victory. I don't think he has a chance for Diplo. dISTORIA does have 13 out of 20 Diplo points. He got Statue of Liberty over here in the south. And even though he didn't get Mahabori, oh my god, if he would have had Mahabori, this would have been a done deal here.
Terracotta next turn.
Sorry?
Terracotta next turn.
Yeah, Terracotta next turn also for his units. And I think Potala Palace was already being built over here somewhere in Russia's land. If I'm not mistaken, I did see it at some point being built. Next to the mountains, no? No? I don't know, man. Maybe I'm not seeing it where it was, but it was here. Wait, did he build it? Oh, he did build it. Okay, there we go. Spotala Palace. He did snatch it away from Russia.
Oh, but I guess Mahabori is on Russia land, or?
Yeah, Mahabori. This Tula.
Oh yeah, there it is, the big pagoda.
Yeah. What's this? Oh. Arena and zoos. Very nice.
Wall's coming up next turn. Seems familiar.
Yeah, but wait. Weren't these blaster? Also. Oh, okay. It took us a while to actually get through the World Congress session. Let's see the first moves. Yeah, there we go. Steel walls going up, and JackTheRipper needs to back out. Okay. Whoa, SandroGames pillaging the harbors of Australia over here. He just got a massive amount of gold. I do see also Lege with 361 gold per turn, SandroGames 203, and they're the gold makers. Damori with Chuck also are trading with each other on the seas, so they're also getting a lot of gold, 289 and 370. I do need to see. I mean, I guess we do need to see England over here get a lot more units out so he can interact with this fleet 2 versus 1 against England. I'm actually extremely curious if they have the vision on El Gazargamu. I don't think so, but I'm still curious. Let's see. What is story over here? Okay, they don't. They don't know what's happening near El Gazargamu. Even if Pompi has, or wait.
Oh.
No, they don't. Even if Pompi has the money.
Actually, I think it's very good that Nazagamo is so strong, because like if Sandro can kind of level his battleships for free here, right? And like promotion and battleships do wonders.
Yeah, I agree. It's gonna be a tough one. And of course, more ironclads need to come out of the Australian cities. This Venetian arsenal build at the beginning will help in so much. I honestly have yet to see in the last 3 weeks or 4 weeks somebody win a game with Venetian arsenal. It's like a curse. You build Venetian arsenal and somehow you lose the game.
Really?
Yes. I don't know why, but it has happened time and time again. How much passive tourism? Around 300, and faith per turn he's on 229, and Lege is 245 tourism per turn. It doesn't look like he has a massive lead when it comes to tourism, and dISTORIA has been putting up quite a good culture output from the beginning. He's on 122 internals, domestics, I guess. Any movement here? No, against Bilbao. Nope. Whoa, who? I didn't see who resynced. Oh, SandroGames resynced.
Like we are really getting also in the like in the state of the game where Eleanor England really shines, like stacking all the great works and getting stupid amount of heals from it.
Oh, yeah, the thing is, he didn't have a lot of places to place his theater squares. Now he's doing them everywhere. Well, he did doing them everywhere actually.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, like, Eleanor England will just keep growing in stats even though he doesn't really expand, right?
Yeah, true. I guess he can expand. If you
Yeah,
see
like, I mean, come on, it's
tiles
the
over here.
95. You don't just settle cities.
Yeah, for sure. I guess Australia doesn't feel confident enough to attack into that, and I can't say I blame him. There are so many battleships over here that can three-shot his ironclads, even the ironclad fleets. That doesn't really make sense of attacking into the English Navy. And of course, the ironclad fleets looks like they're not tough enough to go against the battleships. Especially with Rahendra Kola and so on their side. What happened in the World Congress session? Let's see. Loses 2 Diplo points. Gold 100% and Crabix is 25. Okay. We do have those rock bands dying here. The Zealous Dates plus 46. Cool.
It's only 182. Yeah, I don't know if you blow all your faith.
Oh, hello there, Fire Tiger Page. Yeah, this is still going. Hello there, welcome. Big Z calling it out. Rock band spam has begun. Yes, and we'll see how many of these rock bands will get there and get their targets. At the moment, it looks like they're just dying. They're playing 1 or 2 songs and bam, they're just dying all over the place. And we got the green bucket with the Mega Spies. Wow, Mega Spies playing over here.
The Mega Spies?
Yeah. I'm actually curious if Lege will start getting Holy Side Prayer projects so he gets a lot more. I don't know. It doesn't look like he's doing it. He's getting theater square festivals for those musicians probably. Oh, 535 points for the next musician. Is this the second one? I think this is just the second one. Yatsuhashi Kingyo. Oh well.
Is it the second one? Like, I think there's...
Usually that's how expensive it is, right? Let me see. Yep. There's no music. The first one was actually Antonio Vivaldi and it got picked in 340 AD. 1,000 years later, we get to King Joe. Man,
yeah,
these guys are so rare.
one Renaissance guy.
Yeah. Hey, good morning, Mini Mogul. Glad this game has run so long. Yeah. Oh.
See, this is what it makes it even more confusing. Like, regarding any other great person, you call out the correct error. But regarding generals, you call out the next error. Makes no sense.
Wait, what? I didn't say any error to the musicians. I just said it's the first one. What do you mean? I honestly, on the musicians, I never watched this industrial or whatever it is.
Oh really? Like, I mean, you
it's
need
just
to
I know
them,
the
like,
first one. It's whatever it is, 220, and then I know if you get it too early, you're gonna bump that cost up to 535 points, and you're gonna have yourself a bit of a problem because you're gonna need somehow to get that, you know, and that's it. I mean, honestly, I don't even think why you should fill your mind with the details of the eras.
Like, at least from my point of view, it's just better to account for, like, how many you have for each era and what they do.
Okay. I mean, on musics or on units in general, or on great people in general. Because on admirals or generals, that makes sense.
Yeah, of course. And on everyone else as well. Like, what does make a general more valuable than a musician? Or like, I mean, especially for an artist. Like, I mean, if you're Zimmer like I am, you just need to know what artists you have in which era, so you can theme your buildings properly. And what to take and what to pass and stuff like this. And what guy will show up when. Like,
I mean, as much as I want to say theming is that important, I don't find it that important. It's good, it's amazing if you get that, but just focusing on it might not do the trick, especially in a multiplayer game. Anybody can get those away from you. Well, yes, but they can get them away from you. And it's so RNG to actually nail it. It's hard to nail Newton and the other ones, let alone those ones. And on the military side,
this is why the knowledge is even more important, because barely anyone knows it. When you know how to do it, the people, like, everyone understands. Oh, okay, in Renaissance era there's this Newton guy, I want to have it. But like, for example, if I'm passing an artist because I know this guy is making some works which are less valuable for me because I cannot theme with it, and just pass the artist, no one will notice and just take it.
But nobody passes. Everybody's picking them.
Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. But but if you know better and just pass the guy you don't want to have, everyone will just take it. This is what I'm saying.
It's RNG if you get the correct one or not.
What? No, it is not.
It's not in the same order.
Yeah, of course it is. It is randomized per era, but you can know which
pass another one. So you give up on two of them. It's better to have more than to theme the correct ones.
For example, yeah, in Renaissance you have you have like two religious guy, and then the guy who does two religious and one sculpture, Michelangelo.
Yeah.
And you want to not have the fourth one who does what does he do? The portraits. Usually you don't want to have the fourth Renaissance guy, so you ask a teammate or you just pass it and hope the enemy takes it, what he pretty much just always does. And I think this is very valuable knowledge if you want to if you want to play for CV.
Okay. There's no winning argument over here unless you actually get to see it in play. Whoa,
yeah, of course.
Hello there. Oh my god, we actually have quite a few new viewers coming up over here.
The Twinder is actually the best guy to ask for how to pass artists, like because I'm pretty sure that he knows the way that he knows the way.
Man, you called.
What works he knows he wants to win.
Yeah. Apparently, like German accent. Oh, wait, what's happening? And Corny is German. Yes, Corny is German indeed. For some reason, he doesn't want to join us in the the lands, nor does he want to actually meet anybody else in real life. I don't know why. Also, thank you very much, Trinder, and welcome everybody. We're still watching ULIS come against Sphinx. This is their second game in the best of 3 series of the quarterfinals. One player is basically irrelevant from each team. We got GodGamer with 26 science, 14 culture, just cockroaching away his life over here. And then we do have Pompi also on the same predicament with 2 cities next to the cities of Rome. Okay, so first city down from Greece. Looks like he's building a massive amount of tanks over here, and Jack is 4,000 gold. Next turn he's gonna get the combustion. He's he's about to stop this, right? He's about to stop this warfare, or is he not? Let's see if the artillery armies will make a difference here. Usually the artillery armies do make a difference. It's on the screen, Mini Mogul. It's Justice. It's my co-caster over here, former moderator and how to say German player.
Yeah, like I don't think I don't think that I'm very well known because I'm barely active outside of the German community, and like to be honest, I'm pretty inactive in the German community lately as well. So, but yeah, hello there. Let's see. It looks like Czech lost Olympia to come back to the game. Okay,
Yeah.
they are the tanks.
Okay,
Yeah,
let's see
okay.
what's happening over here. Yeah,
Yeah,
so there we
so
go.
so now he upgrades, and this will probably be it for the longest time.
117 tank army going against a tank of 130. Wow, but look at
Yeah.
Historia trying to get as many as possible here. As many pre-builds as possible.
Welcome to Gorgo.
Yeah, Gorgo is... I mean, this only happened because Historia went industrialization.
Sure, I totally agree, but it still happened. Like Czech is industrialized as well.
Yeah, I think at this point Historia just is basing his attack on his production to reinforce the front line. He just keeps on building those tank armies, and second of all, these artillery armies backing those tanks. Oh, another musician, Johan. So now they unlocked the musicians, right? He got the 535 one, and we're gonna see the next ones being picked up. Well, Rome did get one. Lege is on 756 culture turn with 246 of that how do you call it, faith per turn. I did see quite a few of these rock bands starting to get out over here.
Oh wait, actually, I maybe see a window for Sandro here. Like if Sandro hits fascism over Australia, he might try something.
Well, Engasargamo is down, and England did manage to get destroyer fleets, while Australia is getting in destroyer armadas. These guys should be nullifying the there we go, the battleship fleets. Like, it's gonna be extremely hard to take down one single destroyer with a battleship. Okay, what's happening here? Bam, bam, 750. That one died. Mega spies. Wait. I can give the salty point of view and just be salty about everything. Yeah, not meaning important. According to gonna be. Wait, what? That is. Man, fire. That is just. I don't know what to say about that. By the way. That's where the name. I don't know. I thought Capybara was an animal and you were into some good meal. Okay. Man, what is this discussion turning into? what is
I
happening?
think these guys are just discussing about the term salty.
Yeah, okay. Salty. Rock band party time indeed. Historia tries to invade Jack City. Let me give Lege gives gold. Lege give me gold. Lege gives gold. Kick tower. Yeah. Who built Venetian? It was Australia over here. Sydney. And let's see what happened over here. Czech is well, I guess meeting the big navy of England. He definitely needs a lot more units over here, and he needs to get his seaports while he's gonna need to defend against the Russian invasion. I guess the Russian invasion wasn't that successful. He got only a few pillages.
Actually, I think the steel walls just shoot the Cossacks.
Yeah, exactly. That's what's happening. We're taking them down, especially with the battleship strength.
Yeah. Didn't think of this actually. That the steel walls two-shot. Good for Czech, I guess.
Yep, for sure.
But yeah, like in Queensland, this will be a very slow front line. I kind of doubt that there's actually anything happening.
I'm really curious about this. I told you, I want to see if these artillery armies, he does have a balloon with them, and usually I gotta say this, usually the one with artilleries and tanks in front of them and balloons do manage to push the tanks defending, just the tanks defending. It doesn't look like we do have a good resupply line from Gorgo. He's taking so long to build up the tanks. So we're gonna need to see if,
but Gorgo still has +6 over him because he is Gorgo.
Yeah,
so
he does.
this kind of should level it out, but we will see.
There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 artilleries that can shoot one target.
Jack's arty just did 2 damage.
Yeah.
That's kind of sad.
78 against 120. They're still gonna battle it out. I'm actually quite a bit sad we didn't see this earlier. dISTORIA going industrialization just for the sake of these, how to say, not even industrialization. He went steam power, right, for the railroads. Just doesn't make sense here.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. Like, if you just assume that it's that it is a long, how do you call it? Not saturation, but like resupplying war.
Yeah.
Then the railroads will turn out to be the game winner. But maybe you could have done it faster.
But if you attacked into cuirassiers, all cuirassiers would have died, even with the +6.
Well, yes, of course. The guy going straight for tanks, the other guy going for industrialization, the guy with the tanks will win, of course. But
that's what
I don't know.
saying.
Like in this case, both just went the conservative route, went for industrialization, and now bang their heads with tanks at the balloon. Like, this is the conservative play, right? And I mean, you pointed out that the start was on the line. Like most of the players don't want to go for the crazy stuff in like a game with the stakes, right?
Yeah. Well, let's see what's happening over here. It looks like dISTORIA is preparing to do some kind of attack after he lost a tank. What is he gonna focus on? Okay, one tank army. He's gonna trade the tank army with an RT army. Oh, he is gonna do that. Well.
Oh, he loses the engineer for this as well. But never mind.
Yeah, he didn't move that. Yeah. He needs a lot more of everything, tank armies and RT armies, if he wants to keep up. But I do have to point out this resupply rate for dISTORIA is gonna be much better. He's getting his last military economy, I guess, in the city of Rome, and he's 2 turning tank armies from Ostia. While we do see it takes like 4 or 5 turns for these Greek cities to pump out one single tank army.
Okay, chat has now arrived at locker room stuff. Guess I'm checking out that.
Yeah. Now, SC Black asking us about the production or Congress. It's actually gold. It's a gold Congress. It's 100% gold. So I guess they wanted to deny Greece the ability to buy more heavy chariots. That's what he did, I believe. He just got a lot of heavy chariots. That is a mechanic that should be stopped, by the way.
What?
The ability to, when you get tanks, to just buy out or build heavy chariots. If you give your resources away.
You mean in general? So like,
yeah, in general.
So you kind of want to, so you think upgrades in general are not good for the game?
Not in general. After you get the technology massively doing this from like 4 eras before, it's a problem. If you get, for example, upgrades in cuirassiers, that's different than getting it from heavy chariots. Even knights, it's much better because you actually need to spend some production on it.
Yes, but like wouldn't this overshadow like team aspects of the game? Because like as a backliner, what are you supposed to do other than giving gold to the frontliner?
Oh, yeah.
And like
But you still give gold to the frontliner. What do you mean?
yeah,
He
but
still
if
needs to upgrade, but not from heavy chariots.
yeah, but from what else? Like if he can only
One
help
era
those things
before.
then. Hmm. I mean, I guess this is at least a middle ground. Hmm.
Yep.
Like, I kinda agree, I think it's a bad habit that everyone is just like always building heavy chariots and just assume that this team can finance.
Yep.
Yeah, but I think this is just bad habits by the players, not really a balance issue.
Yeah, don't get me wrong. I don't think it's a balance issue. It's just how to say, so weird to see this happening.
Oh, these guys want to relobby again?
I don't know.
It's very unfortunate.
Yeah. Hey, Billy G, thank you very much for the follow, sir. Placing much higher priority on gold. Yeah, it kind of does this meta. Yeah, it does.
I kind of feel like I unfortunately have to let you down soon, I guess.
Oh, it's fine.
Getting too late for me.
Wow.
Guess I need to go to
Too
bed.
late. It's what, 12?
What?
Midnight?
No, it's it's half past 2 for me in Germany.
Wait, 2:30?
But no, it's 1:30, right? When
Oh,
it's
it's 1 hour
1:30.
difference. Okay, 1 hour difference
Yeah.
between us. Got it.
Yeah, I mean it's 1:30 and I stood up like 6 a.m. So
I see. Okay. Yep, I get you. It's all good. It's all
it
good.
is getting late. Definitely.
Also, on the story I see, he does have war department already finished, while Jack is still building his war department 3 turns away from finishing. Gold wins games. Well, it is a resource that definitely can win games, indeed. What's happening here? Oh, they started trading. They started trading units, and it looks like England is splitting up his force. It does also look like Australia is trying as much as possible to not attack first. It doesn't want to lose the initiative over here. Wait, did I? I'm pretty sure I actually saw a lot more units here last time I saw this. So what did happen here? I don't know what happened. Oh well.
And is there also going for combined arms, so he want modern tanks?
Yep. Okay,
Or computers. Computers and environmentalism on leash. Hitting next and the turn after.
It kind of looks like this victory is gonna go through, the culture victory. I find it hard to believe how they're gonna stop the culture victory before. How many points is on Disto? Disto is 13 out of 20, right? So he needs 2 congresses to get a win.
Yeah, I think Jack is way too much off on nukes.
Yeah.
Like
And
it won't
also Czech is
happen.
being
Like
pressured.
yeah, he doesn't he doesn't really have naval control.
Yep.
And
I guess he could get one attack here, one attack there, but it's just not gonna happen.
yeah, sure. I'm just saying that he doesn't have like easy control, and it's
Oh,
also too long
oh,
off.
wait, whoa. We got ironclad fleets over here, of course, that need to turn into submarines from Damori. But he doesn't have submarines. What are these guys gonna do? They're
Yeah, but
dying attacking
honestly,
into destroyers.
the
Oh my
movie
god, they're
doesn't
dying.
the movie doesn't even have 200 sides, so like it's what like nukes in next game.
Yeah, I guess.
Oh yeah,
Wait.
CV looks pretty likely here, I guess.
Wait, what happened here? Oh, next turn they wanna relobby. Okay.
Oh, hmm.
Seems tense. Oh, it is. It is. On Xbox multiplayer, I normally win 7 out of 10 games before that in late game with tanks and nukes. This is the part of the game I need to improve on. Yeah, it is. Well, in single player, it's much different than on multiplayer, mostly because of the mod that we're using. A lot of the resources that come late game have been introduced in the game through the mod with the buildings. For example, niter, oil, aluminum actually, and oil. Did I say oil? I think I did say oil. Coal I meant. Yeah, it's quite a problem. Yeah, the true final boss is indeed the relobby simulator here.
And I think the boss beat me. I admit defeat.
It's all good, man. It's all good.
And wish you and everyone on the stream a good night.
Have a good night, man. And thank you for joining me.
I'm gonna check out. Yeah, it was a pleasure as always, Michael.
With much pleasure always to have you.
Yep. Best wishes. See ya.
Bye bye. Okay, so we're coming back into the lobby right now, retrieving host information. Hopefully we're gonna connect to the players soon enough, and we're gonna need to see if this culture victory is gonna push through, or we're gonna have something else. Of course, I think we just switched wait, actually it's still dISTORIA. Didn't we switch the host? Whatever, relobby, just relobby. We're gonna need to see, of course, the pings. I hope we're gonna have good pings with everybody. And only, I guess I do need to rejoin really quickly here. So I do open up the pings with Damori. Second recap. Whoa, yes, fire target page. Sorry. So the beginning of the game did start with a few players in awkward positions. First of all, we did have Philip II with Peninsula start, and he settled only 2 cities. He needed shipbuilding to actually settle other cities. Indonesia and also Eleanor of Aquitaine were in another position on the other side of the map. Eleanor with only 3 possible cities on his island, and again he needed shipbuilding to actually do some more. We did also have Indonesia that had a bit of a problem. He was between Eleanor of Aquitaine on the left side, and on the right side he had Gorgo. He did have an ally on the same island, which was Rome, but quite far away in the south, and we can actually see when the game will go in. We're gonna see what's gonna happen. At the same time, I do want to point out Indonesia was kind of caught between a rock and a hard place. Gorgo being attacking him on land, and then of course Eleanor coming up with caravels attacking him on the seas. There was a bit of a problem with getting as much gold as possible for the ULIS team to upgrade both nations at the same time, as in Spain and Eleanor at that caravel timing, and they couldn't upgrade fast enough for Spain's boats, so he withstood the attack of Australia. Australia, of course, we do know most of the time it does get first attacks going against his opponent with very good caravel timing. He did manage to get caravels against Philip II, and did take out his initial fleet, but couldn't take the series for quite some time. It was Indonesia who actually lost most of his series at the beginning, and then Philip II followed quite a few turns later when those frigates arrived, and so on and so forth. And now we're watching what has happened with a 3 versus 3 situation, because one of the players of each team are actually taken out of the game. They're just doing some trade routes, generating some gold, some resources, and not much other. We also see a massive war between the players on the seas and the players on the land. dISTORIA going against Jack on the land with a lot of tank armies. Jack is defending with his own tank armies, and then we do have on the seas Eleanor of Aquitaine, which is played by SandroGames, going against Chuck, who is playing Australia. 1 second over here so I can load in. Oh, legit recap, yeah, legit recap. I mean, I cannot deny Fire Tiger Page the knowledge over here. I gotta do it. I gotta do what I gotta do, you know? She's been so kind, showing up so many times. He fire accessed again. Oh my god. Again. Wow. Oh well. Are we gonna change host? I didn't actually catch something very important about this. We did have also Russia spawning on an island of his own, quite a big island with tundra and desert. Unfortunately, the desert, yeah, it's a problem, but he did manage to get in one big desert city that Petra, and of course that works wonderfully. We do have him going for a culture victory right now, and he's trying as much as possible to get as many points as possible for the culture victory. Well, he did get those rock bands playing in Eleanor's land, and of course Eleanor is trying as much as possible to get good stuff for him to play those rock bands in. Some wonders, some theater squares, some good harbors, and so on and so forth. I see we do have somebody. Okay, they're just talking right now. I'm not sure exactly what is doing. Okay. Maybe we need the drink coffee redeem for late night streams. Oh my god. Yes, I guess so. 42. I could get mine to drink so much water. Yeah, I don't know, but maybe that's gonna be a good Samaritan that's actually gonna turn down my water. I don't know, man. Oh man, that's a lot of water indeed. Yeah, I can join with 36. Oh my god. How about the remove? I mean, you gotta understand, there's late night everywhere in somewhere on the world. I mean, you know, like if it's my late night, it might actually be morning somewhere else, or it might actually, I don't know, man. I'm just saying, it doesn't work that easily. I can make daylight over every time over here. I can put some lights and you're gonna see it's daylight. I need to get some more muscles on me before I do the plus 18 stream. No, I'm kidding. I'm probably never gonna do that. Full jacuzzi stream. We do the news from the jacuzzi. What do you think, guys? We do the news from the jacuzzi? I wonder if you had to put a comment on button like the which would win. Yeah. You know, there was when I was young, there was how to say there were quite a few games like that, Truth or Dare, I believe it was called, and when people were playing poker and stuff like that, and the people, when they knew they're gonna play that, they would just get a lot of clothing on them. You know, like a lot of clothing. Do you know how much clothing I have? I can definitely put like 10 t-shirts on me. I mean, I can turn my AC down to 15 degrees, it's fine. 10 t-shirts sounds good, huh? And then I put some good, like, how to say, pullovers and stuff like that on me. Wait, wearing 4 t-shirts? Exactly. Can you? And I put the redeem, you know, just exactly as you can't really get. I do the math and I just put the redeem as you can't really, how to say, it's just far out of reach, like a freemium game, you know, it's just outside of grabbing reach to actually get me to pull out all of my shirts. Just waiting for Indo. Wait, what happened with Indo? Where is Pompi? One of the friends. Yeah, I don't think you can do that on Twitch. I'm pretty sure you can't do that on Twitch actually. No, yeah, you can't do that on Twitch. I don't know, I saw people with quite a few very weird redeems. I don't know what they're doing. Let me actually reconnect here because I guess I don't see Pompi. Is he in? Oh yeah, he was in. Okay, I just didn't see him. There we go. Oh, what? Man, he probably wasn't seeing somebody else either. I don't know, that's a tricky situation. Actually, as far as I know, Twitch did do an update at some point on exactly what's allowed and what's not allowed. But yeah, it's too tricky. And I think it actually ends up advertising to the wrong crowd. You know, just saying. Well, we're going back into the game here. Let's see what's happening.
Can create a small and intimate world, but at what cost? Our compete.
Oh no, fire access. Crash. Bam. Bam. Yep, thank you. I don't think that wrong crowd hangs around safe games together to near channel point. Yeah, I don't know. I think you can actually decide, if I remember correctly, you do decide as on stream how many PowerPoints everybody gets like per hour or stuff like that. I don't know, I don't remember where, but I believe you did get this. Oh, both casters? Oh no, it's dISTORIA. Oops. What time is here? It's 2:41. And Salty is 1:41, yeah. The last streamer I asked for nudes from Sandro without me having to redeem points. Whoa, Kek W. What can I say? You got treated there. I mean, him not being a streamer, I don't think stops you from asking a question, but yeah. When Hazagi OnlyFans? That's the real question over here. When Hazagi OnlyFans? Okay, finally we got back into the game over here. We still have Big Auckland staying alive. Unfortunately for Australia over here, he's gonna end up fighting Eleanor with so much production. They took it out. Oh my god, they took it out. Wait, see, Damori got it. Oh my god, amazing. Damori actually managed to get that from Eleanor. Now he's benefiting from all of that production, and of course they can keep it safe. The problem is with the technology over here for England. He really needs to get to destroyers. That is at the moment a must over here, a must-have, and it's gonna take a little time to actually get. I think actually, wait a second, his next turn. Combined arms is next turn. Okay, that's fine. That is fine. We might actually end up seeing England losing his fleet over here because of Victoria upping his destroyers next turn. I'm just curious how many. Oh, this turn actually. Bam! Look at that. This is the turn he's gonna get them. He does have some oil, but not a lot of it. And I guess we're gonna need to see if he gets what he needs. Oh my god, trying to get the flood barrier. It's too late. It's too late. Flooded 1 meter. There we go. Got the destroyer fleets coming out. Yeah, mission failed. We'll get them next time. Yeah, well, depending on the sun, they might not want to. Okay. Okay. Give me a second. I do have to watch something. Okay. Right, so England is definitely trying to push to the south over here. I do see Australia is just keeping the line, and I'm pretty sure he's baiting him until, of course, Damori gets that fleet over there around the peninsula, and of course ending up on the back line of the English battleships. Destroyers will be very, very good against the battleships, and we're going to need to see exactly how they're gonna end up fighting. I don't see England getting very good production coming out, especially after he lost Auckland over here, and of course we still need to see the rock bands getting that tourism. The mega spies arriving at 3 of these points, Space Rock with Roadies, with Glam Rock. They're just gonna run out of places to play on, and we do see that Lege is from 49 out of 140 points to get a victory condition here, to get a culture victory. On this side, Rome is getting more units every turn towards the front line, and of course you do see that he has amazing production coming up from his cities, one turning tanks from some of his cities and getting them on the front line, while Greece did upgrade a lot of units. He's just not able to keep up with the production. For the moment, I don't know, maybe stuff will change. At the moment, it's not there. It is Rome defending culture. Yes, Rome is defending culture, and this is a big problem actually. Rome being on the offense over here, trying to defend culture at the same time. He lost a settler. A cat. Wait, who was a cat taking a settler from somebody? Like really, who's a cat? No, I guess it was GodGamers. Wow. Okay. Why would somebody send a settler over here in the tundra? I don't know. It made sense to actually send it over here on the right style. Maybe he would have coupled to Madrid's economy, but over there, I don't know, man. The city state definitely strikes again. We do have a lot of artillery armies that need to shoot, and we're gonna need to see what's gonna happen. Hopefully, we don't have that many D-Sinks anymore. Rock bands, level 3 rock band. One of them died, I guess, and we just have this level 3 alive. It still has a movement left, but I am not sure exactly where is he going. Okay, on that campus over there. The Mega Spies 900 album sales. This is gonna be a massive turnaround for him, even if it doesn't stay alive. Of course, much better if it does stay alive. We do have Chuck going for nuclear fission, 3 turns. Lege is going combustion, professional sports, and I do see him, of course, benefiting from steel walls. Steel walls, though, don't actually defend against nukes. This is a problem that a lot of players have found out the hard way. and we're gonna need to see if those nukes will come out to play. Of course, all of the army of England is also moving to the east. He's gonna meet a few destroyers from the north, and I do want to see if these guys are seeing each other. They're not seeing each other. They're not seeing each other. Well, they might see each other next turn, but at the moment, they're not seeing each other. This is massive, by the way. If SandroGames doesn't get an eye on this, this is gonna be massive. If this gets out of control. There is a battleship here that can definitely destroy the battleship armada. Why is he not shooting though? Yeah, at the moment, check, I cannot actually defend against this. Cannot defend at all against this. This is a big problem. The biggest problem. Needs the help of Damori. What's wrong? Lobby Simulator is my favorite game. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, kick. Okay. What is it? Hello? Hello? Okay, let's see what's going on over here. This is the massive one, right? Okay, Damori pulling it through, getting the fleet out to the east side. The SandroGames not moving. He's not seeing this yet. Oof, and I want to see what's happening here. Yeah, there we go. England is going to smash through the Australian boats quite easily here. I think the lack of a great army on all of those boats was a problem here. But I guess he does have a modern one, right? Oh well. Oh man. Oh man, the battleship number just makes the difference here. Battleship Armada coming up in 2 turns from Sydney. Destroyer Armada 4 turns from Melbourne, but one single destroyer from Ballarat. It's gonna take a while to chew through the steel walls, but still, I'm not sure this is gonna be good. Just because, of course, we were talking about a pincer maneuver, but now all of those English destroyers, unfortunately, will end up fighting alone against England. And you can see they're not doing that well even against destroyer fleets, let alone destroyer armadas with the support help of battleship armadas. I'm going to the one. Oh, there we go. There we go. You know, Bigzy, just 2 things. Take it slow. Be careful with the mods and everything, and you're gonna do fine. There's working. Whoa, whoa, work. Yeah. Surprising amount of work to cast a game. Well, yeah. Well, it happens. It happens. At some point, you do get used to it. I gotta say. Also, there's always room for improvement. Did he play this? Oh, he did play this and got another 100 album sales. Very nice. 70 out of 144 for Lege over here. It looks like he is gonna try to go for that culture victory. We do have Russia also with the Fury Walls going to the north of London and starting to play in those campuses. Oh man, the vision over here must be amazing, right next to that coast over there with all of the cliffs and everything on the campus. Oh, this looks amazing. This is like the what was that movie, Benjamin Button? Oh, no, not Benjamin Button. There was a movie with a family of kids. Wait, why am I? A family of kids that lost their parents or something like that, and they got to stay into one of these houses that was on a cliff somewhere, and it was like moving and stuff like that. Does anybody know what that was? The Curious Case of something? Wait, let me see. Curious Case. Was this Benjamin Button? Did I say it? Oh no, can't be. They were kids. This is not kids. Anyway, I don't remember. Kids house cliff. Let's see. Movie. Maybe. Oh. Maybe I find it. Foreign culture victory imminent. We do have, there we go, English boats managing to take out almost all of the Australian fleet. And I do see him moving on the first city over there. He's gonna need to somehow deal with the English armadas. I do believe actually those armadas are not gonna do that much. Oh, he doesn't have armadas. Those are okay, that's why they're destroyer fleets against destroyer fleets. That's the problem. Well, imagine if they make quick work of the Australian armadas, how easy it will be for them to make quick work of just normal fleets. Oh, right. A series of unfortunate events. That's the one. Do you guys know a series of unfortunate events? Oh my god, it's amazing. And it's not like a Final Destination movie. It's totally different. I'm already following you. There we go. Okay, so we do have, of course, Lege managing to get over the halfway point. He's 79 out of 145 points for a victory condition here. We do have 1,690 tourism coming out from his passive empire right now. That's going to be amazing. 1,200 culture per turn, and it does look like he's definitely going to pull this off way before he's going to get nuked. Or is he? And Chuck is trying to get the nukes and one-turn nuclear fission. Remember, he doesn't only need nuclear fission, he needs to actually get Manhattan Project and actually build a nuclear device, and it's gonna take some time to get there. We still have Greece skirmishing over here with dISTORIA. dISTORIA does look like he's overwhelming Greece quite relatively easy, not quite easy, relatively easily. He is even against that Greek +6. The sheer number of Roman units that are coming against JackTheRipper are doing the damage over here. And of course, dISTORIA is trying to take care of each and every one of them, making it as hard as possible for JackTheRipper to keep these borders. Of course, we do see he still has an important amount of units here, and we're going to need to see how fast those are going to be taken down. Looks like Jack going to, yeah, he's going down. Jack said a while ago he thought he was. Don't worry, 10 turns. Can someone explain what this might have meant? Oh, it's culture victory. He's going for a culture victory for sure. Well, let's see what the moves are gonna be over here. We do have a tank taken out from dISTORIA. Of course, he still has a lot more to work with, and by the looks of it, he does have a few promotions on the RTs that just need to be activated over here. I do see him able to actually go against Ternate with a secondary force, and that's exactly what he's doing. He does have, by the way, Greece did manage to get his war department going, and by looks of it, we do have them fighting over here on the west side. He's getting a lot of culture coming out from those tanks, tank kills, and of course the extra health over there. Jose de San Martin did make an appearance on the front line, and I do see on the other side Napoleon. Well, I guess that's not a good one, is it? Oh, Rani Lakshmi Bai is over here on this side. And of course, taking a look over here, we do have these mega spies that need to find a way to... Oh, he doesn't yet know where to go with this 13,000 tourism, amazing, and it's still alive. 86 out of 146, I'm pretty sure it's gonna go up. It's by the looks of it, Lege is just gonna get so fast that culture victory. Yeah, it looks like we might see a third game tomorrow. Yeah, 1 second over here. I do see them trying to get against each other over there. Let's see what's going on. Again? Lol. I don't know why it doesn't end my turn. I guess because I desync or something like that. I love the rock band noise. It adds a certain frenetic energy at the end that I love. Yeah, it does. It does. The first quarter of finals game. I don't know. Hey, Gaffney, thank you very much for the prime, sir. Much appreciated for your 7 months. Thank you. I agree, but not when you do 20 in a row. Rock bands playing, tanks rumbling, nukes on the horizon. Yeah, big bada booms everywhere. The first quarter finals game against Luhanza, Barking Gang won. Yeah. We're gonna see a second game tomorrow, indeed. I was actually waiting to see what's going on. To see what can I schedule or not. And of course, I do want to finish the series, first of all. Well, We do need to see dISTORIA getting a lot more artillery armies if he wants to get this war going. He is getting some of them, but mostly is getting those tanks up. And of course, now that he did start to lose a few units, you can see the happiness level went way down, -6. That means he is going to have a big problem in keeping up with the production necessary. But the same thing can be said on Greece. And as you can see over here, he is they are starting to trade tanks quite massively. I'm actually curious, can he, like, dISTORIA doesn't seem to be able to easily kill any of these Greek tanks unless he shoots them with the artilleries first, and it does look like his artilleries are actually shooting a lot over here. We're gonna have to wait and see how he's gonna do. Definitely would have loved a little more artillery, 3, 4, 5 more artillery armies would have done the trick here, but it's just not possible at the moment to get those going. And we do need to see dISTORIA try to keep his tanks alive, and of course shoot back whenever he possibly can to trade well with his opponent, with Greece over here. In the meantime, of course, the looming gloom of cultured victory is upon them. We got Lege 104 points out of 146, very quickly getting those points, and I do see even the rock bands are going. Okay, there we go for the other districts. The roadies with Space Rock and Glam Rock, a lot of points, 13,000 tourism just from one single play. You can imagine he's getting some more of these rock bands to try to get as much tourism as possible. He does have environmentalism, he does have computers, and it does look like he nailed this. We also have the first Australian city taken down. It looks like there is an Australian destroyer armada coming out from the city of Melbourne next turn, but these destroyer armadas of SandroGames are well up to the challenge of withstanding the damage, and we do need to see if that's gonna be good over here. How is this like Star Wars? Wait, what? This kind of reminds me of the new Star Wars show. There's a Star Wars show. 1800 GMT. Malm is casting. Yep. Do you know who is casting? Last time I checked, this one was Malm is casting in French. Yeah, Malm is indeed casting in French. And in give me a second. I kept on asking who's gonna cast it in English. At some point I got Brands wanted it, and I asked him to be specific on the games because he was waiting for Forever Young to finish and this game to finish, so I don't know. I guess he's still waiting for Forever Young to finish. We'll see. Wait, did Forever Young not finish? No, they didn't. Okay. Oh, did he play? Oh, he did play. Oh my god, another 200 album sales. Or did he just lose the movement? I don't know. 112 out of 148. It's definitely the defense on Rome is just not big enough right now. So it's just a matter of time until those it's just a matter of time until that tourism will manage to overwhelm the defenses of Rome, and we'll get that culture victory through. Okay, Australia. Well, Australia definitely losing a lot of more health than he's gaining, and you do see that England did manage to get his own destroyer armadas on the front line, while, oh my god, the whole Victorian fleet got wiped clean off the map here. Whoa, whoa. And a city got taken down as well here from. Oh my god, bro. What's that? What happened here, bro? Like, didn't we see bluish fleets over here? How did the pink get here? Wow. 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 No way. Yeah. Eleanor over Victoria. Yeah, it looks like we got 4 turns until Manhattan Project. I gotta say, by the way, Manhattan Project really doesn't help at all. Like nuclear devices don't really help at all against English destroyer against destroyer armadas or battleships. It doesn't matter if they're English or Zulus. They are definitely gonna defend over here with that anti-air. Hello Pompi, welcome back. Is Sphinx playing for the Diplo victory here? I don't think that's possible anymore. They have only 13 points out of 20, and they do have another 5 or 6 more turns, I believe, by the looks of. Yeah, 6 more turns until the next Congress, and the culture victory is going to activate well before that. It's 113 out of 148 points, and by the looks of it, Lege is generating more than enough tourism per turn passively, and of course with the rock bands to push this through. 2000 tourism per turn. Yeah, Sandro did amazingly well over here. Amazingly well, I gotta say this. Yeah. Up. He's so massive. Whoa, wait. Where did all of the production disappear over here? What the F? Is this gonna desync me? No. Wow, look at this. I don't see any more production on the tiles. Like, where did it disappear? Oh my god, where is the shipyard bonus, bro? The game just playing. Anyway, let's see what's happening in the culture. 124 out of 147. 15,000 tourism. Oh my god. From one single rock band. That's gonna be a lot. If it does play like 1 or 2 more times, bam, that's the win right there. Auckland, yeah, 2.4k military power. T-Tube would be laughing. T-Tube getting bigger. Oh, 1 second. Oh. Does Jack have a safety settler out? No, I mean Jack is not gonna die until the culture victory activates. I don't think that's possible. dISTORIA lost a lot of amenities here. He started losing quite a few tanks, armies on the front line, and by the looks of it, it does seem like they are trading quite well. And of course, as you can see over here, we do have Lege just getting so much tourism every turn, 134 out of 147. dISTORIA, if this keeps going, he would need at least 15 turns to actually get through all of this army. I don't think, and this is in the ideal situations. I don't think that's feasible to need to stay alive or even get a safety settler before that. Oh, desync, or this is the desync. Okay, we got a desync going on. A rip. Next game, ban Russia. Well, it was such a casino style pick, I gotta say. Nobody would have known that Russia would spawn on his own island with nobody able to get to him so far away and so on and so forth, that he was able to get this amount of tourism and of course his sim up and so on and so forth. Very, very good play from Lege. Very good play from Lege. Jack also did amazingly well over here, taking out Spain. We did have Eleanor taking down Indonesia. Indonesia unfortunately couldn't do much in this location. Maybe, I guess you could make a case that he could have settled a few more cities to the south, but honestly I don't think it would have mattered that much. So we do need to see if and how, of course, this game will be played out and what they're gonna do in the third one. It definitely looks like Sphinx did win the first one. There's a very extremely high probability that Lege is gonna get this win on the culture victory. We don't see yet something that would take him away from getting the win. So yeah, we'll see. $143 out of 150. Oh my god. Okay, we got this going, boys and girls, of course. Hey, hello there, Polish. What do you mean ban Lege? Yeah. Wow. Doing the surgical strike over there. Polish is nailing it. Hey Pauline, how are you doing? How was your week, ma'am? How far is Vicky from nukes? Oh, very far. Damori is trying to get advanced ballistics actually over here. I do see dISTORIA going for nukes, and at the same time he's trading units over here with Greece. Looking at what's going on in the south, of course over here we did have another city taken away from Australia, still trying to build that Manhattan project. I'm pretty sure it's not gonna go anywhere if he gets the Manhattan project, and even if he gets the submarines, he can't get there. He really can't get there. This is unbelievable. You can see he is defended by England over here. Oh my god, destroyer armadas going against destroyer fleets. This is just not gonna happen. One-shotting the battleship fleets. I mean, wow. Let's see. SandroGames just flexing over here, moving one tile at a time to the south. You gotta have time for some Spanish role-playing. Kick W. Bam, 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 bam. Oh my god, this is sounding like a car rambling on over here. We do have, of course, those destroyer armadas that are getting closer and wrapping around like an octopus around the English fleet. We can see the please wait screen. Let's actually take a look over here if we're gonna see another massive play from the Mega Spies. We got them going. 147 out of 150. Is this gonna be the day, boys? Is this gonna be the day? Culture victory coming out from Lege or not? I'm pretty sure it is gonna be that day. Let's actually see. Please wait, please wait, please wait. Boom, 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 boom. Wait, what's a Spanish settler doing here? Is this the massive Reina to come back into the game city? Let's see. Did it flex? Did it flex? Did it fix? Did it go? 147 out of 150. Let's go. Let's go. Wait. Why did he manually disconnect? Okay, there we go. We got the win. We got a cultured victory coming up from Russia. We are going into the third game, tied 1-1 right now. There still is a game ongoing at the moment. Forever Young going against WCG, and they also have to make up their minds if they're going to go for a third one or not. While Barking Yang will go for the second tomorrow. And what was it? BTS going against Sivjo. I think Sivjo did manage to get the win over there. Commander Keen, when I left to run errands, you were worried about Sandro's only getting 3 cities on his place. I come back and he's flexing. Yes, exactly. He did amazing. Amazing. Of course, we're gonna have a debrief soon enough. Let's see if they still have energy in them to give us a few, I will say, a few lines, a few answers. I gotta say, if there's gonna be shouting and stuff like that, I'm just gonna turn down the players that are doing the shouting. It's not really how to say, worth the effort to spread that negative energy around. Hopefully it stays civil. Yeah, exactly. Hopefully it stays civil. I hope so. Let me see what they're gonna do. I'm gonna pop in the debrief channel and just wait for them over here, see if they're joining or not. Clicking buttons. No? Okay. Oh, dISTORIA, hello. We got dISTORIA in the channel. He's moving, but I guess he's okay. There we go. GG, well played.
Yes, it was a good game.
Man, Pompi, I'm sorry for you, bro. Right. Gorgo,
So
Eleanor next to you.
so do I. I never thought he was that close to me.
Yeah.
I was expecting because when I scoot with my Galin, I was like, but he seems pretty far from me. But then dISTORIA told me that he was that I had loyalty on the little island in front of my capital. I was like, what the fuck?
GG guys.
I didn't know.
GG, well played.
GG.
Yeah, you only had the connection to the south in the shallow water. You didn't see the direct connection in the middle. Yeah.
Exactly. So yeah, if I knew, I would have go for caravels, but yeah. I was expected Jack to be more aggressive. On the
We had no horses. We literally, like, the only horse we had was
Guys,
like,
not gonna
mine
lie.
and Leash, and he improved that he's quite late,
Guys.
so I couldn't
Guys.
spam anything.
Okay, but
Not gonna lie, when you took Venetian, I thought it was GG.
And
But-
what? I mean,
but
I
then-
could go hoplites, but like it looked like you were boxed on free city. I felt like you were gonna go on that free city and wouldn't settle towards me, so I didn't really spam hoplites after my forward settled. And then when you started making city, I just like, I mean, the distance is quite. I mean, you're quite far away, so I went for horses, but we just don't have enough horses.
How far were you from Arsenal, Venetian, Sandro?
16, I think.
Okay.
Did you chop it?
Yes, I had the Magnus City ready for it.
Dude, I was like, you have no industrial zone. There is no way. I'm taking it at 16 for sure. And then I see you 1 point. I'm like, oh, Lege, give me Vessel Bank, and I like put the trader in London. I'm like, oh, build, and you take it. I was like, oh, I think it's GG.
I chopped like 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times to have it.
Is it your second city, B2?
No, it's like I only put my city just for the industrial zone. It was like 1 pop city.
What the fuck?
This animal plane. This animal plane
Dude, did you see
Spain
my
was
spawn, by the way?
flexing
yeah,
high.
I loaded new spawn.
Check
But
this.
I was too far from you, Sandro. I bopped Spain, but it's like 10 turn for my fleet to turn back on you, and you were like ahead on science and culture. So
Yeah, but I had Sue spawn.
yeah. So
I don't know what the fuck is this.
This animal plane Spain was flexing how he was gonna kill you all with a single ironclad when
And
you
then-
guys digged into the
you guys
inland sea.
and,
One
and
guy.
the
He,
fact
he
is,
was
I
like
delayed-
he was killing your units and saying that that he's not locked with you. Your guys are locked with him, and then he loses ironclad and just feeds the city and everything, and he just defends and watches TV show.
The fact is that I delayed my caravel push by 5 or 6 turns because Damori doesn't have alliance, so my galley were in his land waiting for alliance.
Ah,
How good was your spawn?
It
Did
was
I
good.
stole your wonder, Lege?
All of them.
You stole all his wonder. He was complaining all early game. It was just like he was saying how his game is bad, how you ruined his game.
No, I said it's gonna be slow.
You said about Artemis, then did you say Colosseum? I don't
Oracle,
remember. You were
Oracle and
complaining
Colosseum.
about Oracle. What else was that? He was complaining about everything.
Did you go for Statue and Potala?
Yes, but it was a 2 or 3 turns, so it was okay. The big deal was Artemis in the early game. You screwed my early tempo a lot.
Guys,
I
see
s-
Madrid.
I saw you didn't take God of the Hunt, so I had a good tempo on the second city with the Pantheon, so I had to try it. And if I take it from you,
Oh yeah,
it's a really
good,
huge
yeah.
difference.
And I think with Rome you have the time to do it in your B2 because you don't have to go monuments. You don't unlock quarters, so wonder time is very good on the Rome at this timing.
Yeah, I got really good setup between Colosseum, Oracle, and Artemis for the culture, but I was missing a lot of science. I did go industrial before campus, but with my land, I didn't have that much food since I couldn't go external. So
Did you go Magus internals?
yeah,
So how you have no
It
food?
was good.
on my cap.
You
On
just
my cap,
go.
I had like only hill, and I got 2 city on the gray, and a bit later, sadly, I would Pompi got pushed in land by Jack, so I had to produce unit, and I couldn't resettle after that to put.
Guys, I'm not gonna lie.
North City.
Pompi junks with 0 support, like Link was kinda sus. Not
What do
gonna
you
lie.
want to do? I was getting pushed on land. I would. I
Yeah,
couldn't,
but
do
maybe one
anything.
scout, something. I think it was useless.
Sandro is flexing. We spent 1,000 gold
Sandro,
upgrading his ships
Shut
without
the fuck
mercenaries.
up.
We spent all the gold on him, so we had nothing left for
No,
Spain.
I'm
Wow,
BK.
Sandro.
How much gold did you
No.
spend, Jack, on tank?
He took all of my gold, guys.
Dude, you have so much more production than me. Okay, I overspammed a bit cities at the start of the game, but I mean, I had no two production tiles in all my cities, and we had to save gold. One of my city was working like double citrus and rice on the marsh, so it was like it was growing non-stop, but still had like 2 or 3 production.
Did you saw my third city, Jack? Yeah. My third city was in Tunova.
Yeah, I know.
Like I couldn't even.
I mean, I was trying to box you in, and then they bought you 2 slingers, and that's why I said I didn't want to go hoplites. I just thought you would sit there on free cities until John. But then, dude, you started spamming horses, and like I used all horses of the team, and I have like 3 or 4 horses total.
Yeah, but you're Gorgo. I mean, maybe.
Yeah, I know, but he has double my horse. They got like 6 or 7.
No, I was telling maybe some hoplites, but I
Jack,
didn't.
I don't know if you saw, Jack, but my island did not have horses on it.
I
Yeah, I
think,
understand.
My only have horses too, Jack.
I think if Indo doesn't put Ternat there, he just hold on 3 cities and have more stats. He can.
Yeah, I think it was a mistake to go for a 5th city because you just waste so much production trying to fight with me that you kinda erode yourself more than playing 3 cities.
Because if he's not putting his city there, are you going to put like B7 or B8 there and?
Why would I settle towards him? I mean, like, I just box him and then like I did at the start, and I just wait. But like he decided to settle towards me, so I'm spamming at him. He's spamming back, and then he has nothing for navy.
But I was really like I was thinking that you were just going to send me horses or anything units any unit on me.
No, I mean your terrain. Look at your 3 cities. Look at like there is a hill from your side, but it's flatland from mine. Like it's so easy for you to defend.
If you force me to make unit, I can't make any project for Admiral, or I can't.
I mean, I would.
For junk, you just need Admiral from First Era.
Yeah, medieval.
Look at your land. Look how much I need to make units to force you to do anything. You just like put few archers from your side of the river. Like I need to make like literally 10 horses to even have any.
If you make me do like 5 archer and 4 horses,
I mean, the thing is, the fact that you settled towards me is what made you make it just that amount.
Yes.
Like if you didn't settle towards me, like if you don't settle towards me, I don't really have an opening for you, but you settle towards me, so you're forced to spam units just to defend.
Guys, not gonna spam, not gonna lie, I'm spamming 10 destroyers with the card and flashes. I think it was better than the mission.
Remember that we hesitate at the beginning to ask technical remap?
Yeah.
Yeah, we had like what a peninsula
Spain.
on Spain, but like it was very busted peninsula.
We bought
He,
King
like,
Settler, by the way.
he
we bought King
dies and Giafermo settled turn 1 with 2 refresh,
But
and
we
then we
bought King
bought him
Settler.
a settler on top of it. And the performance you have seen, that
I think it was a mistake.
Well, anyway, I'm going to sleep.
Okay, bye bye.
Okay, GG again.
GG, well
Good
played.
night.
So there we have it. We heard from both teams what they did over there, and of course how they play this out. The details that we didn't actually get to always catch on the stream. We did have today ULIS managing to equal out Sphinx in this best of 3 series. So we're gonna have a third game being played out. As far as I know, it is gonna be tomorrow, 1800 GMT. We do need to wait and see, of course, the rest of the remaining schedule for this weekend. I'm gonna try to update it as soon as I can on the website. There is still a game ongoing, as far as I know. Forever Young versus the WCG is still ongoing right now, so we do need to see what's that gonna be about. Taking a look at also what's on the stream over here. Thank you very much for joining me. Thank you very much, guys, for the questions, for the support over here. Fire Tracker page to answer your question. Yes, I'm casting this game tomorrow. I'm casting them, ULIS versus Sphinx. I wanted to get the series because usually it does end up being much better to just get a series going than getting like a like a game here, and then if somebody wants to watch another game, you don't know exactly what to watch. I believe the viewer's experience is much better with a caster getting a full series. Yeah. So on the other side, if you're coming up from YouTube, thank you very much for joining. Throw this video a thumbs up, and I do hope we're gonna see each other in the next games or in the live stream. If you don't have any questions, throw them down below in the comment section, and as much as I possibly can, I am watching this live on YouTube as well. Thank you very much for I'm there with you in the YouTube premieres as well. I do have to point out, of course, to be notified by the YouTube website, you do have to click that little bell button and activate those notifications. Thank you very much, guys, for joining me, for the support. If you want to see my schedule for the week, you can definitely join my Discord. It's either down below in the YouTube information area or description of the video, of course, scene, and of course !Discord on Twitch will give you that information, that link to my Discord. Thank you very much again for joining, and of course for following, for subbing, for everything. It does help me a lot. We're gonna see each other in the next game tomorrow, 1800 GMT, the conclusion of this best of 3 series. Who's gonna go to the semifinals? Who's not gonna go into the semifinals? Check it out tomorrow. ULIS versus Sphinx on OnSpotTV. Bye bye bye.